Welcome to the supercut of Venlo Zoo. This is a Dutch-inspired city zoo, so a very classical city zoo in which we are trying to convert this very old, not so animal-friendly zoo into a very modern, conservation-oriented city zoo. So we are redesigning habitats, we are repurposing habitats, and we're doing a lot of stuff in this wonderful build that should be inspiring for you, should be sparking some ideas, and obviously also a lot of talks about old habitats and why they're maybe not so good, why there may be some hindering things, and why certain things are relatively complicated to realize, and why I had to change a couple of things. Unfortunately, I had to end this series earlier than I actually wanted because, the frame rate at some point said goodbye to me, so enjoy this almost 10-hour supercut of creating a wonderfully hyper-detailed city zoo with a lot of stories behind each and every habitat and just a lot of time to enjoy, relax, and just have a good time watching this supercut. So, without further ado, let's jump into episode number 1 and enjoy the full story.
Welcome everyone to my brand new series. Welcome to Venlo Zoo. This is going to be a city zoo project in Planet Zoo. And with that, welcome to this brand new series. It's going to be a packed and very long episode. I've been working for over 4 weeks on this alone. I've been reading all of your comments. I've been tying in a lot of the ideas you guys had. And I've heard you. Because so many people have been asking when I'm going to do a city zoo. City zoo is something that I have been doing at the very beginning of the Planet Zoo era, so a couple of years ago, and then we've branched out into so many different projects, and now we are back. We are back in a city zoo, and it's going to be a Dutch zoo. However, I want to say that the Dutch zoo stands for a Central Europe city zoo, and this is a very classic one, and it seems like a very logic choice for me, but it's not really that logic because I've been doing so many different takes lately, also different countries and different continents and stuff, and we've been in Europe, yes, with Zoo Sicily, but I definitely wanted to be rounding the whole thing up with a very emotional thing, very close to my own heart, and also actually location where I'm living, because this is based off the area I am living in, and I'm living in Germany though, but Venlo is just across the border. It's like a 10-minute drive from me, and this intersection, what you're going to see, what I'm building over here with like the highway connection, is literally the one I'm using to go to a specific, actually it's a garden center, but that's not the story. This is what just kind of reminds me of Venlo. I've got a lot of very great memories with that little town. It's not like because it's super specific, it's just because it's like the first country I've been visiting in the like as a kid and so on. So it's always something special. And I thought, how cool would that be to have like a city zoo over there that is just using the free, land that is available in these regions, because, well, there is a lot of land available. And yeah, this is going to be a very nice story. I'll be taking you on this trip today, and we're going to talk a lot about where this project is going, what my idea was, and, all these things that came into play when you guys were commenting it. So maybe a couple of things already to give you a broad idea. It's a little bit more aimed for realism in that sense that I'm trying to have a lot more logistics in mind, and where the zoo would be located and what kind of challenges we would have, also from starting from weather over, again, logistics and paying tribute to the Dutch culture. You'll see that we have a huge parking for bicycles, for example, that we've never done in a project so far, but we have like a huge parking lot for that. We're going to do a bit more of a parking lot management as usual, but it's going to be a bit more focused on how it would be working, actually. So a lot of these things that I'm going to look into, because I feel like this has something to do with the city zoo. And the city zoo itself is going to be a lot more focused on the development from the not so shiny past of a zoo towards a more modern approach. So it's going to be a mixture of like how it's used to be in the past. It's not going to be all shiny new and conservation friendly in that way. It's not going to be all super ethical, to be honest. I will try to tell the story a little bit how it has been over the years, over the decades, because as we all know, zoos, specifically city zoos, they used to be a very bad thing or in a very bad situation in the past, but they are amongst the ones that have been changing the most as well, because they have, obviously they have a lot of people in the direct area of influence, and that means they also have like the opportunity of a lot of guests and a lot of donators, and that will give them the power to change quicker than maybe some other zoos could, that maybe just have more space or are more on the countryside or like a safari park or so, but they have a hard time drawing people towards the zoo, which in a normal city zoo isn't really the case. And you can see I have the time to tell all of that because we are doing a lot of preparations. For those of you who want to see a bit more of zoo, you may actually skip forward, but trust me, there is a good chance to get across some very cool things if you listen to me fully. I will talk to you about a very specific way of how to integrate you guys as a community. There's going to be a little bit of a surprise at the end of the episode in the real-time part. So yes, there is going to be a real-time part because oh boy, is this a crazy build. It's almost a full zoo already, it feels like, but at the end of the day we only have one habitat, but there's a reason for that, and you'll be able to understand. But we have already moved from the highway to our entrance area, and this again is a little bit of a difference to my other projects so far. With most of my other projects, we've been getting into the zoo rather quickly by just building an entrance, and then we've been right in there. And this time around I wanted to make sure that we have all the infrastructure before the zoo, or like just in front of the zoo, already laid out, so that the whole thing feels a little bit more interconnected with the world around and not just that isolated zoo in the center. I wanted to ensure that we have the full story of a zoo, how to get towards a zoo, how there is like the anticipation going into there. Me having a kid now, I do understand what that means, like having the little kid being super excited from the moment leaving the car, and all these things tying together, and I can maybe see some animals from the distance, or maybe some flags and so on. This is something I wanted to bring into this project again. But again, as said earlier, I will bring you guys into the project too. There will be something special, as I said at the beginning, but there will be also the chance for you to become a vital part of the development. Now, what I want you guys to do specifically in this series is bring in your ideas as much as you can about all these aspects of a real zoo. And I'm not talking about this super detailed backstage area, I don't want to design like a crazy, veterinarian lab by myself or so. This is not the type of realism I'm aiming for. I'm aiming for a realistic city zoo experience. Like, let me know in the comments, how is your experience? What was the first zoo you visit? Maybe what was the first time you realized that maybe the conservation aspect isn't the greatest in the zoo? What was the first habitat that you recognized isn't maybe the bestest you can see? Because this is exactly what I want to get this project involved with. I want to use this project to speak about these things and showcase how it's been done better nowadays, and what's been mostly the issue in the past, and apart from the very obvious issue that it was only making money, and today there is like a conservation aspect around this, but it's not been that way in the past always. So yeah, I want to talk about this. And with having this huge entrance area, it also gives me space to just make something so much more engaging for the guests to come in, but also to guide the guest flow a little bit better, to also make this whole thing look just so much more realistic already by design. And this is something I haven't been talking about very often in the past, because I have not really been the best example to. Like, I have built certain layouts and areas of zoos that were super intricate and super hard to follow for many people, because they have been so intricate, and I've spent a very long time, and I've spent a lot of effort into making this look good and intricate and nice, and as great as it was. And if you take, for example, Zoo Sicily as the latest example, that is super nice and so on, but also very complicated with all the different height elevations, and it's not simple to follow. And this is also not by design a zoo that you would build to be efficient and also space efficient, to be honest, because that's also what a city zoo has to be. There is usually not that much space available unless you're in New York and you've got a full central park, but that's a different story. We don't really have that much space, so we have to be more efficient with the space. And then again, I wanted to still have a huge entrance area, but then this also covers a lot of the essentials that we would normally bring in a bit of a different way. So today's video will showcase so much of the entrance area because it's so vital to the project. This will be by far one of our biggest plazas we are going to have in the entire zoo. This is one of these areas where you can meet up, you know, make sure that make sure that you make a plan with your family where to meet up later on. And, you know, if you're having older kids, you can say, hey, you know, go explore the zoo on yourself. And then at, I don't know, 2 p.m. we're going to meet up here at the statue on the Central Plaza. So this is a bit of the thought that went into it. So I didn't want to make a guided zoo because, as said, a city zoo is always very keen on making best usage of the space. But before we dive too much into that, let's quickly speak about the architectural approach I'm having, because we're literally building the first important building. And obviously I'm going into a little bit of Dutch architecture, which makes sense because we're building a Dutch zoo. But also this shall be a little bit of the story of the zoo. The Dutch architecture is very interesting because the Dutch are known for very great modern architecture as well, plus a very cool and cute kind of architecture from the past, and like a very it's a very iconic look, you know, that has even been featured in many computer games. And I just really like the Dutch architecture. My god, that's a tongue breaker in a way, its own. Dutch architecture is really great, and you know that we've been trying to build this a little bit with Kwali when we were doing the colonial Dutch architecture, mainly driven by Sylph, obviously. But I honestly wanted to get into that because it's a very familiar style for me personally, because we've been so many times in the Netherlands. I honestly can't tell you that this country doesn't even feel like a foreign country for me anymore. It's really, I still don't understand why I'm not speaking the language. I almost feel bad about this because, like, there's never been the point to learn Dutch, but I feel very bad because I've been there for so many times in my life and I still can't speak a word. I can understand quite a bit, but other than that I don't, and this is a bit of a weird thing. But I just want to take this in, and we are going to have a mixture of very classic old school Dutch architecture, which is going to be a huge feature here on the entrance area, because the entrance, I imagine, hasn't been changed that much. So what has been changed is this central element, what we're building right now. So this is going to be a combination of some Dutch elements, and you can see by this roundish swooping roof, it shall actually mimic a little bit of the Dutch hat. Is that like it's not a hat, what the millers in the past kind of have been wearing. So they, like, there's a very iconic Dutch Antje, almost like a picture. I want to say this is the one I had in mind. And then, like, a very iconic, is it a hat, is it a cap, I don't know how to call that, but I felt like this is a kind of cool idea to mimic this swoosh in here, but then pair it obviously with a very modern entrance building with these simple brick pillars in the center between these entrances, and then just pair that with some very big concrete slabs and some like very nice elements of stone and other brick types, just to get in the warmer temperature by the red brick, and then also work with this almost ivory covered and ivory colored, I should say, swooping roof element. And I'm very happy with it. I can't tell you how many attempts I've been deleting from the footage. I think this is my 7th or even 8th entrance design I've been trying until I was happy with it, because the two buildings to the left and to the right, you'll see later on in their finished version, they are actually the ones that mimic the old style. And then, speaking about the old style, I wanted to have something that I have never really been doing because it hasn't been part of the game earlier, but we need a souvenir shop right at the front. This is very common, and specifically in these old zoos you will have them because they were all about raising money. So as soon as they found out that souvenirs and merch is a good thing to make money, they had this thing placed very prominently at the very entrance of the zoo to make people really go into there and, you know, to spend the money they have on these animal plushies or whatever they had as merch. And honestly, it's super clever because most people would be leaving the zoo at this entrance again. So whilst the whole day was done, and maybe they have decided, okay, now the kiddo can have the plushie because it has been such a wonderful emotional day. You know, you've seen the animals, and you know, there's that will to spend money now. Again, it's like a double, almost like twice as clever positioning at the beginning or at the entrance area of the zoo. So here we are building this with a very classic Dutch style for the exterior facade, and it's been actually a little bit of a challenge until I was happy. So you can really see how much effort I put into this entrance area of the zoo, specifically because I wanted to nail that. And I feel like this project is the perfect combination of everything I've learned over all these thousands and thousands of hours I've spent building in Planet Zoo, and hopefully you guys can take so much inspiration from that. And there's a completely new usage of pieces in here, very European driven, obviously. You can imagine that if you want to go that route too, you should definitely have the Euro pack, as it's been one of the greatest packs when it comes to architecture. You get a lot of great pieces when it comes to these more classic old school houses, and with a lot of brick and, you know, different, I don't know, limestone and what else is in there, different types of stone, great textures, super flexible, everything. You have a lot of flexi-color elements in there. I think the Euro pack may actually be the one with the highest amount of flexi-color pieces, or maybe I'm mixing that up because we've had a bit of a backlash afterwards. I don't know, but I think it's still a very great pack with a lot of flexi-color options in there. If it's the most or not, I don't even know, but it doesn't really matter that much. It is a great pack, specifically for builders if you like building as I do. And you can see I've been doing a lot, and again, I've been cutting out so much footage that you cannot imagine. I could have easily made a video that was over 2 hours of content by having this stuff sped up 10 times, and I'm not even joking. That is ridiculous, because I really, like, I honestly hoped that this is not going to go that far, and all these hours of researching and gathering together, you know, music for the video, and making sure that I find the right images as like an inspiration, thinking about layouts, spending time on Google Maps. This, by the way, because so many people ask me always where the inspiration comes from. Well, that's that. I'm doing research, you know, looking at images at Google, was looking into some Dutch shops and so on, like daily shops or whatnot, like really making sure that I look at certain things. I just Googled for some classic Dutch buildings, and then I obviously also searched for some Dutch zoos, but then I figured many of the Dutch zoos are pretty modern by now, like Burgers Zoo or the one in Amsterdam. There's a Bjildrop, I can't pronounce Dutch so very well, so you know, please bear with me if I don't do that correctly. The same goes for Venlo, by the way. I think it's gonna be called Venlo and not Venlo, but it's like Venlo is like very German, I guess, and Venlo is like the Dutch pronunciation. But again, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. So I tried saying that, you know, in Zoo Sicily, it just took us until the very last episode until I was able to speak the word correctly. So maybe we're quick at this time. Now you can see I'm borrowing a lot of these classic European things. I'm also this time around not changing too many of the pieces, because I feel like they already fit in right as they should. You know, they're literally designed for that, so that's kind of cool. And hopefully we will save some pieces by the fact that we have a lot of these pieces. You can see I'm doing a lot of cleanup here to move things into the center. I've used the copy paste trick for those of you who are not aware. If you want to be kind of a bit more productive in these builds, you can always use the grid as like a guidance. You know, you build your one wall design that you want to have, and make sure that you've got at least one grid piece involved in that one. And once you're happy with the design, you can just select everything with like the group select option, and then you can just copy paste that by hitting Control D instead of X, and then you're able to copy that around on the grid, which makes it always super perfectly aligned. But sometimes if you haven't been 100% accurate on the 4 meters of the grid, you have a bit of an overlay to the side, and to get rid of it you need to move certain things around later on. It's still much faster than doing this by hand, but just as a little tip. Yeah, you can see for the shop I also did a bit of a backstage area for where the staff members can go, you know, obviously giving them a little bit of a gate, imagining that this is the warehouse where they have some goods stored and so on. Not the biggest one, because it's very close to the entrance. We are going to have a warehouse or like a storage house later on. And then I figured that this kind of castle wall over here looks like a very cool ground color or like ground texture. I was aware of the fact that this may not be the most clever one, but I feel like in combination with this one over here, another brick texture, it just kind of looked cool. And then we went back to the entrance area to finish that off, because once I was happy with the elements that we have in the central arrival area, once you've hit the entrance, we still needed to make sure the welcome area before the entrance, or in front of the entrance, still looks fantastic. And at this point it looks super bare bone, but trust me, in a second it's gonna look absolutely welcoming and warm, and I don't know, I really like it. And this, you will see that at the end of the episode, it really feels like the zoo you want to visit. And I am so happy that I was able to bring this to you, to carry this feeling over. I am literally so happy. And this fountain over here is also just like a little bit of a placeholder for the moment. I may actually do something custom later on with some, you know, some more water features in there. But for the moment, I just wanted to have this spot reserved for a little fountain. Doing obviously a bit of nature here and there. Maybe it's a bit too dry and I have to redo it a little bit. I may actually be tiny bit biased and too influenced by our Zoo Sicily build, where obviously the Mediterranean temperatures and stuff kind of made me do this too often. But hey, one of my favorite parts of the entire video, and I'm not joking, is this lamppost design. It is inspired by some pictures I found on Google of a Dutch lantern design, and as much as we have already a lantern in this game, which is already pretty close, I wanted to have my own design this time around. And honestly, I am happy, because I feel like it looks super cool, it looks super unique, it has a lot more Dutch flavor to it than the other ones. The other ones are a little more like they're classic European lampposts, but like this one has a tiny bit of a Dutch influence to it with like the usage of the iron pieces there. So I'm very happy with this. Overall, I must say I'm very happy with the outcome of especially this entrance plaza. There's been a lot of work going into that, not only planning but also figuring out what type of pieces I want, and you can see over here making sure that the plaza also looks good in terms of having the correct pathing underneath so that people move in a decent way. It wasn't all that easy. This is actually the third attempt. The first one was like really painting like a huge plaza and then putting some barriers on, but that was a chaos. So I decided to go for a bit of a wobbly, weird looking path and then just cover the entirety of it up, which honestly is the better way to go in general. Like, if I would say something to you for the future in terms of plazas, don't use the plaza tool from Planet Zoo, or like the way how you used to do this with the pathing. Just make sure that you put down paths as much as you can, and like make sure that there are several ways to reach areas, but there can be gaps in between. That is totally fine. Leave them there and just make sure that you mark yourself where these gaps are to put some planters in, and then make the whole thing feel so much more cohesive and nice by putting concrete slabs or whatever on top of it, or stones or billboards, as you will see later on in this episode. We're doing something with billboards again, and there is a reason why I said this is potentially my most elaborate and most complete build I've ever done, with all of these things I've learned over all the years and all the projects, tying this in here. And you can see also we have our guest spawner number 1. There will be several more, don't worry about this, but this is one guest spawner we have over here. We will have several guest spawners in fake cars. This is an idea I had recently. Like, I like that they're stepping out of the bus, but we could use the normal spawner and just hide the spawner beneath a wonderful parking lot and like put some fake cars down. I'm not entirely sure which type of cars I'm using. Like, there are some very good ones on the workshop, but I guess I want to rebuild my own car just for the sake of fun. I'll do this in some episode in the future. Not sure which one it's gonna be. But yeah, as it is a Dutch zoo and a Dutch area, we need bicycle parking more than anything. You know, our folks over there in the Netherlands, the Dutchies, they are an absolute bicycle nation, which I think is a great thing. I mean, granted, you don't really have that many mountains, do you? But honestly, you've got a lot of wind. So all these people always complaining about the Dutchies having an easy time driving the bike because there are no mountains or hills. Have you ever thought about the wind? You know, it's a very coastal area, and wind, I personally find wind is almost worse than inclines or declines, because with every incline there's a decline that you already know it's gonna be there. So it is, it's a very nice, fun experience to have go up and down. But if it's all straight and you just have headwind, that is the worst thing to have, you know. This is the absolute worst, because you're not like, oh yeah, in 2 kilometers it's gonna rotate and I've got a tailwind or so. No, you have it straight in your face the whole time, and you have to work twice or 3 or even 4 times as hard. So I feel you guys, okay? You're still very respectable that the Dutch people are such a nation of bicyclists or cyclists. That is so cool, and I wanted to pay tribute to that by having a huge bicycle parking. It's not going to be the last, because we will have a side entrance that is located towards the downtown city, just as a little spoiler for the future. Again, there's a lot more planned. If you're interested in the plan, I will actually upload the entire plan of the zoo in the Discord for members of the channel. So if you want to become a member and see this plan, I'm gonna have this plan public somewhere in the future, but I will put the plan coming week into the Discord to get some feedback on it, you know. And the founders will have the chance to give early feedback on that, which I think is a good idea, and I'm really curious to see. If you want to learn more about the founders of this project or the member engagement, make sure to stick with me till the end, at least till the real-time part, because we're going to talk about this. At some point in this Plaza build, I figured this is such a huge area, but we don't really have a ticket booth. Like, I know that the Netherlands is super digital, and potentially a huge amount of people will have digital tickets anyways, and many zoos nowadays don't really have that many ticket booths anyways, because again, people have most likely a season pass, or they have online tickets or whatnot, or they even have people roaming around outside just handing tickets like on a parking lot, you know, when there's like the cashier doing that. So I still figured we need at least one booth in here where you can get some classic tickets. You know, we have some grandmas and grandpas who are there with their beloved kids and grandkids, you know. That is definitely something that would happen. And if I look at, for example, oh, actually, to be honest, it would be my grandma or my grandpa who need that. My dad or my mom, if they have my little one with them, for example, they are digital enough. So you can really see that times are changing, you know. Kids nowadays with their grandparents, the grandparents are already digital. So, you know, I still believe that this argument of the old people don't have digital devices is slowly dying out, because these old people don't live that much longer anymore. But anyways, I wanted to do this little booth over here, because it's not only about the old people. There are still some people who just want to pay cash, okay? So you still should be able to do so. So this is why I made this little booth, and honestly, this tiny booth over here costs way more issues than I thought. I don't know how many variants of the roof I made until I was happy with one. I don't know, it just never felt right, and I just wanted to do something nice looking, which somehow feels Dutch, but also ties in with the entrance area here overall. But it still should feel like a more or less pop-up version, so it's not like a very, like, you know, permanent build. It's almost like, you know, a little temporary thing that just remains there for a while. And potentially there have been more of these little booths here in the past, but as they didn't need that many more, there's just this one remaining. And I also thought about maybe putting some old footers down onto the ground, you know, where in the past the other ones would have been, just as an idea. And then I was trying to figure out which sign I'm going to use to bring in like an actual info that these are tickets. But I figured, like, oh my god, like, all these signs in the game are really not helpful, or useful, I should say. And I start to understand why so many people use custom fonts. And I've started sharing this project in Bronation as well. Highly recommend if you go for detailed and realistic builds. And these people were like all in already on, oh my god, you need to go down into the rabbit hole of custom fonts. And I will, but I don't want to destroy the FPS already at the beginning. So that's the reason why I'm, at the moment at least, using in-game fonts or billboards, but we will have to use custom fonts at some point. Never mind, let's go into the actual habitat. Look, we're almost half an hour into today's episode, and now we're starting with the habitat. I wanted to go for a very easy starter animal, but there is so much more about this. Hold on, okay? Keep listening. I'm gonna tell the story why this is the thing it is. This is going to be a meerkat habitat at the very beginning of the zoo. So we really have this huge plaza, entrance area, very nice, and we have a typical starter animal. You know, kids want to look there. It's not too exciting. They don't want to run past it, but it's exciting enough to make them stare for a moment. And they are very thankful to be putting down. They don't need that much space. You can really tie that in nicely. However, the main reason why this is here is because of the desert house. I think I haven't talked about this in the entire episode yet, but the desert house is becoming our central element of the zoo for now. The zoo will have two central elements. The one is going to be the desert house, and the other area is going to be the aquatics. It's going to be, the desert house is more likely the older part of the zoo, and the aquatics is more likely the newer part of the zoo, which will showcase the transition from like a very classic city zoo, I guess, towards a zoo in the city that is still aiming a bit more on conservation and specifically with aquatics and so on. That's going to be very interesting to see how that, turns out to be working in the end. However, I needed to have this desert house be here at the beginning, and you will see this later on in the real-time part. I'm going to show you the shape of the desert house if you're not getting this already from the time-lapse. There's a very little cheeky element about this house that makes it hopefully very cool and a nice tie-in into the story. But it will become an essential part of every episode we will have in the coming weeks of this zoo, because I'm not going to build the desert house in like one go. I will build the desert house step by step, because every time we build something in the desert house, and I will talk about this later in the real-time part again, just so you have a little reminder, every episode I'm going to build something inside the desert house and something outside of the desert house. Because I figured, and this is again me learning from my mistakes I made in the past, or let's not call them mistakes, these were things that happened due to a reason, and I want to avoid this happening right now per design. And the design is that I'm going to force myself to build something around the wall of the desert house, I want to say. Usually what happened in the past, just to brief you in while you see this wonderful habitat built in the background, very modern by the way, this is I believe this should be like a refurbished outside area, which they have refurbished while the main entrance has been refurbished too. So that just as a little explanation why this is a bit more modern looking. But back to the topic, my biggest mistake in the past was not mistake, the reason why this happened is because I approached things like, I want to finish this house, and as I'm a very obsessed detail builder, I'm usually building a lot in this house, like a lot of details, and at some point I reach a little bit of a wall where I'm like, okay, I have to finish this right now. I can't put like 50 hours of work into the house only, and then I'm finishing off this house, but I don't have the energy and the will left to build something around the house. And so it always feels like that the house looks super nice, but the outside always doesn't hold up with how I envisioned the house, because it's per design that I have finished the house and later on I'm just going to slap something towards it or next to it. And I hope that by doing it in the way I'm doing it right now, taking each episode and making something inside and outside of the house, it will feel so much more coherent and nicely put together than it would if I only would build the desert house first and then we would go on with the next stuff. However, I still have some ideas in mind how I could still do a little bit of a desert house episode first, but more about that later in the real-time part. I just want to quickly talk about this entrance area a bit more because I tried so many things that I haven't done in the past, and I wanted to really make sure that I nailed the nature already at the beginning. I wanted to make sure that I nailed the overall atmosphere of this huge plaza, and like really making sure that you guys can already feel, yes, I'm in a city zoo, I'm in the middle of Europe, I'm in the Netherlands, That's something I definitely wanted to carry over. By the way, this billboard is a little bit of a hint towards something that's going to happen. For those of you who are members, keep an eye on this billboard, please. You'll see later why. But I just wanted to make sure that we have like a little centerpiece over here that is very typical for a zoo. This just kind of draws your attention towards this area. You've seen that I did a little trick over here with the entire area by sinking down the middle part of the plaza a little to make this all feel so much more interesting, with the staircases going up and down and having a bit of a different layering and making sure that it just feels not super flat, because we will have a rather flat zoo in the end. It's in the Netherlands, we don't really have that many hills, it's not like Sicily anymore, and you want to still make this whole thing look interesting, and you can do this obviously by slight subtle changes of height, and this is what I did here. You will also see that to the left hand side where the wonderful little souvenir shop is that it's not really done yet. You'll see that later on in the real-time part again. I know I'm hinting quite a lot towards this one because we are showcasing quite a lot. But the reason for that is simply I ran out of time at some point, and we will do this with a couple of fixes for the entrance area. I was talking to Sylph briefly, and he gave me a bit of feedback about some of the buildings. Now we'll do this feedback eventually, so that's also when we are going to finish the souvenir shop. But you guys can also take part in it, so keep listening. I'm gonna talk about this, as you can guess, in the real-time part, because I figure there's a kind of cool idea to tie you guys in. Anyhow, so we are getting towards the end of the time lapse, and oh boy, this has been a long time lapse. I hope I could carry you nicely through explaining a lot of things, why I did the things the way I did, and yeah. The only thing I can do now is wishing you guys a wonderful real-time part, because it's such a cool atmosphere. I wish to be there. I wish to do that again, but I've recorded this yesterday, so you already get to see something that I have already recorded. But anyways, it's been such a blast to build this. I feel so refreshed, and I hope I could translate that into the videos. Let me know in the comments down below if you can feel the energy going into this one. But now it's time to hand you over to the real-time Rudi, our good old friend, and enjoy the little tour. Oh, I have been waiting for this moment for a couple of weeks now. I hope you guys enjoyed the time-lapse and the voiceover so far, and now we are in the file. It's a very long episode 1, but I'm very hopeful that this will make you guys, be ready for more and hope for more. So this is the entrance area. You can see there's our little bike park. In the end, it's just like we've only one habitat, so just a couple of people came with a bike as of now. It's going to be filled over time, you know. We've some of the administration buildings in here. We've got a small little ticket shop in front of us. We've got this little fountain. There's the roundabout coming from the highway back there. This is our huge parking lot in a bit, and there will, something in the future will be done over here. And as we progress a little bit further, you can see we can grab ourselves like a little park map if we want to. If we want to wait for people, we can sit down and wait until everyone else came in. We have a bit of control for the guest flow, so either if people have to go in via this route because they don't have tickets yet, or the ones with the online tickets, they can just go a path through here and just scan their tickets, and then we are in this insanely huge and by far my best starting area. And then you can see people are already standing over here looking at something, and well, this is you guys. This is a little surprise I had been talking about, and also you can see how people just appreciate you guys in here. So to be more specific, you means the ones who've been at the time of recording being supporters of the channel by being channel members here on YouTube. I will be adding the Twitch subs in, or the Twitch people in as well, and I will be adding you guys. If you want to become a member and a supporter of the zoo, you can do so by becoming a member of this channel, obviously, and well, you will be finding your spot in here or closer to the habitats in future, because this is what we're going to do. This is going to be the founders area at the beginning, and once this is filled in, we're going to continue to have this in different areas of the zoo. So let's first of all go quickly through. You can hopefully read your name if you find it. I'm not going to read them all out. This video is long enough anyways, so you can see that. It's been actually a little bit of a stressful editing until I was able to make this look good. It's been a little bit complicated to make it look good, but I feel like at the end of the day it was really worth it. With our official Venlo Zoo logo in here, you can see that, and it kind of ties in nicely with the asphalt. When it's raining, it's looking all perfect. In the sun, we have this little bit of glossiness from from this being a screen, obviously. Nothing I can do about this, but, we could also just think that this is like polished marbles or so, and then that makes sense that, this would be put into marble. Anyways, we've got our wonderful shrine over here, a little bit of a zoo entrance. I'm also going to put like a zoo map on the backside once it's done, so it's not fully done yet. And yeah, so this is that. On the left hand side, we've got our souvenir shop. Let me just give you briefly a little bit of a glimpse inside. It's not fully done. It's just like the main layout, and we have to fill certain things in. And yet again, this is where you guys come into play. Give us some ideas what we can put in here. else next to the things we already have with the game? Well, if we continue our way on the other hand side, you can see people are just checking out some education boards. There's the access to the backstage area. We've got some restrooms and obviously access to all the other stuff buildings. This is going to become our super huge desert house at some point. And then if we continue, you can see some custom billboards over here with our little meerkats in. People can have a look at the meerkats exactly at the right height. As you can see, even kids can see it. A very classic zoo beginner animal with the meerkat, like a very classic beginning habitat, I would say. And this is, it's not going to be like a placeholder, but this is at least temporarily designed. It's gonna become a little bit different in the future because I will also have a bit of a change in the habitat. So I'm gonna stretch it out further here so that there is like a second tunnel leading to this side over here, and just making that a little bit larger as it is right now, but just a tiny fraction, okay, just to make it hug the pathway a little bit more than it does right now. And so this is actually the entrance area of our brand new Venlo Zoo. And I'm gonna jump out of this camera right now because I want to show you the whole thing from above to really tell you what's gonna be happening next, because I do have a very specific plan for the next episode, or I should say for the next episode. So first things first, I'm not sure if we've caught that from the time-lapse because I will have to tie the time-lapse together a little bit. This is another little special. You can see the desert house has a secret shape of a V for the Venlo Zoo, obviously. And what we're going to do is we are going to use this thing as a central element for the upcoming episodes. I've thought about this for so long, guys. I wanted to tell a story. I wanted to make this so much more engaging for you guys and getting into the city zoo vibe as much as I can. There's also going to be a bit of a surprise from our wonderful friend, Mr. Silverette. He's been doing, actually he did something that you will already see on YouTube rather soon. I don't want to spoil anything, but I will be able to benefit from that in a certain way, but more about that in the future. It's actually very nice to sell the story even more. And if we continue in the next episode in this area, and this is exactly what we're going to do right now, so you guys have an idea of what's going to happen, we are going to start over with a wonderful little area over here. And this one is going to be tucked to the desert house. So this is part of the desert house. As I said, we are going to finishing off the meerkat area. We're going to create like a second entrance to the habitat, but then what we're going to put in here is going to be a largibbon area. So the largibbon is the animal that's going to be in here. We are going to have like a little bit of a island, you know, that's going to be sitting here in the center. So there's going to be like a little bit of a nice island that they can climb to. So we're going to have a bit of a water feature because we don't have really that much water at the entrance here. Going to have some nice viewing from the side, but as it's a city zoo, I'm not going to go too, you know, elaborate into some crazy things. We're going to plan out the pathway a little bit more, and then obviously have a nice backstage access here for the keepers. And then this is going to be continued a little bit like that, so the zoo will branch out eventually into more of these directions from our central V shape. So you can really imagine it being a little bit like a, you know, pathway that goes a bit like that, guiding into a new part of the zoo. And then we will have more habitats following these path patterns. So there is a spot for another animal we are going to talk about in the future. At the same time, we will be doing something with the desert house, so that once we are one time around the desert house, the whole desert house will be filled, and around that we will have certain habitats as well. So that's going to be very nice. I'm still debating with myself if the desert house itself will become a glow up first of all. So might be second episode might be actually finishing the desert house as a house, and then filling in the habitats will be part of the future episodes. But you know, I still have to debate with myself if that's the plan. It took me over 4.5 weeks to get to this point with this wonderful build in front of us. So you know, we can take the time. But my target is to have an episode each week. So one episode a week. I'm not sure if I can stick to that for, you know, ever or always, but that's my target for now. One episode a week. And if you guys are in, have a look. This is going to be huge. Venlo Zoo is our brand new project. I really desperately hope you guys enjoyed the first episode as much as I did. I hope you guys enjoy being a part of it, as you can tell over here. I absolutely thank all of you because you are the ones who make all of this possible, and I can't thank you enough. This is just a tiny little bit I can do, so I'm looking forward to this series together with you. And just as a reminder, if you want to become part of it, becoming a member on this channel will put you onto that ground shrine marking, whatever you want to call that, and also being just a follower or subscriber on this channel already is a big help to reach that 100k target this year. I really appreciate all of you. Have a wonderful time, and I talk to you in the next one. Goodbye.
Welcome back to Venlo Zoo. Today in the second episode, before we jump into today's repurpose of a bear habitat, more about that later, let's have a look of what we have done in the last episode. So this open entrance plaza, including the entrance itself and a wonderful little meerkat habitat, has been done in the last episode, and also a very nice honor to all the members of the channel. There will be another one this time around, so stick around until the very end of today's episode. But first, let's start with a little advertising and then we get going. Even though I wouldn't really say it's an advertising, because instant gaming is a platform that is just good for all of you. You get the best games with the great discounts, DLCs, and even some money cards. They have a great support, and you can basically get whatever you want, from Planet Zoo to City Skylines to DLCs to whatever you can imagine. And the best thing is you help me directly to gain my targets, and also for you, you get the best value for every game. They have like wonderful stuff every time around, so check it out. Link is in the description. But now let's get back to the video. And before we get to the actual habitat, which is going to be very interesting because there's a funny little backstory. It's not really that funny though, but there is a good backstory to that one. We are going to revamp one of the buildings here in the entrance area. The reason for that is that with all the custom brick texture I was doing with the entrance and so on, this in-game brick texture felt super off. I have also shared a screenshot in Bronation because, you know, these people are like all obsessed with realism and stuff like that, that I was sharing this, and they also felt very off with this brick texture. So what I did over here is I completely exchanged all the in-game brick texture with some custom brick texture from one of the DLCs we got later. I forgot which one exactly that was. Not sure if it's like the Twilight bricks or I don't know, Mason bricks. I have no idea which brick, but it's like FlexiColor. And you can definitely tell why FlexiColor pieces are so much more important in this game than many other people think. Frontier at the beginning relied on the fact that their textures are so good that, you know, we don't need them, but well, they're not. We need FlexiColor. It's the best we need. Well, at this point in time, we need to talk about today's habitat. You've seen that from the thumbnail, you've seen it maybe from the title. We are repurposing a bear habitat, an old bear habitat. And specifically, this one has inspired by a Berlin Bärenzwinger, it's called in German. I have no idea what the English word for that is. But basically what it was is like a very old bear cage, or like a bear habitat, they called it. But I wouldn't necessarily call that habitat. It's definitely more like a cage or an enclosure, maybe. But it's been way too small, like very typical 18th, 19th century zoo style. So something that you definitely don't want to see nowadays. And I'm still intrigued by the design of it. I really like the design of this habitat itself. So the logical repurpose would be to put in way smaller animals, which is exactly what we're doing today. We are going to put in lyra gibbons and the wonderful small clawed Asian otter, because obviously these two A go together very well, B, they fit in nicely with the size, and C, they are kind of nice animals for this area in the park anyways. We also do a little bit of revamp of the interior of the meerkat habitat and the meerkat habitat itself. We are talking about this in a second, but let me just take that little moment while we are building the little concrete ditch over here, which is basically going all around the habitat to fill it in with water, which was obviously to keep the bear from escaping. But I'm gonna take this moment to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. The last episode
the new start of my project here has been really exceeding my expectations. Now, we all know that Planet Zoo is on a back foot. It's not really in the bestest of situations right now. We know that there's one more DLC, but we don't really know how many more in the future, or if there's even going to be more than one DLC. The interest on YouTube, granted, has been declined insanely, and if you look at the views that Planet Zoo polls in general, that is definitely not a game that has been such a big interest at the moment. I still love the game so much, and exactly because of this, I'm so happy that so many of you have watched the first episode, have commented, have taken part. Many people decided to either, get their membership enlarged or like extended, and some others joined new. So thank you guys so much. Just a friendly reminder, if you're listening till this point in time, if you want to have sneak peeks of this project, if you want to become a vital part of this park, a founder of some of the habitats, just as you will see later on in the real-time part, we have new founders of this very habitat. You can become a member on this YouTube channel, and if you're also in my Discord, you are automatically connected to the sneak peek channel, in which I'm going to drop screenshots, info about this project, early process things, maybe sometimes even screenshots from things that didn't make it. So if you're interested in that, you can become a member. And I also, because generally, I don't really like the subscription model too much. This is why I chose to go for the lowest amount possible. So it's 99 cents if you want to become a member on this channel. So that's quite low. You support me directly. You free me a little bit from the necessity, from the freaking views, what is this word even? Bare necessities, that's maybe the word. I can, Jungle Book comes for the help. Now, you can become a member, and this obviously grants you also access to the emotes on this channel. You can use them in the comments and if I will ever be live streaming on YouTube again, you will have them there as well. But again, access to the sneak peek channel is kind of a cool thing, and I will bring you guys in way more than in any other series I've done so far. I've got so many ideas how to implement, but yeah, that's enough of that, just so you know. And I just very much thank all of you for the support, and if not, it's way more than enough to subscribe to the channel for free and help me reach that 100K. Tell your friends to sub to the channel too. No, I'm just kidding. Let's quickly talk about this building. I have actually brought in a little screenshot at the beginning. So you have an idea how this thing looked. But I didn't look too much into detail then afterwards, because I decided to go for my own design, because I wanted to make sure that it fits in the bit more Dutch vibe. I could have gone for the very Bauhaus-inspired German Berlin vibe, which is like city zoo, German Berlin kind of architecture of the time. Wouldn't really fit in so well in here, despite the fact I really love how that looked. I felt it was necessary to bring this into the more Dutch vibe, which there are like small changes, using a bit of a different brick texture, making the roof a little bit different, and just in general trying to use a couple more other materials here, and using also some more white-ish or brighter corner pieces to make it stand out a bit more. And I think this way it'll make sure that it fits right into the Dutch theme as well. Maybe also like a little bit of a forecast to what's happening in the future of this project. I will definitely going to make sure that the outside of the desert house, like the left and right of the desert house, is going to be focused at making sure we have a lot of old buildings, either repurposed or still in the use that it has been from the beginning, and maybe just enlarged or like kind of improved, But the desert house itself, and this is the perfect segue into the little revamp of the desert house part, is going to be the modern thing, This is one of the things that modern zoos would do. Like they rip apart like a whole region and repurpose this to something more modern. But I want to have this contrast between the very modern desert house that has like a very typical, let's say 2010s, 2020s even, zoo approach, like very conservation oriented, very efficient in energy usage and all these kind of things, and then in high contrast to these old repurposed habitats around. That's going to be a very cool aspect of this whole thing. Yeah, you can see I'm going to build like a custom airlock over here, because obviously we are going to have a desert house, which has to be kept hot in a way, or hot and dry and not so humid. And since we are in the central area of Europe, we do have to ensure that this is going to work. Now, I gotta say also, it's like a little outing over here, but I don't have an issue with that. As you know, whenever I'm going to be in the zone and have such a good flow in projects, you can understand or you will know that I'm listening to audiobooks or podcasts or whatever. This is kind of a little bit of a, I don't know if it's a hobby of mine or how you, or is that like a little, I don't even know how you're a kink. I don't even know how you would call that. But whenever I'm building, I need to have like a podcast or an audiobook to just listen to and be in the flow of building. And recently I discovered an audiobook that I didn't even actually find on myself by searching or so, or like by looking at it. I just had some, it's kind of weird. I forgot to cancel my subscription on Audible, and then you get all these, like you get 2 or 3 or whatever credits, and you can purchase audiobooks from it. And I thought I didn't know what to do, and so there was like a suggestion of, because you liked the Hunger Games and Lord of the Rings and whatever, they offered me Fourth Wing. So I was like, what the hell is Fourth Wing? And I was, okay, well, whatever, let's get it. I've got them credits for free and I don't have anything else. I've got a lot of other audiobook stuff that I want to listen to, but these I can't because these ones are a lot more like topics that you really need to listen to very carefully. Like it's really about business and marketing and stuff. So I don't want to listen to that while I'm building, but like fantasy books and stuff I can listen to very nicely. So I found this Fourth Wing, and this is something I listen to for. So let me know in the comments if you've listened to that audiobook or read the book. Actually, there are 2 books, and the third one is coming soon, I guess. And also HBO, I feel like, was it on HBO? So they have already claimed the rights to make a series out of it. So very cool kind of book. I don't know. I like it. I'm not going to spoil what it is about, so check it out yourself. So yeah, that's what I was listening to during the build. And this is why I made, again, such a crazy progress in this episode. It's like space-wise, not as much as we did last episode, but from the detail and from what I have gotten done, this is almost more than in the first episode, which is crazy. And yet again, like I think the overall material that went into it, I lost a bit of footage because of some crashes. I guess it was like 7-8-ish hours, but you can definitely tell once I'm in the flow, this is normally worth like 10 hours, but I've been so much in the flow that I was so quick in building, and it all fits in so well that I was like, I'm going to leave it as it is because it's so good. So you can see this is also going to give you a bit of an idea how the desert house is going to be shaped. It's going to be inspired a lot by Burger Zoo in the Netherlands. They also have a very cool desert house, and I felt like I want to use inspiration from that one. We are going to have also some very cool animals in here in the desert house. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all fits in and how I'm going to bring in the backstage area. You've seen I made like a little bit of a side entrance to the Meerkat habitat, which features the little keeper hut in which they can prepare the food. So yeah, when I was done with this, I went back to our repurposed bear habitat, which is going to be, again, as I said, for large gibbons and the wonderful, wonderful small clawed otter, which I think is so cute. The only issue is they will not be able to deep dive because I didn't make the ditch deep enough. I opted for the looks this time around. I just hate the fact that you need to go so deep in this game. Like 2 meters doesn't seem like much, but for these small animals, 2 meters is looking very off, and I decided to go for like a meter depth of a ditch. Maybe I'm going to change this later on. It shouldn't be that big of an issue to change it because everything around is done, so exchanging the water shouldn't be that much of an issue. But, speaking about the deep dive mechanic, a potential Planet Zoo 2 in the future, if it's ever going to happen, I really think that this is one of the bits that I feel like has to be tackled. As much as I love the navigation system in this game, the locomotion system has brought something incredible to the table, but I really feel like the deep dive mechanic, as great as it is for bigger animals, has to be rebuilt for the smaller ones. Like, you see, I don't have an issue that seals and sea lions need like 3 or 4 meters of depth. That is totally fine and also goes in line with the conservation aspect. I totally get that. But like otters or like the African penguin, for example, they are so tiny. They would easily be able to dive in a 1.5 meter deep ditch, and like I gave them so much space in here, so much water to swim in. That would be awesome. But then again, I just can't. And I'm not even sure if it's about the depth or the width of this one, but they surely have to change this a little. I really don't like this fact. The fact that you need to go that deep, and there are some tricks to make it appear less big and chunky, but still it's not the same as just having a better mechanic. Like 1 meter for like they have improved that obviously along the line from 4 meters to 3 and 2 meters as well. But like I really would love to see 1 meter as well. 1 meter is okay. Like if you go for 1 meter and you have that only for the African penguin and the small clawed otter and maybe for the caiman, that would be amazing. So all the other animals can have some bigger requirements, but yeah. So as you can also tell, I'm going to put certain things in here. And also I wanted to leave some of the old stuff from the bear habitat in. The fun bit is that you can, some of these, you know, animal, kind of, what is that, termite mounds or so, or like these, I don't know, kind of things for the lagibans to get some food out are the same things that bears also would use. So that's kind of cool that this is actually the same. And yeah, I also tried to make the interior look a bit nicer as if there's like a cage. I didn't go too much into it because I will make some blueprints later on that I can use in every habitat. I want to have this level of detail, but I will go and make like a backstage pack for this zoo specifically that I can utilize in all these zoos, like some animal boxes, some animal cages, some food connectors and stuff like that. I didn't want to waste the time on that right now. I will do this in between. I think that's a very cool idea to have them blueprints available. So what I did focus on instead was making sure that they have enough climbable assets, making sure that the habitat looks interesting for the guest to witness, and also make sure that everything is realistically repurposed in here. You can see this would have been like a very nice bear viewing, or even imagine, like, I'm not entirely sure, maybe you can come up with a story for this specific zoo, but I figured that this area where we have now the outdoor section with the cage could have been the old entrance for people, because I figured the bear would even have less space inside of the house. Like usually what people did in the past was that you could even go into the house and there were like some huge windows where you can even see the bear sleeping. So I figured that would have been the case over here, so that the gate that we actually see over here was the guest gate, where there's like a small area to look inside where you can see the bear sleeping or so even worse, so that the bear didn't even get any privacy. Well, I think it's way better to get that out of the way and make sure that the guests can't really go in. There's enough space to view the animals from the outside. Also, it's been very stinky with all the, like with otters and the lagibans in. That's going to be a very stinky available area to be in. Whatever. My English is broken today. Forgive me about that. Now, yeah. As always, once I was really happy with the overall layout, it was all about fixing some of the open spaces, making sure everything looks nice and sealed and looks really a lot more coherent and finished, which is very important for me in this specific project. I don't want to leave any open spaces going on, because I remember how much of a pain that was in Sicily to do, and I definitely want to avoid this in time. I just don't want to do that again. This was such a pain. So this time around, we really tried to go from one area to the other and always connect both areas together. I really hope that I can stay to this promise and do the same in every aspect, but sometimes I get, it gets the better of me and I need to move on. But for now, I feel like it doesn't happen. The last bits I'm going to do over here is just style the area a bit nicer. Do a tiny little wonderful thing for you guys as the founders. You can see the new members over here are brought into it by having these little founder stones that we put behind the lovely benches over here. And, I'm going to do different things. Sometimes it's going to be a founder stone, sometimes something different. Just keep your eyes open if your name will be found there sometime. So let's move on. All right, we're going to start this in the rain today and also at the entrance, because obviously, as I said, I did change a bit of the brick textures at the beginning, and now you can see it in action. I really do like how it looks. I also put some vending machines in to just make it finished. Also some details on the floor, but more about that in the next episode, because I've already pretty much recorded the next episode. So there's also going to be a bit of a spoiler there in the back, but you'll see this later on, I guess, if I'm flying over. However, I did change a couple of things, and look, I like how this sideline over here is slightly hiding what's behind, but then again, it's not completely, and once you go over here, this space opens up to you. Still need to do something with the decals over here. You can see the two education boards that are awkwardly bright. Not sure what exactly that is and why they are so bright, but I think it's because of the small screens that are so crazily lit. whatever. I'm gonna put some images of my own in later on anyways, just for the moment. So this is the habitat, and you can see the ditch and so on looks really cool now. It's looking old enough, I guess, to, you know, to pass the idea of being repurposed. But then you also have the outside area here, a little of decals here and there. There's a little otter. Are you coming into the water, by the way? You're jumping into, yay, look at that. You're going for a little swim. That's how you do. I mean, look how tiny it is in comparison to this big one, and I'm really like, why the heck can it not dive? It's so odd. But yeah, so this is also over here where we have the Meerkat habitat. And before we look more at this wonderful outside area, let's go through this one and witness again the beauty of what Planet Zoo is capable of, or this engine. I love how you're inside of here and it's all of a sudden it's so dry and you can see the rain pouring down to the outside. Oh, I don't know, it's so good. It's just so good. Also, I need to close off some of the window panels over here, as you can see. This is why there's still some rain coming in, but that shouldn't be too much of a deal once it's done. So you can see a lot of the meerkats are now inside of the house. Look at the pattern. How distinct it is on these ones. Interesting. Very cool. And yeah, so this is how it looks, but you know, that's just like a tiny part of the house. It's going to look so much better once it's done. This part over here will be exciting as well. So can't wait to show it to you once it's completely done. So if we go out again, this habitat over here obviously has some flaws because there is no area to view them without being secured from the actually with being secured from the rain, without getting wet. At the moment you do not get wet. Oh, look at that. This, I have to exchange this one. It's like a little education board wrong placed, and you can see there's some of the largibuns, and just none of them are outside. They don't really like the, oh no, there's someone outside sitting out there. So yeah, both sides actually pretty much the same. And if you imagine this has been done for a bear, how small and not cool that was. Gosh, I love this view. It's looking so cool. I really appreciate how this looks in the whole overview of this area. Pretty big fan of it. It just, I think it fits super well into the entire zoo. And also like this little patch over here, as barren as it looks, I feel like it's super nice. And I may actually at some point put some curbs around here, but I'm not entirely sure if I will. It's sometimes it's also nice like that. Maybe I'm just going to work with some decals to not make the, you know, edge feel like so crazily cut. But that's all, I guess. I think otherwise I'm really happy. And then last but not least, very important, Andy Zeus joined our party, as well as Christian Vlad did. And Mr. Kane and Faye kind of, he was the one to mention that, actually, oops. He mentioned that the Twitch supporters are missing, and so I will actually sprinkle the Twitch supporters in here as well. But I do have another idea for the Twitch supporters, so just wait for that. Also, there's like this little problem that with the free build, sometimes, you know, the terraforming gets into the path texture. But at this very point, I want to keep it because it looks like a little bit of a hole inside of the concrete, and I don't know, I like it. It feels realistic, so I really do keep it the way it is, as if there's like some broken or something, I don't know, a stone crushed down to the ground and made like punched a little hole in there. So yeah, that's that. There's really not that much to talk about. Let me just jump out of this camera because this is exactly what I was aiming for. Oops, that's the wrong mode. There's also the other thing I'm gonna build. Haha, look, it's hidden. Let's also jump into normal conditions. Oops, there you go. Just to see that in sunlight as well. The keeper's just outside and doing some control work. So yeah, this is how it looks from above, and obviously this is going to be where some backstage area is going to be at. Same goes on this side. There's also some backstage area to what I'm going to be doing there. It's going to be fit in so that this is the huge plaza in the middle. I still have to kind of find a way to see where I'm going to connect both backstage areas, because one little issue I have is, and I didn't really think about that, like this could be like an entrance hub for the backstage area, which is going to get a connection from here coming in there, and then there's going to be another backstage area which gets a connection from over here. I think this is the idea, but then there's no connection in between, only with maybe some smaller vehicles. So maybe I'm gonna change this gate over here definitely, and then they could use this area to go with that little small buggy or so, and then I'm gonna rip apart some of this here to have a gate that goes into this backstage area. I feel like this is exactly what I want to do. So yeah, this has been it for today's episode. Let me just actually leave the camera over here. So this is the wonderful area of the Lara gibbon. Maybe we can catch some brachiation over here. There you go. Look at that. Perfectly fine for us. Perfect moment. Love it. Okay, so this has been it, guys. This was today's episode of Venlo Zoo. As always, I am so happy that you guys keep supporting the channel, keep supporting that project. And as you know, the best support ever would be to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, do double check if you're still subscribed. As I said lately, YouTube is unsubscribing people actively for whatever reason they do that. It's a thing. It's not a lie or so. It is actually happening. So double check that. And I can already tease next Saturday's episode is also already in the book. So that is going to happen next week. So keep an eye on the channel. It's going to be happening. I really am super happy. Make sure that you leave some comments what you would love to see in this project too. Maybe some ideas for the future, some ideas for the desert house. You know, make sure to be part of it because I want you to be part of it. And I talked enough about the membership. If you want to become a member, founder of this project, you can do so by becoming a member of the channel. Everything else is already explained. I wish all of you the bestest of weekends. I would love to talk to you again next week. So have a wonderful time. Thank you so much and goodbye. Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo, our city zoo project in the midst of Europe. In the last episode, we have actually built an old bear habitat, and this has been repurposed into a wonderful Lara gibbon and small clawed otter habitat. In today's episode, we are going to look at a penguin, the African penguin habitat. So we are still going with the starter animals, but there is a very special story about this very habitat. I did actually lose some footage, and this is why we will jump right into the story behind. I wanted to give you a bit of a, slow time to get in, but I was a little bit too quick on deleting footage because I was running on, hard drive space was full, and so I needed to delete a couple of things. Now, this is a habitat that used to be here since the very beginning of the zoo. However, they have decided to keep the location for the African penguin because it is a good location. But, however, they needed to enlarge the habitat over time because, the requirements for animals just in general and also the conservation aspect has grown for the people and has been there to be met, and because of this they had to kind of change the habitat. And my attempt was to go in that we can still see part of the old way the habitat was built. You can also see these kind of blocks over here resembling a little bit of the old very small habitat, and the left hand side, the viewing, which is also receiving a little bit of an old path that is using, a couple of tricks to make it look a bit more used and overgrown. And also this typical statue. This is the little path I was just talking about. This is going to be exactly where usually the old viewing has been located, and from there on we are going to emerge into the new part. You'll be able to see that a lot better in the real-time part. Now, I also have to admit, I wanted to build even more in this episode, but there was something this week that I needed to address somehow, and where I have put a lot of effort into making the video. So if you have been living under a rock or behind the moon or wherever in the last couple days, you potentially have missed out on the fact that Planet Coaster 2 has officially been announced. And I guess 99% of you who have clicked on this very video have already seen that. Or maybe you're even here because you have clicked that one and you're like, hey, what is Planet Zoo looking like? Well, if you're interested in Planet Zoo, first of all, I highly recommend doing so, even though if you're not maybe a zoo person, do it in preparation of Planet Coaster 2, because these games are so similar and you can already enjoy the great new graphics and a way more stable and way more performant game. And also, if you use my instant gaming link in the description, you'll get some very good discounts on the game and you can just give it a try. Highly recommend it because it will make the transition into Planet Coaster 2 a lot more simple. However, I'm speaking about Planet Coaster 2 and Planet Zoo a little bit more in a next episode, so keep your eyes on the channel if you're interested. I think the most important information here is, and this is also I think the most relevant and you know, in terms of transparency, the most important reason, I'm not gonna drop Zoo, okay? So for those of you who've been fearing that, because I received these questions so often in the last 24 hours, no. There is a difference to the situation with Planet Zoo versus Planet Coaster back then, simply because Planet Coaster was barely even playable for me anymore. All my projects were at a point where the performance was done and dusted. There was no real reason for me to continue anyways, and I would have needed to start over with a completely new one, which I didn't want to at that time. And here we are. We just started a brand new project in Zoo, which I'm clearly not gonna drop anytime soon, and also I have planned some one-offs in Zoo, and so don't worry. Anyways, let's get back into talking about this penguin habitat. One last little anecdote or little fun story. I did re-record the voiceovers of Venlo Zoo, I think 4 or 5 times, because I accidentally spoiled something about Planet Coaster 2, which was obviously not my intention and wasn't even allowed. So I had to re-record that, and this was a bit of a painful time. The last 8-ish weeks I already knew about Planet Coaster 2. That was pretty interesting to keep, you know, keep safe and keep sealed while doing all these talks about potential new games and stuff like that. But yeah, so I want to specifically talk in this video about the new part of the habitat, which is just about to start right now. You'll see it's going to take up a good 2/3 of the time lapse today, which is down to the fact that I obviously had a bit of a lost footage, and the planning and backstage area of this habitat went into the void of being deleted from my hard drive. But I wanted to play around a little bit with something that we actually have seen in the trailer, in the announcement trailer of Planet Zoo. It's been very interesting because I've gathered together so many old trailers and stuff recently for my Planet Coaster 2 announcement videos, that I also looked at some of the announcement trailers of Planet Zoo, and I found these interesting stucco wall designs with the very plain, very modern white pieces, as you can see that I'm using over here. And this is one piece in the game that I felt like works super well with it, and I wanted to have this contrast specifically over here with like this old school left-hand side where all the old kind of heavy stones have been used, and typically all these very old aquatic habitats you see in city zoos specifically, they are also super dark because they have over time like weathered so heavily that there is like there's like so much algae and stuff that went over the rocks and dark rocks and being wet the whole time, and moss on top of it in our region here obviously, that it makes a great contrast with these bright colors. And this is why I went for the white stucco design with a lot of hedges and stuff. A lot more easy to maintain, not that much more easy to clean up though, but whatever. Oh, actually, there is a bit of backstage work in here, so at least you can see the backstage, how it's interconnected. But I'm gonna guide you through it a bit more in the real-time part. So if you're interested for that one, I'm gonna talk you through there. But let's focus on the architecture. I didn't specifically have a example like I had in the last episode, so it's not based on one particular habitat. But the old part specifically is based on a lot of very typical zoo aquatic areas, like for example, like for seals or smaller penguins, you see that normally. And if you look at, for example, the Krefelder Zoo, that's a smaller zoo very close to where I'm living, they have a very poor old seal habitat still, or sea lion actually, I'm not sure if it's seals or sea lions, which is exactly one of these very typical old ones, and I really hope that they are going to receive a new one soon. But what they do have is a pretty damn new African penguin, almost sanctuary, I want to call that, because it's like a very open, spacious area where you can go through, and they have like a very nice water swimble area and some very cool bushes to hide in, and you know, it's very nicely done. And it's a very cool contrast between those two habitats. But I wanted to have this inside of one habitat, and this is why I decided to go for this very modern-esque design. What also comes with this is that, you know, you have to expand a habitat into a certain direction, and usually there is something in this area that has been there in the past. And I'm gonna do this in the next episode, that we will see some reminders of the old habitat that used to be in this very location. I'm pretty excited to bring this to you because I feel like these are the little details I may have missed in some of the earlier projects I had. Not intentionally though, I didn't focus on that because it's very hard to focus on everything in every series, you know what I mean? You have to kind of get yourself a storyline nailed down to follow, and Zoo Sicily, for example, was really focused on translating the Mediterranean vibe and focusing a lot more on, making sure that the nature is spot on. Everything about this is nice. Yosemite Valley obviously was this promise of a huge zoo in Yosemite Valley and making everything scale and the nature around, making the context of Northern American Park, making this correct, which worked out pretty well, I think. And this park over here is going to be a very story-driven, typical city zoo. And speaking of course, there are a lot more members now on the channel, so big thanks to all of you who joined. You'll find yourself in some of these areas, so stick with me till the real-time part because you'll be finding your names there. I'm gonna show you there. It's gonna be. I really like this. It's a very fun thing to have in every episode. I'm also always waiting till the recording until I put in the names to give you guys the time to become a member of the channel. In case you don't know what exactly that means, for only 99 cents you can become a member of the channel. You receive the access to certain emotes and so on, which to be honest you can use. You don't need to use. You have access to them, it's fine. But it just basically you support me, and there is no difference between the tiers, so you don't need to do anything else than buying the lowest one. You can obviously, if you want to support me more, buy a higher one, but it doesn't give you any more benefits, to be fully transparent. But you will be put into this game, into our founder stones or founder areas, so your name will be in here. And also you'll get access to a members-only chat on Discord, where I eventually put some screenshots in. I will always put all the screenshots that I'm using for thumbnail making, so you see all the angles that I've been playing around with to make good thumbnails. And I will also give you some work in progress shots eventually. This week I was a bad person because I was actually too frightened to share anything, to not spoil anything. I don't know, it doesn't make any sense, a screenshot wouldn't have spoiled anything, but yeah, I was frightened, okay? I was scared to death to leak anything or so, because Frontier and leaks haven't been the best pairing in the last couple of years, so I didn't want to be the person who accidentally does something like that. So that is basically why I'm always a bit more careful in these weeks of these huge announcements. But anyways, you can see already I'm placing some of the latest details here, putting down certain things, and I'm gonna prepare, and this is where we can make a good segue before we go into the real-time part. I'm very happy with how the penguin habitat turns out, but more about that in the real-time part. This over here is preparing our desert house, and I'm not entirely sure if I get this done. I will try to focus on making the desert house thing for next week's episode, even though I am not entirely sure if I will be able to nail it down, because maybe I'm gonna do something else. I'm not entirely sure. I have some ideas in mind, and the desert house doesn't need too much care as of now. I'm not sure if I would get it done anyways already as a whole, but I simply want to continue this very story-driven approach, and I have 2 or 3 stories in my head to go for the next episode. I don't want to say too much, but I feel like I have to go inside of the desert house for the next episode. And this is just laying the foundation of how it could look and where we are going to go. Once I was in a very good flow, I thought I may actually get a little habitat done for today's episode, but I should also try to lower the expectation a little bit. It's not possible to do, 2 or 3 species per episode per week. That would be a little bit too much. And also, I've got upcoming holidays. So the first 2 weeks of August, actually, I'll be gone for holidays. And frankly, I think this time it's going to be very ambitious to pre-record something. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of a gap in between. I don't know yet. I don't know if I'm going to carry my computer with me. I don't really have good internet where we will be going, so I really don't know. It's just maybe I do, maybe I don't. It's a bit of a hassle at the moment with work and having a kid and all the other duties you have at home. to get these things down. But maybe I'm able to do so. We'll see about this. But yeah, you can see nailing down a bit of the style here, how the indoor section should look like. And I'm very happy that people on the last episode commented that this reminded them of Burger Zoo in the Netherlands, because this is literally the biggest inspiration for this desert house anyways, and I'm gonna really base some of the things on this one. So yeah, good spot there, I want to say. But anyways, let's move over to the real-time part and have a look how it actually looks inside of the game, and where you will find your names if you have become a member. Alright, we're starting our little tour yet again in the entrance area, because I wanted to show you a little bit around. I did do some changes in here, you know, we've got some drainages now and some little decals here and there to make just this area look better. Last episode I talked about the fact that I changed some of the brick textures. You can see that now in action. Nothing in particular crazy, so this is why we're gonna move on now towards this whole new area. So we're going to go around here. Oh, by the way, maybe something you haven't seen. Look at that. I changed this entrance area. We now have a little meeting point here for some education tours. We do also have some vending, not vending machines, ATMs in here embedded into the wall. The information kiosk next to it, some balloons, and then there's like a new wall down here that separates this area. And then once you go over here, you do have a little entrance to the backstage area. So just a tiny little thing over here. Oh, look at that. I need to get rid of this little, what's that, rock lurking out of this region. And then you can already tell I used a bit of nature over here. This will also receive a tiny little bit of an Easter egg. You can see I have hidden away the backstage quite nicely with some bamboo, just like zoos do. They love their bamboo, just to hide anything away, basically. It's really true. It's like really what zoos and also theme parks do. Look at the kids playing down here. Just really love that interaction in front of a habitat. Yeah, to the right hand side there is a new entrance to our desert house, basically the same style as on the other side, our airlock design. And then if you go here, this is exactly what I meant. This is the old viewing part, and what we will see, and this is part of the Easter egg, is going to be like a little bit of an old pathing that's going to go somewhere in here where they have done something. But yeah, so you have to imagine that this was the habitat. Like really, this is all what the habitat used to be. You can see there is the wall already broken up. There is another wall part, but that is already from almost the second stage. Like the first stage was really just that tiny space over here where you can see the curve, and then going further over here around that edge has been the habitat. But then they enlarged this 2 times, and now it's the habitat that it basically is. They even received like a little bit of a beach section down here in the back. But yeah, it's nothing like really special though. As these animals don't really require something too special. I feel like I really found a good balance between giving it a style, but then again don't do too much. Also having some significant foliage behind there and just making sure everything is licensing together. And they can also basically, you know, swim and dive, which this time around I wanted to ensure. In the other habitat I didn't really want it because, you know, the otters are more like a style reason to be in here rather than the show star or the star of the show. And yeah, so moving over, oh look at that, I really like that shot of someone filling in. That's so cool, filling in the water bucket right now for us. There's a little one diving. So yeah, the more you go over here, before we look at that, there's another entrance to the right hand side. Let's quickly jump in so we have that sorted out of the way. So yeah, this is what I've done to the inside. You can see this pathway over here gives the feeling across, and it really gets across what I wanted to achieve. There's some stone missing here, making sure that everything looks nice. And then yeah, if we turn around, you can see this is a pretty open space, and I will do something about this space as well. It's gonna be more of a little plaza here, I'm gonna say that already, because we need one definitely inside of the house, and this is going to be part of a bigger habitat here on the left hand side. I mean, left hand side depends on from where you're looking though. And then you can see the shop, which also gets like a little bit of a backstage access, which is pretty visible at this point, but it won't be so visible when it's done. I have some ideas how to hide that away. And yeah, going out of this one, you are greeted, and I think this is like a very good use of space, that we have exactly this viewing area in front of this airlock so that the congestion is also avoided a little bit, because otherwise this would be pretty like a pretty narrow area. So it just made sense that they opened this up towards this viewing opportunity where you can already see the animals diving, and you can see part of the habitat. There's also like this little connection piece where the old habitat used to be, and you can see there is like already, or there's still a part of the foundation in the ground. So reminders of the old times, so to say. And then you've got a very nice first look from over here. You can get very close with the animals. Kids can actually go down and have a look. But if also the parents want to see, you can go around that corner. And there is even better of a viewing opportunity. Speaking of, there is also our founder, or in this time our donator stone, if you will. And we are going to welcome Aaron Miller, Pia, Zefkev, Leonard Kyle, Samantha Selman, and Planko. And I'm quite sure that Aaron Miller has already been member of the channel for a longer time and has been rejoining us now. And I do see this because the longer you're a member, your little icon you have next to your name is changing until you receive the golden camel. And this is going to be the sign that you have been subscribed for more than a year, which is odd. Are you okay? Are you okay, my friend? What is your problem? Do I need to loosen some of your pain? What's the deal? Okay, so yeah, that's pretty interesting. I'm gonna call this the hummingbird of our of our diveable area. But yeah, apart from the fact that this one is very magically floating in the water, this is the area down here. It's a little bit more clean than the others, as you can see. There's just like a little bit of a dirt on the ground, but not too crazy. No cracks in the ground as of now. No cracks in the sides. Just very new, like these planter types over here. Very modern stucco design. Nothing, you know, old. You've got the stucco wall over here, very nicely brought together, and you can really tell that this is the new part assembled on here. And you can go down and have a very nice look of them diving around. They have a very spacious habitat, so we can even hope for some offspring eventually. And yeah, there are some seating opportunities up here. I'm actually not sure if it's gonna stay this way, by the way. This is just like temporary, and we may actually jump out of this cam to give you a bit of a more free look at the habitat. So this is how it hugs into this area. Also, speaking of the backstage, I was talking about this. This is how it looks. Like very simple, you know, nothing crazy or fancy. And as I said already in the last episode, it's gonna be connected to this area, to the street at some point, because this is where they receive the goods and so on. But it just makes sense that from a, you know, logical standpoint, and you know what, we can actually do this right now, just so I have an idea, and just gonna keep that on 100%. So just from a logical standpoint, the zoo would technically be able to expand a little bit to this side, you know, because it would make sense to have a little bit of an arm going into this region for several reasons. So you have a very good opportunity to put in another habitat just in this space over here, simply because it will be connected to the backstage area, and we could have a little hub of staff rooms and so on in the middle. But B, you could even have like this meandering down into another region, and then eventually have another side entrance here, which I feel like is a good idea to have. Like maybe not here, maybe even further down. But I did want to have some side entrances. So I think this planning over here isn't the most stupid idea I've ever had. I think it's actually pretty clever. And then this area is eventually changing, but also not even changing, but just in general, I think making even more sense than it does already right now. So this is what I'm looking at for the future. But one thing I can definitely tell you is that it's not gonna be next episode. Because what I want to really finish off first is this entire desert house approach. And do not spoil too much, because I don't even know if it's gonna be the next episode or not, as I've already said in the time lapse. This central part over here is going to be one big habitat. You can now comment down below what you think, which type of animals will go in here, what this is going to be. But yeah, it's going to be one huge habitat connected to this one wonderful, well, desert house. And you know, there's also obviously a side over here that is not filled in, and there's other stuff that needs to be done, and you know, there's a lot to do. But I'm looking at this right now with a big smile, because like just seeing how this entire area came together, it just really translates the style that I wanted to achieve with this zoo. I feel like the pathing feels super organic and realistic as it stands right now. You have to obviously see that with the interior together. It's not like just what you see to the sides. It's very, very close to the building itself, but as we've talked about in the first episode, and sorry if I'm going to talk too much about this right now, but it's very important to get the story across. Like we've talked about this in the first episode, this desert house is something they have built way, way later than the rest of the zoo. So you really have to look at these habitats as if they've been here already for a while, and then at some point they ripped apart something here in the center and put this very new desert house in. And this is why you need to maximize the space available, and hence it just makes sense that this is so close to other areas. And this is why they did little things like this, why opening up this little segment, getting closer to the habitat edges, is not only a design reason for making it look good, but it's also a design reason for giving the people space to move, actually. And the same goes over here, you know, we don't really have a very nice connection to both sides, but it does open up into wider areas to both sides, to the left and to the right. So again, a little bit of a trick to avoid congestion and making sure that realistically it kind of works this way. I also do love that little bit of contrast here between the path and then the more modern concrete over here, with all this moss and little stones in between. And then we've got this old statue, which also looks like as if it's been a lot more weathered. And then over here you have a bit more of a modern statue that is connected to the fake education thing. I hate that we can't change which animal and so on we have, so I just tried my best in just hiding that and assuming that this is something else to be doing. I could put like a custom billboard in there in the future, but you know, at the moment I don't think it's necessary. But yeah, just looking at this whole thing and flying through here, I do think this city zoo vibe, what I wanted to do, comes very nicely across, and I can't tell you guys how much I'm enjoying myself doing this. Again, there will be a bit of a special episode here and there, and I will continue growing the zoo. I am pretty sure that we are not going to fill this entire space because performance-wise, there's no way this is going to happen. But I feel like, you know, filling in a good chunk of the central area and making sure that this is a lot more compact zoo will make it still look like a very fairly nice zoo. And maybe we are going to do something like a safari or so. I don't know, but just like there are a bajillion possibilities to do so. But for the moment, I am very, very happy with how this turns out so far. And now all I can say is a big, big thanks to every single one of you. You know, not only subscribing to the channel, but also becoming a member and being part of the series by just simply watching. The last couple of weeks have been a blast on this channel. Now with the announcement of Planet Coaster 2, it's becoming even better. You can see the views went crazy these days. So yeah, everything that you do, guys, is very much appreciated because you put me in the position I am. And this is why I'm very grateful. And I do hope that I can give you something back with these episodes, trying to really go deep onto the story building and just giving you also a lot of tips and tricks and why I do certain things and what kind of thoughts are going behind, because I feel like this is what I can, well, give you, you know, what I can bring to the table. So please let me know in the comments what you think of this episode, what you want to see in this zoo in the future, and feel free to leave some feedback on the channel. And if not, well, just like the video and be happy with it, hopefully. And again, if you want to find your name in here, you know how to do it by now. Become a member and you're good to go. Also, one last thing, and this is just making sure that you guys are aware of it. If you want to test out Planet Zoo, Planet Coaster, or any of the DLCs, check out my link in the description for Instant Gaming. They are super cheap at the moment. It's not only summer deals on Steam, but they also have some summer deals, especially of these wonderful games in there. It's crazy, actually. Sometimes you get like 10 DLCs for under 30 euros or something in like together or whatever. It's crazy. But yeah, so have a wonderful weekend, guys. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. And also, if you're a fan of Zoo Sicily, you may want to watch YouTube. Not on this place though, but just check out some other channels. Eventually you may or may not find Zoo Sicily. So I'll leave you with that. Have a wonderful time. Stay safe and goodbye. Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo, our European city zoo, and in the last episode we've actually built a penguin habitat for the African penguin with a special twist. Actually, this habitat used to be an old one, very small, and we enlarged it into a modern, bigger one, which I think turned out absolutely beautiful. But in today's episode, we are going to focus yet again onto making, first of all, more bicycles, because our zoo grows, and so we need more bicycles to be parked over here. At the end of the day, we are in the Netherlands, and people will come by bike eventually, which I think is a brilliant trait about the Dutch friends on the other side of the border. However, first things first, we need to cover up our desert house. Today's episode will feature actually a lot. This is quite some footage I have put together, and also this time around sped it up by 9 times other than the normal 7 times, simply because it was so much and I didn't want to delete all of it. I still have not used 50% of the footage and cut out some boring parts. However, the first active thing I did over here is finishing up the roof area of our desert house. It still has these kind of open spaces to the left and right of these triangles. I will still have to cover them. Not sure why I didn't do that quite now, but well, whatever. And then I went on to preparing the area of, well, the center, so to say, because our entire building is made in the shape of a V, obviously, for Venlo Zoo. This was always the idea. I've already showed that to you in the last episodes. And there is a specific thing that is important to note about this habitat. There is a lot of implied stuff going on, so you understand where this is coming from. So, this entire build has the idea that there's a huge basement below the desert house. So once this has been established as a modern build, they obviously have rebuilt it from the ground up, and the main idea was to just have a huge basement area below the desert house, which can also house some animals, has some shelters and stuff like that. But what I don't like is if these things are built and you don't even have some light coming in, and this is why I made already sure that we have a huge ditch here at the beginning, which lowers the ground, and then we have some window areas. I obviously used the non-transparent windows because obviously it's all implied and I couldn't build any interior behind that. I mean, I could, but this is not the point. Even though I might be tempted at some point to do that, but it's going to be a bit harder with the terrain around. So I have a different idea of doing so, but for the moment being, I just made sure that we have some entrances to the shelters, as you can see over here. This is the garage door I was using, and making sure that this is a realistic entrance to a, well, underground section. And the idea is that this can house all the animals that are living in this huge desert space. Now, which animals, you may be wondering, or actually I'm not, because you've seen the thumbnail and title of the video, but if you're listening to the video, I'll give you a bit of a story. So at the beginning, I wanted to put in only the camel, and then I figured, you know what, I have a huge space and I could make this a shared habitat, because usually camels are not held together with other animals in a habitat, but they do go together according to the Zoopedia in this game, but also to some zoos in the world. They do sometimes share the habitat, and I kind of had the idea to go with a gazelle, and I then decided to go with a very unusual choice when it comes to these pairings, and this is the African porcupine. Now, I do know that there is barely that much of the actual habitat they are sharing in the world. Like, they do share some of the habitat, but it's actually a tiny fraction only from their overall natural habitats. However, they do go together somehow, and I would believe that they would arrange relatively quickly. I mean, camels can be rather aggressive, and they can also be territorial, but they will notice relatively quickly that, going to a porcupine isn't the most, let's say, comfortable thing to do. And at the same time, obviously, the porcupine may not want to go and fight with such a big animal. So eventually they will get along. At least this is my idea. And this is the reason why I decided to go for those 3 types of animals living together, sharing this huge habitat. But I did one thing for the porcupines, which you'll see in the footage in a bit. I actually gave them an interior space that they can go to get, out of the way from the gazelles and the camels if there is a need to. The gazelles and the camels, though, have to get together. They have to get along, because otherwise it just doesn't work. But they should. The Zoopedia says that. The quick little dirty online research said that. So I think they'll be fine. They'll be fine. They will be getting along just fine. And so this is why I decided to go for that one. Now, you can see, as always, I'm using a lot of these boulders over here, these little rocks. And for those of you who need this trick and haven't seen this, I'm using this and doing this as one group. And once I'm happy with where they are sitting, I'm taking the whole group and I'm sinking the group into the ground ever so slightly, so that all the rocks go below the ground and it looks even more realistic and natural. Once I've done this, I went on and put some bushes down. well, believe me or not, I was too stupid to create a group. First of all, you can see I'm not working in a group, which I noticed like 10 minutes later when it was all too late. But I eventually was able to just select them just fine and move them also as a separate group and make this whole thing look a bit more overgrown. Like realistically, this is the only region where some stuff can grow, because obviously inside of the habitat, everything will be relatively bare. I have gone for a bit more styling at the end, as you will see in the real-time part. But to be completely honest, like these animals, like camel habitats, most likely are super boring. This is also why I have relatively seldom built for camels in this game. I mean, it's just like a lot of sand and a bit of soil, a rock here and there, and 2 or 3 enrichment items, and they're pretty much good to go, you know? There's really not that much of a huge need for anything else. They're just fine with that. I mean, living in a desert, what would we expect, you know, building a desert house? But speaking of, this is the porcupine area in the desert house, because I also wanted to have something inside of the desert house. So not only to the outside, also the inside. And then you can see I made sure that they have a little bit of an entrance, was checking the traversable area to ensure that only the porcupine can get through and none of the others. Unfortunately, that also means we can't have any keeper stuff in there, so we can't really make sure that they get some food. It's a bit of a pity, because the second I would build a gate, the gazelle could also get in just like fine, and also I think baby camels could get in through this one too, and I wanted to avoid that, and this is why I went on creating like this little gate over here from some sandstones, as you can see, just making sure that this looks good. And I was also trying to lay out a couple other habitats just so I had them, simply because it's always a struggle to work with these things. And at this point, I'm also not using free build anymore. The fact that Zoo Sicily is crashing so much with other people has made me stop using the mods a little bit too excessively, I guess. So to make this zoo a bit more, you know, achievable, I will eventually get back to free build, because this didn't cause me any more issues after all. But I guess I have to get rid of the pathing mod, which honestly is something I would love to not do, because the pathing mod is just one of the best things that has ever happened to the game. You get so much more freedom in building null path, even raised null path, which is brilliant. So, yeah, I don't know. But you can see I'm using a couple of little tricks over here to make things look nicer, putting like a bit of a hot tap in here for our porcupines so that they can get here. And then I was trying different things, you know, to just make these habitats look a bit more interesting and nice, and put a tree here and there. Just not too sure what I should do with the trees. At this point, it may actually feel a bit too green already, but you'll see that in the real-time part later on. I have talked about that too. I do like it, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it just kind of feels odd to have so much greenery in a desert house, which you actively keep that little humid and also that hot. You know, and dry was the word I was looking for, by the way. But, you know, I will eventually get there and find the right balance between it. And I'm also going to check some of the inspiration image I have. This is most likely very helpful to have a folder where you have all your inspirational stuff in, and then, you know, every now and then you just look inside. It's not, you know, that dramatic if you are diverting from that a little. So if you have the inspiration and at some point you're not looking into that anymore, you just go with the flow. Sometimes that's really good to have a very good foundation. But once you get stuck, just, you know, just get your inspirational images back and check out if there is anything you did wrong or anything you would change now. And this building over here we are approaching right now is pretty much exactly this example. I was checking some images of a Dutch restaurant, and once I had a style in my mind, I was just going for it, you know? I was just building the building, putting a little quick layout down, starting to play around with some brick kind of colors and sizes, and just making sure how I want to lay it out. And once I was happy with this, I figured, okay, well, what do we do with the roof? In a second, you'll see we will get towards to the roof, and the roof caused me really a headache, and I even stopped playing the game at that day because I really felt, okay, you're not going to find a solution. I was just testing a couple of things with the Euro pack, and then I just didn't click with me. And what I did eventually was I went back to all my inspirational images, and I checked out some of the Dutch kind of architecture inspirations I had downloaded, and I made sure to look back at the entrance plaza to understand how that looked, and I just wanted to divert from that a bit, but not too much. And I wanted to keep this building somewhat classic, but at the same time, I wanted to make it feel new because it's next to that modern desert house, you know? And this is kind of the contrast we have in this zoo every time going on. And this is simply what I thought. Yeah, you can see now, this is where I was struggling with the roof at the one day, trying a couple of things, and you will soon see that I did a little cut here because I was like, okay, it's just not going to work. And there you go. This is after the cut, and I was like, okay, hold on, I'm gonna do something different now. And honestly, the different thing I did turned out super well. You'll see that in the real-time part. It just really felt good. Once I was done, I was super happy with the outcome. It's looking super clean. It's looking super clean, super welcoming, and it looks Dutch. So all the checkboxes checked. Yeah, see, it's not, I don't want to make sure that the whole zoo looks Dutch. This isn't by any means the target. The target is to make a very European city zoo, which effectively is in the Netherlands. And so this is the main reason why I feel like this is a good mixture of like modern European builds and also very Dutch builds to make sure that it is in the Netherlands. But also this is potentially the best usage of the Europack ever. But anyways, to make this a bit more of a secret, and this time around, because the time-lapse is already long enough, I'm gonna hand you over now to the wonderful real-time Rudi. He had a blast showing you around and showing you how some people found some good seats over here. So I will hand you over in the very capable hands of the future Rudi. Actually, this time it was the past Rudi, because I've done this before I did the voiceover. Whatever. You'll be happy, you'll be fine, and I'm gonna talk to you after the cut. Right, we are starting yet again with the Meerkats in front of the desert house, just so we have a little bit of an idea where we're going. And actually we're going to the left-hand side this time around to keep the anticipation going a little. Simply because this is the side where not too many things are, and we will make our way towards the side that is kind of nice. You can see also there's a little bit of a rock peeking through. I need to fix that eventually. And if we go quickly inside here, you can already tell this is where their camel habitat will be sitting, but don't worry, do not look at that, because this is just not really what it will be looking like finally. I just stopped at some point because, oh my god, this recording was so long. You can see this is another little habitat that will eventually be used. For now, it's just like an open little thing. Not entirely sure what exactly will go in, but I have some ideas. And if you have ideas what animals shall get into the desert house, let me know please in the comments, because obviously I will take that into consideration. We will most certainly have an aardvark in here. We will also have prairie dogs. These two are most likely a given. But, well, everything else is kind of debatable, you know. Going further, we will now have a little look from the outside, and oh my god, am I happy. This turned out super nice. I mean, you know, considering the fact that these camel habitats and like almost always are super boring, simply because they don't really need that much apart from, you know, just having a bit of a space, I guess, and some rocks, and that's about it. We also have some donators again, and some members, and also whatever. And we have Yuslalia. She has been a vital member of the community forever, and has had birthday last week, so I thought I'm gonna give her a little place over here, also to finish that up with a 5th stone, because the other 4 are very much for people who joined last week. So first of all, we have Kiro VR. Hello, welcome on in. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And also let's move on to the next one, which is Deklenki. Hello, Deklenki, welcome on in. And before we go to the next ones, let's have a little look at the ditch and so on. Oh, look at that. Oh, I love it. So yeah, basically, as I was talking about, the idea of this entire habitat is that this is the outdoor section. Obviously, we have a shared habitat with the gazelles, and we have some of these wonderful porcupines. They can actually go over here. We're gonna have a look at their indoor section in a bit, and we obviously have our camels, and everyone can actually go down here into the shelter. This is the major idea, that below this entire building there's like a huge maintenance area and also some shelters and stuff, and so that they have daylight, we also have, as you can see over here, some windows. And this is obviously, everything is implied, but I wanted to keep it somewhat realistic, so that there is is logically a very nice area down below. And then they have this outside area, and they even have like a little bit to go inside that we just seen a couple of seconds ago. But yeah, I'm very happy about the rock work. I feel like this looks very zoo-ish, very realistic this way. You know, the porcupines can actually slip through here and have a little walk down here in the ditch, but the camels can't get here, so they can't jump over. I'm also very happy with this custom fence design. It just kind of shares something, you know, it's a bit classic, it's a bit modern, so I'm very happy with how that turned out. We have some benches everywhere, can sit in here and have a look. And then we have Bisasam over here. Not entirely sure if that's pronounced correctly. If you're German, I remember this is the name of a Pokemon, but it's just a German name. I have no idea how these international names are, other than Pikachu, because Pikachu obviously is the same in every language, I suppose. And then we also have Niels Reinieren. No idea if that was pronounced correctly, or if it's Niels Reinieren, like if it's German, or if it's Reinieren, I don't know. Depending on which language, it definitely is pronounced wrong. So I'm not even trying, you know. But look at this area. I'm so happy how that turned out. I'm so happy. Mega. I really am happy because I mean I talked about this in the time lapse already. Also look at the restaurant. I really dig the design by now. Also, let's quickly go in before we go to the restaurant, because we're gonna have a look at this indoor section. And I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna stick with the tree. It almost is a little bit too green already here in the desert house. So potentially I'm gonna get rid of some of these trees just to make it not so crazy greenish, it's almost tropical. And I wanted to keep this very deserty, so potentially I'm gonna get rid of some of these palm trees and so on. What about you guys? Excuse me? How did you get here? This is definitely not your position. Hello. I'm not sure how they made its way in here. Let me just quickly fix that, because this is definitely not how they should be in here. So let's quickly just change this, because oh my god. So there you go. Oops. Okay, now I changed everything. Let's jump back into the explore mode. There you go. And this is also another habitat which I leave for later. Not entirely sure what goes in here, but this is logically connected to the indoor section as well. So this is the wall where all the stuff goes down below in the ground, and you know, that's the idea. So this is also a lovely indoor section. None of the porcupines is here right now. Is there someone? Nope. But they can actually go through here, obviously crouch through here, and then they're outside. There are some, so they have actually the space to go through. But now let's go to the restaurant through these doors, and then just in front we have our restaurant over here. Look at that. I haven't connected the seating, by the way. I should have done this so people can actually sit over here. But yeah, I mean, look at this design. I am very, very, very happy with how that turned out. Also, let me just quickly check that I can get some people over here. That looks a lot more interesting, doesn't it? Now we have people sitting over here. Look at that. They're all enjoying their snacks in the sun. She's got a bit of chips there, an ice cream. Look at that. I really like that. I really do like how this all turned out to be looking. I also quickly put a door in here because I forgot, and also put the windows in. But other than that, I am really, 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 really happy with the design. I think it turned out beautifully. I also quickly changed it to gravel. I just felt it more. And then with all these dining tables here to the left connected with like these little staircases, you know. Obviously people just click in and click out, but I think overall it just doesn't make a difference here. You know, we have this wonderful building, and then everyone sits on their tables. We can just assume that they stand up and go down here and then, you know, just leave. I think this is one of my better restaurant areas I've ever built in Planet Zoo, so I'm very happy with how that turned out. However, let's jump out of this cam and fly up a little so we can see the full area that I've been building in today. So first of all, obviously, we have our wonderful desert house. More or less finished. I am very happy with how that turned out so far. I am, like from the outside obviously, I am mega happy with this insanely looking camel area. Like it's looking really good, but there's really not that much I can say about this, because it turned out beautifully. The whole zoo is turning out beautifully. And if you guys want to help me out where we go next, just leave me some comments where we want to go. There's so much I want to plan, and next episode we'll have a little bit of a focus on A, the interior of the desert house, but B, also where we are going to branch out. And if you want to give some suggestions for the areas, the next areas after the desert house will be this one here to the right hand side. So this one over here needs to get an animal, and also on the other side over here behind our restaurant is the very next. So one of these two will be the branching out idea of the zoo, so that we get it first of all a little bit more to the wider side, and then we branch out toward the lower side from over here. But yeah, as I said, these are the next 3 episodes: interior of the desert house, and then left and right of the house itself. It's gonna get a connection to the roundabout with a dedicated truck entrance to both sides, and then we also need to think about the logistics of the zoo, because as of now there is really a dense central area over here where no vehicles or so could get. So this is why we need to change a couple of things. Anyways, this has been it, and as always, the reminder, if you want to become member of the channel, you can easily do so. 99 cents. You get a wonderful you get access to emotes, you get access to the sneak peek channel on Discord, and so on and so forth. Much appreciated, but you can also easily help me by just hitting the subscribe button if you haven't already. I hope you had a blast just as I had, and I talk to you in the next one. Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo, our Dutch city zoo project. We are already quite into it, and last episode we did this wonderful desert house exterior habitat with some camels and gazelles and also some porcupines roaming around. If you're interested, make sure to check the last episode, because it's important for today's episode, simply because we are doing the interior today. So welcome to the latest episode. This is going to be finishing the desert house. It's quite something we did today. So the time lapse is A, relatively quick, and B, I left out a couple of things you will see in the real-time part. Also, you can see on screen we have great deals at the moment on instant gaming. Check the link in the description. I don't do a full advertisement this time around, but you saw it. They even have the latest DLC of Sims 4 Love Struck, and with very great values. It's like a campaign right now, so check the link in the description and get these wonderful discounts for yourself and play the game. Or if you need any of the Planet Zoo DLCs you don't have, you can grab them, including, for example, the Arid DLC, because some of these animals from the Arid DLC will be utilized in today's build. Now, I have to talk about a lot of things regarding this desert house. As I've already mentioned in the last episodes, this has been inspired mostly by the desert house in Burgers Zoo, and the reason why is relatively obvious. This is the latest desert house I've been to, and I've been very positively surprised by it. I still have the feeling of going in and having this like very hot environment, and I remember we've been there the last time. The weather hasn't been that great, to be honest. In Europe it's relatively easy at the moment. Weather is basically 99% of the times not great, so that makes sense. But like getting in this very dry and hot house kind of zooms you into a totally different environment, and I liked the idea how much it basically sold the story. It really sold the story. I mean, outside you have some beautiful habitats too, but including this insane hot environment and the colors and everything like that, it just brings you into this different world. And this is something I wanted to translate with this build. While I was building, I encountered a problem, which it's not really a problem. It was more like a challenge. The house is smaller than I expected it to be. Now, I have done this V shape in the last episodes to just mimic the Venlo, first letter. What I didn't really think about is how big it is at the end of the day. And now the thing is, I was building and trying to make the habitats, and you know how the traversable area in Planet Zoo works. Sometimes it's a little bit of a bish, and this is why you need to still have some space, even in sandbox mode. And I wanted to make these habitats a little bit more realistic and size-wise good. Like, I didn't pay attention to traversable area. I didn't want to make it work in terms of Planet Zoo. I want to make it work in terms of realistically how it would be. And this is the reason why I needed to change some of my ideas and bring in less, I would say less exhibits than I wanted to. But at the end of the day, I'm still very happy and very pleased with how it turned out. You will encounter some backstage elements everywhere, but I won't talk too much about this because you will see this in the tour. We have a pretty long tour this time around, which is really looking into each individual thing we built in here. And there are a couple of little details I'll do that you will not see in the time-lapse because I just cut them out. It was a bit too finicky and too stressful to watch. Frankly, I just recapped the footage and I was like, okay, there was way too much mouse movement involved and that would make you dizzy, even more than this already. So I decided to just keep it out. I'll leave it out because there was no point in keeping that in. But you can see I'm really using and utilizing a lot of different techniques here to blend together the different rocks. I'm using a lot of these 4 rocks to play around with the desert style. I use some of the normal rocks, the desert and the, oh gosh, I forgot. It's not only the desert rock, it's also the, what was that? The temperate ones or so. Anyways, they blend together very well and this is why I utilize them instead of others. And then I also brought in some of the, I'm not even sure what exactly that is. It's like these things we always use for roots and stuff as well. They're also from the aquatic packs. I'm not sure if they're also called 4 rocks, but these 3 types together really make for a great combination of rocks. And I wanted to mimic a little bit of the landscape of the desert area. And even though I was a little bit worried about the usage of plants last time around, some of you have commented that it's not even that much of an issue, and some people in the sneak peek channel on my Discord channel, which is when you are a member of a YouTube channel, you can also join my Discord, and there is a dedicated sneak peek channel only for Twitch and YouTube subscribers/members. I like it's subscribers on Twitch, members on YouTube. I still hate that they can't freaking use the same wordings. It drives me nuts. But anyways, so at the end of the day, this is exactly what you can expect in there. And there was also some feedback on the fact that it can actually be a bit more greener in terms of using, well, plants from the arid area, nevertheless. And it's a bit more of an oasis here anyway. So yeah, I think that works. And I paid a lot of attention to making sure that none of these elements stuck out to the other side. I wanted to have the outside walls of the desert house very clean, making sure everything is contained. Not too many windows, because obviously the windows on the ground would be a bit of a temperature issue, simply because, you know, the more windows you have, the more leakage in a way of heat you have, specifically in the winter, making the energy consumption the more complicated. And the same you would think the same was possible with the roof, but it's not like that, because heat goes all the way up, and you can create somewhat of a heat cushion in that sense, and utilize the sunlight going on these tilted window shades and or windows, and then making sure that the glass is actually actively heating the house itself. So that's what I wanted to do, and so that it doesn't go outside. This is also obviously why you have airlocks. And then I was placing some more heaters in here to actually make the house hot. That's the point, that's the idea, and I really feel like it turned out very beautifully. Honestly, the more I was putting in details, the more I was feeling it, and the more it came together. And maybe I need to talk about something, because I've mentioned that on YouTube, and I've also mentioned that on Discord. I think it's an insane build, not per se because the build is insane looking at it, or like very insane because I don't know, developed a pretty new technique or whatnot. That's not the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make is really getting across the feeling of an actual desert house and making sure that everything is involved in it. So having these planters, you can see this one over here I'm very proud of. This is one of these typical desert house planters you have. And then just using different methods to blend together plants and rocks, and laying out the path in a nice way so it feels organic, as if the house is really built around the habitats and not built around the pathing, and making sure that all these things really nicely feel organic together, you know, that this is really a well thought out house in terms of the layout. And there's actually a lot more work that went into making sure the layout works compared to how it looks later on. I needed to really work well with the space given, and this is why you won't actually find any gaps in this house at the end of the day, because there aren't any. I needed to really make sure everything is built nicely. Oh, by the way, this is also completely without mods. At the moment, I stopped using mods. I will start again, but I will first of all figure out that I will keep this game running without mods, and this is why at the moment I'm not using any mods. I will have to use free build again to get rid of some of the additional pathings we have, because these are causing the most issues, as you figured maybe from the Zoo Sicily. People who have toured Zoo Sicily, which I'm still very thankful for, they have mentioned that we couldn't get the park shared without them installing the same mod that I had used, and this is the PZ plus Hex plus pathing mod. And I first of all need to get rid of all these paths I have used from the mod, and then I can reload into the park. But the problem is some of the paths can only be edited with free build, so I gotta get this back in. But just to be mentioning, this build itself is completely mod free, if you will. So the space usage and stuff like that is not using any mods or any cheat or whatnot, and this makes it all even more insane, because some of the things really look like as if they're modded. I moved around pieces so many times until they snapped in, and you can't even imagine how stressful it was to lay out the actual barriers, because for whatever odd reason, Planet Zoo sometimes is super weird when it comes to making habitats work. So if you just, for example, connect two habitats with each other and then put a barrier in between, then you should have two habitats. But sometimes this game just completely ignores it, and I do have the perimeter activated for sure, so before you ask that, and I don't know, it just is weird at some point. This is, by the way, where you can see that I was trying to get rid of some of the pathings, but it didn't work, so that's where I figured I will need the mod. But for most parts, I was able to use it in a nice way. So yeah, this is almost already it for the time-lapse. The last thing you're seeing is the first touches of the sandcat habitat. Many of you wished to have the sandcat in, so I decided to go for it, but I figured that the given space was a little bit too small, and so I actually created another raised area to which they can climb over, which again may not be the most realistic thing in the world, but I really felt like this is a nice touch, having a bit more interactivity in here. And you know, in comparison to all the other animals, I think it's the one animal that, if it escapes, wouldn't cause too much harm. In comparison to a camel roaming around, or a peccary hitting people, or a porcupine, you know, these would cause more issues. So at the end of the day, I was trying to get this across, and I feel like it was a good idea. It looks good. I put in some some meshes here and there to ensure that they can't escape, but to be honest, is it really that much of a thing? I don't know. It's just it isn't. Anyways, if you're curious how this looks in game, well, stick with me, because in a second we are jumping over into the real-time part. You just see a little bit of a last couple of clicks here to make a custom tree, which I always like doing. I like a climbable tree, something really cute, and something really that just kind of gives this an own touch, a unique touch, and I like this. It's just something to look at and enjoy. Anyways, it's time to hand you over to the wonderful and amazing real-time Rudi, who's touring you through the desert house. So take off your jackets, make sure that you are having a cool drink, and let's go on a tour through the finished desert house. You cannot imagine how excited I am to guide you through this desert house. We are obviously starting where we've already been in the past. This is the outside view of the wonderful Meerkat habitat. You can already tell there are two new fellows glitching through each other. The artworks are now part of the Meerkat habitat too, simply because I felt like these need to be in here, and they just, you know, they share the habitat because they have an interspecies bonus, and this is why obviously I thought this is a good idea. Now we're taking the right hand side. Oops, there's some one box. I don't care about that right now. And we're going to go inside of the desert house. I have to be careful, because otherwise you will see something in the background. A sneak peek of what's gonna happen next. Well, I'm gonna keep it hidden, because next episode is gonna be very crazy. Anyways, we are still in that one, and now let's have a look at this wonderful desert house. A lot has happened that you guys have not seen in the time lapse, because I've really gone into the details, and I said this is gonna be insane, not because of, like, it's nothing in here is relatively insane in terms of too big or whatnot, but the overall management of space and layout, that has been crazy, and a couple of things still don't work. There are barriers in the ground, but I don't know really why they do not work, so I gotta fix that out, figure that out. Right, I think I fixed that. It's a little bit odd why that went in here. Anyways, let's first of all have a look at our new member. One of our new member is Steve-O. So Steve-O, welcome to the members crew. You obviously got your spot in here. Two others are basically in here too, so keep an eye out for more mentions. I will show them, obviously. This is the habitat you all already knew, so I'm gonna skip over this one relatively quickly. But what you will see are some changes in the planters. So they all get this kind of granulate kind of down here. Like, obviously I used the X again for it, and you know, we might have some stutter here and there, but I mean, look at this vista here with the camels to the outside and the gazelle. Oh god, love that. So yeah, I rearranged some of the planters. I put some heaters in here, obviously, and you may actually get some music vibes down here. I will have toned down my music of the editing, so you will get all the ambience music, hopefully, from the desert house, because I did put something in. And now we already, let's actually go here. There you can get a bit more of the music. We have some of these speakers hidden in here, which I think is great. The planter in the middle. Everything is custom, as you can see. It just may look as if it's exactly this way, but everything is custom. We do have a double secure, like with the glass, but we also do have a little bit of security here so that camels don't get too close and comfortable to the glass, and just making sure that this is somewhat secure. Like, not that camels are like super dangerous, but they, you know, here and there may actually bite someone, and we don't want that. Hello, you little kid. Ah, love that. I like that too with my daughter. She always wants to go along with me, holding hands sometimes. I mean, she's becoming a bit more of a free agent, wanting to explore herself. And then we obviously have like this tiny little entrance here, everything carefully assembled so that this all works pretty well. We have these wall designs that I have done actually after the recording, because I felt like something is off and I need something else. And I came up with the wall designs with the mud walls from the Africa pack, which I do think they are brilliant, and they give the desert vibe a little bit more context, and I like that. So we have this little shop over here, a bit of a tilted you know, variant, just making sure that this looks a bit more interesting. You've seen there was the gate in there. So that's the thing. Before we move forward, you can see here is the entrance to the backstage in general. Like, this is the entrance. We have like a bit of an ambient speaker here. So that's where the people can go in and then go into the underground area. And in here, we do have our peccaries. And I really do like these animals in general. And I feel like they fit in here super well. The interspecies enrichment they have doesn't really help. Like, these animals, they do share a habitat with, don't really fit in here that much, I guess. But they have a nice habitat. They have like an entrance over here to get into their backstage area. It's a relatively spacious habitat for them. Only 2 of them available. They have a bit of an outside area. I needed to take away a bit of the outside part of our camels, but I think they're still fine with it. And if we go all the way to the end, we have a nice little customized, I want to say, vending machine, which I think is pretty nicely hidden in here, carefully assembled with some plants and planters. And then we also have another exhibit that I've put in later, because I felt like we need one more exhibit. Look at I've never built this one. This is the Eastern Brown Snake, and I don't know why I avoided that in the past, but I feel like this is one of the more beautiful ones. Let's just clip in here. There you go. Look at this beauty. Really nicely done. I really like the habitat they have. I like this plant specifically over here. I really want to have this plant. We don't have it in the game, and I don't know why. And we need this. But well, yeah, that's this. Oh, look at that. There's another one hidden here between the rock. So yeah, really, I am a big fan of these habitats if you can make them work like this. I feel like this one is very nicely tucked in. Also with that little edge in here, which is obviously the column to the side of the habitat. I feel like it gives it context, and I really do think it looks nice. Then we have a little honorable mention of Puffin. Puffin has been a member, but he rejoined lately, so I thought, like, you know what, just come in, because that's pretty much what we do here, so that's cool. I do figure, and this is something I will fix eventually, these walls are pretty high over here, and we only have that one kid friendly area, which is this one, where the kids can look in. I mean, they have a fairly decent view because they can almost see everything, but I may actually add one more so they see a bit more. I mean, we have some stones over here where they can climb on and then have a look. Like, if I'm a kid, this is the kid's perspective. We can still look inside of the habitat, which, you know, is fair. It's fair. It just works. And yeah, there's another vending machine over here, making sure people have enough water. I really wish we have like is I do love the vending machines, but I wish that we could decide which brand that is. Rather having all the brands, just having a choice and you know, say this or this or this brand, and then the product is just different. And we could have one maybe like custom billboard variant where we can put our own design on. That would have been lovely. But anyways, yeah, back to the camels. We need to go into the other direction, because this is also where a lot changed. You can see there's quite a bit to explore in here. It's very hard to you know, get that into a screenshot. This is where the sand cat is living. A very prominent and a very famous request for this build. Sandcat was definitely number one. They have this insanely nice climbing tree over here, which they don't really use, which is a pity. I wish they have like a custom animation like the, what was that, the Aimer leopard, where they can lay down on one of these columns nicely. But they also do have the chance to climb over here to this raised area. It's not, like, this is maybe the one thing that is not super realistic, but I just wanted to have this idea. Oh, look at that. It's sitting on top there. I didn't even spot this. Hello, my friend. How you doing? I mean, at the end of the day, these are cats, and sure, they could jump down here, but eventually I would need to put like a, you know, something below, and I did, and then I figured the game doesn't want that because the animals can jump on that and then escape. And the way I did it now, they do not escape. And honestly, they are kind of shy anyway, so they would potentially would actually stay away from people anyway. So I feel like this is a somewhat doable way, doing it that way. But otherwise, I secured it pretty nicely so that the kids don't get into the habitat and get the idea that this is a nice little kitty to pet, which it isn't. So that's the idea. Again, they also have their access to the backstage area. There's another hidden door, which the staff can enter from inside, and then also kids do look from down here. We have a bit of a seating area with another backstage door. They're all very nicely hidden, where you can sit down and have a drink. Then we have this little area where you can grab another drink yet again. And then on the left hand side, this is the habitat you already know from our wonderful, what was that again, the porcupines that can access this area. I changed a couple of the things in the background here, making this a bit more deserty looking. And then we go to one of my favorite planters I guess I've ever done. Inspired by Burger Zoo, Desert House. They have all these different heights, and I didn't really have that much space to build this in here. It's, at the end of the day, it's not even that of a big house. And so I decided to make something like this over here. Again, with these little granulate. It's not even granulate how you say it in English. Anyways, the idea is that these things are like similar soil, like they have similar, how you call that, nutritions in them than soil, and then it's just more dry for all the dry plants. That's how like all these cacti and so on grow nicely. So we have a very nicely arranged planter over here, and turning around we yet again have another coffee, Street Fox coffee planter, and another array of 2 different habitats. And we have another mention of Trent Baylor. Just mentioning, for those of you who want to join, obviously it's only 99 cents. Then you will get your very own space in this project, and you will have access to all the emotes. We have unlocked another emote slot, and we are only missing out 4 people to yet again have another one. So 2 new emotes can get in. You can vote which type of emotes you want. So that's pretty nice. I just recently figured. And yeah, so these are also pretty nice little exhibits. Like I didn't do too much with those because, you know, you can't really do too much. I wished that it's easier to combine those two, but at the end of the day, you can see I just did this with a piece in the middle, so they look at least pretty much as if this is one coherent build, and then there was just a wall in between to make sure that these 2 animals don't get together. So on this side, we do have, I don't even know which animals. I think this should be the Gila monster or Gila monster. Again, I have no idea how you pronounce that. Some people say Gila, some say Gila or whatever. It's actually a beautiful animal. It's actually a beautiful animal. Okay, so that's this one. Oops. How did I even get up here? Oh, look at the... Oh my god, look at the view. I've never figured this view is so cool. Oh my god, this could actually be a thumbnail worthy view over here, but I still want to go down. There you go. We're back down. Because I want to figure out... This should be the rattlesnake or so. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, or the hornet one? Is that the hornet one? I think that's the... Yeah, that's the hornet viper. Let me just quickly check that because I don't know. Common death adder. Oh my god, I wasn't even close. So yeah, this is the desert house, my friends, and I am very, very happy with how it turned out. I feel like it's one of my best indoor builds I've... Excuse me, what's that? Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god, what's that even? It's definitely one of my bestest indoor builds I've ever done. And I know this is something you say relatively often, but I haven't really done that many big houses, especially not desert styled, and this is why I feel like this is really amongst my best ones. I just really like how it's laid out. I really like how you can meander through here. It's giving, I think it makes a brilliant use of the size, because at the end of the day, it isn't even that big. It's like, yeah, you can actually see, this is like, wait, this is like a 4-meter thing. So it's maybe somewhat 16 meters maybe in total of width. So it's really not that much, to be honest. So yeah, I'm really, really happy with how it turned out. And obviously, as always, we just fly over and fly through this little loop from above. I don't want to go outside this time around because there's not really that much that changed. Just showing you real quick. It's just like this part of the peccary. That's all that changed. And it's just going to move around here and fly in. Look at that, my friends. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. I really, really, really like this. Look at that. Yeah, that's definitely something I would call a proper desert house. And actually, this is exactly what I envisioned when I was building it. And you can now decide in the comments if you think so too. I don't want to show you what we will do next because obviously I have already started and this is the save I was going into. So I'm just going to try to avoid showing you by flying this way. Yeah, look at that. This is cleverly done. So this is the house from the outside, just giving you a last little view. And I do hope you guys enjoyed this episode as much as I did. I hope you guys are as excited for the next one. And as always, if you want to know more about this game, Planet Coaster 2 and so on, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And I would be more than happy to welcome you in the next one. Until then, have a lovely day. And don't forget to like the video if you did like the video. I'll talk to you in the next one. Have a wonderful weekend and goodbye. Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo, our modern city zoo approach in a European city. In the last episode we finished actually our desert house with a lot of small details in a very hot and deserty environment within our big beautiful modern house. Today's episode, though, will be a bit different because we are yet again repurposing some habitats. So meet the good old polar bear habitat, as you can see over here, with the murky water in already pretty much went down. And we can also transition over to the old tiger habitat, which you can just see in front of you right now, also empty. And just behind that, there is our very old sea lion pond. All of these three things will be took together or will be taken into a brand new one, which is going to be a Sumatran tiger habitat. More about that, I'm gonna guide you through now. Alright, so first things first, remember if you need anything, you can get it via my instant gaming link in the description. If there's any game or whatever you need, just check it out. But now let's talk about the build. You've already seen a little bit of the beginning of these old habitats, and this time around obviously I needed to first of all build these old habitats. So you will see that a couple of things are a little bit weathered already, so not super modern or not super new, and then later on I'm gonna change them up yet again, so building basically for the sake of the story, which I think is very nice to do. I kind of like this, because in my mind I first of all had to lay out how the polar bear habitat, for example, was like, and how the tiger habitat was like, and how they work together. So you will see that there is like even a backstage access in the middle that I kept in as like a separation. So even if we needed to separate some tigers in here, we can do this. And basically what we utilize for that is the old path that was used as the backstage pathing beforehand, and we will also see a little bit of a path that was used as a guest viewing opportunity for the tigers. So that's going to be a little bit of a nice element hopefully throughout this video, which will kind of be a reminder of where things have been. So you can see also me putting some of these rocks to the ground. They are now green, and they used to be in the water obviously because this has been a huge polar bear tank. So all the rocks you can see will later on be part of the habitat, as you may have seen from the thumbnail, but they will not be, or they weren't the same when there was still a polar bear roaming over here. So just also using that as an opportunity to speak about the polar bear a bit more in detail before we get to the other parts. By the way, this building over here is the only new building I'm planning out right away because I needed to. This is going to house our tigers, and this is something that wouldn't have been there, or at least it would have been different because it used to be where the indoor section of the polar bear was, and the polar bear indoor section has basically been taken apart simply because, housing a polar bear in these type of city zoos is not really good it anymore. In general, holding a polar bear in your zoos anyways isn't a good idea. And this is where things are going to become a little bit more difficult for me to talk about. So I wanted to use this video to address these topics for the game and for the animals in zoos just in general. So we can all agree pretty simply that this is a very good example of how things should not be. So the polar bear habitat is way too small, the good old tiger cage is a ridiculous joke, and then even the sea lion habitat is way too small. And even nowadays, you know, most of the sea lion habitats I know are still so small that I'm really like, yeah, they definitely need better treatment soon. Like, I know a couple of zoos that have a very nice sea lion habitat by now, but I unfortunately know a lot who still have a very small one. So I'm very happy that most of the animals, the other ones like tigers and lions and also polar bears, have received already a big upgrade, or at least a new regulation that they cannot be kept without a certain space available. Now, that said, I want to also speak about the fact that this is where the problem comes into the roster of Planet Zoo for me. Like, from a real world perspective, I kind of get it, you know. This is, by the way, the old guest viewing path that we will still have in as a reminder. I still have an issue with that in the real world we can argue that it's better to focus on these animals as well. But in the game, all animals should be treated equally. They're digital animals, and just in general, every single animal or living being on the planet should be treated in the same way. And this is where, like, the polar bear gate back in the day was a bit of an odd decision. I do understand that they wanted to do this to raise concern, where, you know, for those of you who don't know, when the polar bear was added to the game, it had a ridiculous requirement of square meters that it needed to be happy, and you ended up putting your half of your zoo out there just for the polar bear, which, you know, from a demand perspective is nice, but it just puts on a super odd imbalance in comparison to all the other animals. Because if you do that, you would also do the same for elephants. You would have changed or needed to change the elephant requirement as well, because elephants are huge animals that need a huge space, and in the game they do not. At least not in relation to the polar bear. So at the end they went in and scaled down the requirements for the polar bear, which are still pretty significant, but they're not as dramatic anymore as they were at the beginning. So that brings me to the next thing. They do not have any bigger whales or sharks or any aquatic animals in here, and mostly what they did is give reasons that these animals do not belong in a zoo because of, you know, space and blah blah blah, which, to be honest, at this point you're just making up reasons because it's a game, you know what I mean? So we can talk about this, and this is why I took this video specifically. You can do exactly this. You can take those animals and their situation and use this to educate and to turn that into something new. Because this is also the other thing I need to talk about is it a bad thing to have animals in a zoo first place? Yes, it is. Now, the problem is we already made this mistake as humanity hundreds of years ago. So we do have them in there, but we have a second issue, and this is we kill animals in the wild. So at this point, and as ridiculous as it is, our captive animals become the last chance to secure our non-captive animals or species, because some animal specimens or species are more secure in a zoo than they are in the wild. Now, if they would have been in a zoo, for example, like the southern rhino, more in a zoo, but, you know, people have stopped doing that, you know, because of obvious reasons. But if they would have been in there, they wouldn't have gone extinct. So it's an odd one, okay? So zoos in the first place as an idea 200-300 years ago are a very bad idea, and there's no denial of that. But the modern approach on zoos is also sometimes very helpful. And for example, if you can house tigers like that and help, you know, keeping the species alive in a way, and I'm not talking about reasons that are natural. You know, some species have gone extinct on a natural basis just because their time has come in a way because our planet decided to. I'm speaking about the animals that lose their environment, their natural habitats, because of our human greed and grief and whatnot. So this is why I still have a bit of a better and more positive connection to zoos. And this is exactly what I wanted to translate with this habitat. So I took 3 habitats that are absolutely out of place and wouldn't be done anymore, and I turned them into one modern, huge Sumatran tiger habitat to give this very unique and very threatened species a chance to thrive in this zoo environment. And I spend a lot of time making sure that their environment is nice. You've got a lot of nice viewing spots and good viewing angles, and trying to still incorporate a bit of the old feeling of what used to be the sea lion habitat and the polar bear one. Even like little things like this, you know. I kept the drainage in here. And then I used some plants to make it appear like as if everything is starting to grow out of these, you know, just because they are not maintained anymore. There's like no real stuff in, and just making sure it looks a little bit more nice with stuff growing out of there. I feel like this is a nice little touch, you know, because it's not, I don't really want to give like an actual time frame for how long this has been changed or when they stopped having polar bears. I mean, if you look at the zoo in Wuppertal in Germany, for example, they just stopped having a polar bear last year. So there are still modern zoos that, you know, have a very good focus on conservation already, but due to several reasons, sometimes they have to house the animals way longer than they usually would like to, or should do, I should say. So yeah, this is, by the way, the middle path I was talking about. This is where the, you know, the historic backstage area used to be, and I just kept it the way, very simple, just making sure that there is this central separation of two habitats, and obviously made this a bit more nicer with some sliding gates now that can be shut if needed and required, and I put some more security guards on top of it so that the lion, the tigers cannot just simply jump on top of it. Because also what you can do with this, you can have your staff members move through the habitat. So it's not only a way to separate the animals from each other, it's also a way to move through the habitat and clean the habitat, for example. So you can just open one side or the other, and via this middle ground you can easily go from A to B. Also having a staff member over here just for testing reasons. And I feel like this was a good idea, also having additional doors, so in case you just walk through and there is a malfunction or something, you need some additional security for your staff members, and this is why we have these gates in there too. And so I made use of the historic path in a, yeah, you know, in a very clever way, I guess. And then I was also trying to do something this time around that I usually don't do that much, but I feel like checking out all these images as inspiration for the habitat, I felt like that this is something zoos do quite a bit, and this is just making all these planters work, you know. Having these planters helps a lot by, you know, just making sure that they have a bit of a separation to the animals, so that the animals cannot just get them all. And I don't know, it's a little thing, but I feel like this is a good little touch. And then also I wanted to create some nice areas for them to chill and relax. I do have to say though that the traversable area is a little bit of a bish in this one. I need to figure out a couple things that I'm not very happy with, and I tried to find a solution, but the solution was to delete too many pieces, and then it doesn't seem as lush anymore. So we're gonna have to decide whether we keep it this way or we go form over function to just make sure it all looks good, or if we try to make sure that we have function working kind of nice in here too. So I'm split on that one. I like to see the tiger go through this habitat in a nice manner, but then again I like to have my habitat look good, because we all have to admit I don't really look that much into what my animals are doing. I'm more building. I should definitely do so. I always feel like I am looking way too little at the animals, which always is a little bit of a weird one. I really would love to have that, but hey, who am I to say so? It's what it is what it is, okay? So there's no way around this. I just like building, okay? I like trains, okay? I like building, which totally was a blast in this one. It's also, I got so much footage, and I'm very sorry. Like, I wanted to finish that way earlier because I'm on holidays already. When you watch the video, I'm hopefully lying on the on the Spanish beach and relax and have a good time. So I'm recording this in advance, and I would have loved to do this way earlier. But yeah, I just got carried away building more and more in this wonderful build. So yeah, I just loved how it came together. Like, I think with doing it this way, having this storytelling approach of first of all going to build these old habitats and then think about how they could have used this in a more modern way, it just kind of opened some doors for me to think about how many plants would you have in there, and how could you incorporate some more plants that are not native to Central Europe. So some of the planters and stuff work this way, but then we also have some very separate plants that are in these bigger planters and could be maintained in a nicer way to give them some better heat or dung or whatever is needed to make them grow and thrive in our Central European region. I mean, that said, our summers get more hot, our winters get more warm and less cold. So, you know, tropical plants can survive in our region way better than they used to 20-ish years ago. So, I mean, that's a good point, but still some plants wouldn't necessarily grow here without special care, and having these planters and ensuring that the tiger is not going to, you know, I don't know, rub their faces on it. These planters are always very helpful in order to maintain them plants in a better way. And then obviously, as always, I went in and, you know, threw a couple of rocks in here, making sure everything looks nice and looks sleek, and, you know, making sure that everything gets this very cool habitat vibe. And I am very pleased with the outcome. Speaking of pleased, I will stop the voiceover now because I will guide you guys over into the real-time part, which this time around might be a little bit shorter because of me going on holidays, but I will show you the habitat in its final stage because a couple of things have happened in between the time-lapse and the real build. So let's jump over to real-time Rudi. He's called. Alright, we're starting today with a look at our Dutch deli restaurant, and we're going to just walk towards the brand new Sumatran tiger habitat. I will say though that a couple of things are not finished, and for several reasons. So first of all, as of speaking, I said that already in the time-lapse, I am already on holiday, so I needed to kind of get some stuff done before. And this episode took way longer than I was expecting it to be, and so I saved some stuff for the next episode. Specifically, this area over here will be covered in something interesting, but we do have certain things to explore that you haven't seen in the time-lapse. So first of all, this is our viewing gallery over here on the one-hand side, and you can see going over the crest, there you can see our tigers on the ground. Look at this majestic vista over here. They have this very nice sunken down area, you know, and they can move around. Also, look at the colors. I'm really in love with the mod. It just really looks really good. Like, I have no complaints. It's a great mod, and the colors on the Sumatran tiger are just so good. I like this very deep orange, like almost reddish color, or brown, red, kind of, I don't know. Just really lovely stripe design, and I just like, really, I do love this version of the tiger. You know, and I'm totally fine for having like a mod like that. I think it's very much doable. It's not really changing anything of the game. Same mechanics. We already had a tiger. It's just like another variant. I think it's totally fine to have that. As they go for a swim, actually, let's go over here to the side and have a look at all the members that joined for this wonderful episode, because there were quite a few, and they have a bit of a different dedication this time around, our little tiger stones over here, and we can actually have a little look. So first of all, it's Meryl Volswinkel, we've got Luke, Infinity Toast, Nikki Nick, The Dragon 6, and Daniel Stevens. Welcome on in, everyone. Thanks for becoming a part of this crew, and also thanks for donating, so to say, for our wonderful tigers over here, the Sumatran tiger, our refurbished habitat. You are looking at the old polar bear habitat put into one side of the habitat, and now we actually take this little backstage area here, which sooner or later will not be usable anymore. But this space over here will be. So you do have a little bit of an interior look inside of the habitat. You've seen none of the animals are inside, but you could technically see them if they decide to go for a little chill here. I imagine that this is a one-side glass, so the animals have a bit more privacy than, for example, in comparison to this still existing old tiger area. But this, from being their very own area, or the only area they had, this has been, you know, kind of created as a little tunnel right now. It's nothing more than a traversable area for them by now, imagining that this has been in the past their very own and only space available. I feel like it's a good way to use that now. Bit of a reminder of how it's been in the past, but now it's just a tiny little space for traversing from one area to the other if they fancy doing so via the inside, and we can actually see both sides of the area already teased for the guests. So it's also playing a little bit with the view of the guests. So imagine you come from here, you have the chance to just have a little glimpse over here of the inside, seeing them chill over here if you want to. And then as you go further, it's going to offer you a little glimpse into the other area that you want to maybe see from somewhere else. And so you will continue walking because you want to explore everything. And if you go over here, we do have a little reminder of the old area, like it's fallen over, tipped over little sea lion. We will have a dedicated education board over here that's talking about this being this area of the sea lion, which I will do with the polar bear too, so just as an information. And then over here we do have a very special viewing angle, because this is where in the past the another viewing option was for the guests. I'm just going to quickly go in. So in the past there was also another viewing angle from over here inside of the cage that has now been changed into an actual guide that you can use to separate this area if you want to, and we have basically created a security glass in between so that the people can get very close with the animals if they want to get here, obviously, and you can still see the remainder of the old pathing that is connected to this very new area. So I think this is also kind of nice way to play with how it used to be in the past. And then over here I did a little trick that I saw lately, being a little focus element. So with having these two stone elements that are very clever ways to hide the ugly edges anyways, but they also fulfill another job, and they are focus points, if you will, because people, like the way it is arranged over here, it guides your view inside of the habitat. It just, you don't notice that, but it does do it to you, because you're following these 3 steps, and then you automatically look into this direction, and this gives you the idea to look inside of the habitat, which I'm always a big fan of, doing these little things, and people naturally just want to go here to stand here in the center. And this is like also here, the tilt towards the inside gives you the view to this region, which is exactly what I want guests to look at. And then over here you have this nice little chill area. There's like a little bridge they can walk over. This is how they traverse down here in the area below. And then again, you do have a sunken area. I'm still liking the touch here of the old drainage. It's just kind of something I really like, because this gives you the idea that this has been something else in the past and just now refurbished into something new. I can really tell a couple of things have to be done still. To be more specific, I will do some custom holding boxes for the bamboo, and also putting some mulch and stuff here to make it more realistic. I haven't had the time to do this, but I will certainly do this, because the custom thing I'm doing is something I want to use in further parts of the zoo. Very classic, these little black, I'm not sure if it's plastic or something, but specifically around these plants, which usually spread like crazy, you want to maintain them somehow. You want to keep them in a certain area, and this is why you normally put these constraints around, and I will make them so that we can use them in further habitats. Anyhow, let's quickly jump into the free look camera so I can show you the whole habitat from above, because I am certainly very happy with how it turns out. It's certainly a very big one. You can now tell the dimensions a bit better. So this is the area which used to be the polar bear habitat. This is the tiny separate space that used to be the sea lion habitat. And this is the, this one over here is the habitat that used to be the tiger habitat. And this building is a completely new building, which in the past was used as a storage building for, or like a house for the polar bears, and the old house for the sea lions, which used to be somewhere over here, mainly with this foundation, is actually gone. So this is the idea how it was, you know. So I had the complete layout of how it was in the past in my mind, and I built the new habitat around. Also like to see here the little tiger passing through in the other habitat. Look at that. Oh, that looks so cool. I like that, how they just traverse through here and looking for a new way to go. Yeah, one last thing I want to show you is actually the traversable area, because it does come with a bit of a caveat, and you can see it's really not that nice. Specifically, this inner part over here is something I really need to fix. I want them to be able to go here, and honestly, I really don't know why they can't go there. I think the rocks are making some huge issues. Like, there's no way why they can't go here. It's so confusing to me why this is, like, what's the deal? Why can't they just traverse over here? I mean, we can just try to put this one in between. Maybe that does fix already. But sometimes this game just drives me nuts with the traversal area. It's like really, I mean, look what's happening here. This is now working. Especially this is something I wanted to achieve. And then he's doing, what the heck is going on with you? Like, why the hell are you doing these weird things? I don't get it. Let's see if this fixed anything. It didn't. See, it's so odd. Why? Whatever. I don't wanna be too frustrated about this. It is what it is, and I can't. Oh my god. Yeah, whatever. Can you just? Oh my god. Okay, so never mind. The tigers. I mean, I love the model. I love everything about this, but I mean, look at this view. I'm really in awe with this. This looks also pretty damn nice. I'm just gonna take a screenshot here. But yeah, so this is the Sumatran tiger sanctuary, I want to call it even, because it frankly is. And you can definitely tell I also like how the path layout is becoming one. Look at the zoo, it's becoming a bit bigger now. This area certainly almost has the same size as the entire desert house, which is crazy to me. But that's just how it is. 3 habitats turned into 1, and now I wish that you guys give me some feedback. What do you like about this? Something that you want to see, and what could be the next animal? I'm not sure how much I can do for next week, because again, I'm on holiday, so maybe the episode will be postponed to a week later, but I'll keep you posted. Now, as always, a little reminder, if you guys want to become a part of this series, also find yourself on a dedication post, like one of these stones or one of these ones down here, like all across the zoo. You will find yourself then. For only 99 cents you can become a member, so you automatically become part of Venlo Zoo. And in any cases, if you want to support the channel, just subscribe to the channel. That's the easiest thing to support me if you haven't already. And I wish you a very nice time. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I talk to you in the next one, and goodbye. Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo. Today with a bit of a planning episode. So I'm not just going to tell you anything weird or wrong, this is purely planning, and we're going to have a look at some flying animals that you can already spot on screen there. So today's episode is a little bit of a, you know, soft comeback, I want to say. First of all, sorry for the lack of content, but you've seen on the channel there has been so much going on. I had to shut my lovely camel mouth for so long about in Zoe, and then the Gamescom happened and all these kind of things, and there are even some other early access stuff I'm planning right now, so it is ridiculous, so much going on, and in holidays I just also wanted to have a bit of holidays. So this is why we're here today, and we are planning a little bit ahead of what's going on with Venlo Zoo, because this is a city zoo and it's not going to be super large, you know, at the end of the day. And what I already did, and I'll come to that in a second, is giving you a little bit of an idea of a main axis. This is, by the way, not the path. That's the axis for the staff members, to give you an idea where the backbone of our wonderful area is going. However, before we do anything else, I want to show you the newest addition to the modding, and this is the bald eagle. And we are going to have 2 birds in the next episode. So this one is one of those, and I wanted to show you how the mod exactly works. And there's also the other mod, which is the silvery-cheeked hornbill, which has also some very unique animations. This one is based off of the Wolverine, but I'm going to show you real quick some lovely animations they did. Let's see if they do something already. You can, you know, as always, if you want to show something off, they don't do anything. Of course they don't. Alright, I even had to restart the game and get some more animals in. So we've got both species now in, and I'm gonna hit play here so you can see a couple of things happening. So first things first, you can see one of the hornbills being on one of the perching things I built myself. So this is custom built, and you'll see in a second it's gonna fly down. For those of you who have not seen the mod, just as a little bit of a idea, this is one of the biggest breakthroughs in modding. There you can see, by the way, an eagle jumping on top of the perching spot, and as soon as they have a look around, they will afterwards just go and fly somewhere else. Now this one is turning around, and there you can see it fly down to the ground. This item, by the way, over here is the defining spot, and there you can see the eagle flying all the way over here and going to land on that wonderful enrichment item. There you've got another hornbill up there. So that is as close as we can get. There you can also see an eagle having fun with the box, raising that, and there's set to be even more, and they may actually be adding more animations in the future. So it's not perfect, you know, because these are all looped animations, but it's definitely the absolute closest we can get. There's also one more item. Maybe we're gonna see something like that later, but I want to first of all plan this with you, and this is the scratching. This is a scratching thingy. This is the scratching thingy. The hornbill at least can use that one too. So I'm just going to place that down if we see that later. Anyway, so this area over here is becoming our aviary area. This is just a placeholder. But that little cutout area over here next to the lake, that is also brand new. I put that one in. So, you know, we are a city zoo, so we won't have that big of a lake anyways. But what we can already do, and this is something I want to do with you together, and this is just me taking... I do have to pay attention to using only in-game path, because I have to get rid of these path mod. The path mod I was using is the one that keeps, unfortunately, crashing the game on Zoo Sicily. This is why many of you can't open the game, despite the fact I took it all out. Some people still have the issue. So on this side, there will also be like a very nice lakefront, so that you have from both sides the view to the lake. I think that's pretty nice. And we already talked about that in one of the first episodes, and that's that one. That we want to continue our theme of the African animals over here. So we do have the African penguin in this area, so we may actually go over with some more African animals. We do have to keep this relatively, you know, small in that sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Africa, for example, just to have these animals by Africa selected, you know. And then you can see, obviously, there are still a lot of animals from Africa we can choose from. Also, by the way, is this... Wait. I think it did... Wait, it did, right? Did it? Is this all Africa? Hold on for a sec. Oh my god, that was all Africa. I am confused. This is crazy. Okay, well, actually, we're just gonna go for habitat though. But yeah, this is that. And then we can also check if aquatics is there. Okay, well, I'm not sure why they put them all into aquatics, to be honest. There's some odd things going on anyways over here. But we will definitely have a bit of a nicer habitat over here. I'm not entirely sure what animal it's gonna be, but I'm looking into having a bit more of a nicer African area over here that is gonna be connected to the backstage. So what we are going to do, and we can actually do this right now, and I want to continue this spline over here with this path. Like, this path is actually the one I'm going for. So I'm just going to quickly, also knowing the new pathing coming to Planet Coaster 2, this is just feeling already old, despite the fact it's not. It's so odd. You know, just putting the path down over here is already giving me the feeling that this is going to be good. So this is that way over here, while this one is going to be led, and also I need to ensure that this is from the size somewhat the same. I'm just going to guide this all the way over here. So somewhat like that. I'm not sure if this is the border of the zoo, because as I said, it's going to be not that big, but this is our central line you can go. It's a little bit broken up here with the restaurant, but I think that's fine, you know. It's going to be guided around, and what I'd like to do, as I said, this is going to be the backstage. What we're going to have now is, and we're going to do this right now, I definitely want to have a habitat hugging this lakeside over here. Not sure what this will be, if this is going to be an animal, or if we want to have some flamingos maybe in this area, or some other birds, or ducks, or whatever, or swans. We have to see. I mean, swans obviously make sense to have over here. But what I want to do instead with you guys is just put the path already down. I feel like it's the perfect thing to do, because it's been such a long time for me also to not be in this specific zoo. I have a lot of ideas, that's not the problem, but you know, time-wise, it's going to be interesting for the next week, so it's good to have a very good plan. So what I want to do is I want to have like a bit of a meandering path going around here. It's not going to be the final design. I will keep on doing bigger plazas and stuff like here. We have some more intricate pathing here and there, so that's going to be definitely true. And then over here, it also makes sense to go to that axis, so that, you know, next to here we have a bit of a bigger plaza. I'm not gonna fill that gap in over here as well, but you know, nothing for now. So that's that, and now as you can see, it's now finally shaping up. So these three paths over here will join eventually, and as this is the backstage area, I want to, actually this should be the backstage pathing. So some of those backstage paths can actually become part of the actual path if it makes sense, and I think over here is exactly the point where we will do this. So over here we're gonna have this pathway leading our way all the way into the zoo this way, and then we can also connect this path coming from the lower part over here, and then I can talk you through what the idea behind all the shenanigans here is. So just gonna join this up by here. That's looking good. That's looking good. And obviously you're gonna have to change the... Well, they can also go over gravel, but I think I want to change this into some actual plaster anyways. Not sure which one I'm gonna use. I like the dark one a lot, but I gotta see which one is the right one from the game. I'm not entirely sure which is which, so I'm not going to use them. I'm just going to use those I'm pretty sure that they're in game. Gonna have to get rid of all the other ones. Anyways, I don't want to bother you too much with my modding issues here. Anyways, so we're gonna have this one also go all the way here, and then join up with the other path on the other side. Again, as I said, this is not the final design, but it's just gonna giving me an idea. And what's also very important, since we have the aviaries over here, we will most certainly have a pathway between those two. So therefore, we are going to use yet another pathway. Actually, in this specific case, I'm gonna use, you know what, I'm gonna use the lock round. I think this one is very suitable for this specific case over here, because we will have a outdoor area for our birdies anyways, and so I'm gonna use this path over here that meanders a little bit around, and I'm gonna integrate that into this area. So this is definitely going to be a bit of a connection between those areas. Nice. Okay, see, this is a very good depiction of what's gonna go on. So what I want to do, and this is a bit of the idea of like the logistics I'm thinking of, and I feel like this is very important at this point, as we grew kind of naturally from over here, because that was all already in my mind. I had a kind of a bigger plan for this zoo in my mind already, but we are now at a point where I'm like a bit more free in what I want to do. I have certain ideas of specific things I want to do, and I will also leave you with a bigger idea at the end of the video, and you need to tell me if that's a good idea or not. But you know, there was a bigger plan, so I'm gonna get you into, into that plan, and you tell me if it's good or not. Anyways, so what I want to do is I want to also have like a bit of a backstage pathing going through here. So that is definitely going to be a path that goes all the way through here and then connects back to this bit. So there goes that. And then we also have like a huge logistics entrance over here, so that can be like almost like an arrival point, and that connects with this pathing over here. So that's where the car park, the bike parking is. So I feel like this is a very good idea. Also, let me pause the game while I'm doing that. Like, it's all running, but I shouldn't. Animals breeding and so on. Now, we do have a spot now for a wonderful different habitat to put in here. Now, we do have our Sumatran tiger over here. So very Asian, being very Asian. We have the small clawed otter over here, and the, what's it, the gibbons? What did I have in here? The large gibbons, yeah. So this is definitely going to be a bit more of an Asian area. So not entirely sure what animal goes in here, but we have some very interesting animals from Asia. And being in a bit of a more predator kind of thing, I was thinking maybe about the sun bear for this area. I haven't done so much for the sun bear in last, or maybe sloth bear, doing a little baloo, I don't know, something like that. But the sun bear is also pretty nice. Also, it has this cool hammock enrichment, which I'm a big fan of. This could be our central piece of the habitat. And then we also have this lower area, which I thought about needs to be something that we can also use in a way to have a backdrop like this. We need definitely to have a bigger backdrop in this area that unfortunately will cast a bit of a shadow, as you can see from the sun direction. What time of day is it though? Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a pain because the sun is relatively, kind of weird from here. So if I put a wall in, just taking that wall for a second to show you, it's gonna cast some shadow into the house. It's actually not that bad, to be honest. So if I'm gonna have like a wall like this, giving you a bit of an idea what we're doing. So this would be something like this, to give the habitat a backdrop, which is a lot further to the front. Let me pull that all to the front. So it's gonna be somewhere over here, and then we will have another Asian animal in here. We can actually, have a little look to go to Asia real quick and then see what we find in here. So we do have a couple of other. I was thinking about the Bengal tiger to put it on the opposite side, so I have a bit of a tiger area over here. I'm still not finished with that thought. I like the idea, and then this would be a bit of a bigger area. Or we are going to go for something like the binturong again. Does this also share the habitat with someone? Because that would be really cool. It does. Oh, we can actually, oh, look at that. We can have the Malayan tapir and the binturong go in here and the sun bear go in here. I feel like this is a good idea to do. Like, these are animals I wanted to do anyways. And then we do have a nice kind of get together over here. But I actually, looking at this now, putting the Bengal tiger here in comparison to that huge one for the Sumatran tiger feels wrong, to be honest. It feels oddly wrong, so I'm not going to do this. But this habitat will be interesting because I will incorporate the logistics behind that. So having the tapir and the binturong also makes sense to do here because they don't require that much space. I feel like this would be possible. And then going further into the zoo, because we were talking about the aviary over here, I want to leave this space open a little. If there are more mods coming out, I would love to make this to a bigger, like, flying birds area. We can have some, you know, walk-through habitats for the for the butterflies and stuff here as well. So it's going to be like a bit of the flyers area. And then, as we have the central spline with that huge house, I want to have this house mirrored, and this is the big idea I was talking about, and not sure what you guys think about this, but the big idea is to put a huge elephant habitat over here, which will be again a combination of already existing habitats from the past, so that we are going to create a story that, you know, on this side of here, maybe there has been a lion habitat in the past, and also a you name it, I don't know, dolphin habitat, I don't know. So, even though I have to say dolphin is maybe not the best idea because I want to do something specific with the dolphins. You know, city zoos also used to have dolphins, which is already on its own a very stupid thing to say. But, you know, thinking about this, I may actually include this dolphin area somewhere else and repurpose that too. I was thinking to repurpose this actually to some sea lions, because that for me personally would, I definitely want to have a sea lion in here, because the sea lion is such an iconic animal also for a city zoo that I definitely need to have it in. And I think a repurposed dolphin area, dolphin house would be so cool to turn into a sea lion habitat. Like size wise, that would make sense to give them, you know, at least a proper. Whoops, there went my hard drive space. Well, actually, you know, I was doing some binge recording in the last couple days that, you know, my hard drive is completely running full. Anyways, now you got a bit of a better plan what we're going to do. And now let's go specifically to the next episode. So what I'm going to do, and first of all, we can see if we can check out some more animations over here. Look at that. I love that. The hornbill flying around here, having a land, and ooh, what are they doing over here? Having some oh my god, they're just having some direct interactions here. That is so cool. Look at this one sprinting. So, what I wanted to quickly explain to you guys is also this is, I would now need to build like a proper blueprint for them to, you know, give them some perching spots, because you need to play this animation once to know where exactly they land, and then you can build your very custom habitat for that. There are also some blueprints on the workshop you can use for that, but you know, I will build this all myself and try to use this system in a very nice way. So my plan is actually to have like a little bit of a river going in the middle, like a fake river where we may or may not. I was thinking about having caimans in there. I don't know, as like a little bit of an extra, which this house is meant for. And then we will have this house and have a custom way of them flying through the house and outside, and have an outside spot for the aviary, and making sure that this is, you know, visible from the outside and from the inside, and have some nice netting to the outside. And the house obviously will look completely different. That's just like a placeholder to have a bit of an idea where the sizes go. And looking at the animals now, I went a little bit too big, but that's okay. The house will be a similar size, but just a completely different design. And then the outside I may actually move the whole thing a bit over here to the side, and then have either the hornbill or the eagle. At the moment, my tendency is like going for the eagle, to have this outside habitat to that hand side here, and make the people watch them fly on the outside. So I think this is kind of cool, making like a huge network out of this. A netting over there will look potentially really cool. So that's definitely the content for the next episode. I'm really looking forward to that, and I definitely will need your help, because that is just like a basic guidance I have at this point, and I definitely want to do this. And just as a reminder, what do you think about the elephant habitat in this area over here? I just really want to do like another modern Dutch-inspired elephant area, and I think this is a very beautiful vista over here, like having the pairing with our iconic Venlo Zoo area. And what I also want to do with the left-hand side then, like with this other part here, is maybe focusing a bit more on the older habitats that are just refurbished and not completely repurposed. Because at this point, we have a very cool zoo, like super modern at this point, like a completely new desert house in the center. We have this habitat, which I'm a big fan of still. This is like a reminiscence of the old one here, and then, you know, opened up into a more modern one. And then we also have our repurposed bear habitat that has been turned into the lagoons and the small-clawed otter, which I do like as well. And then we have the completely repurposed tiger habitat. But everything looks relatively modern and new, you know, maybe except this old school kind of part from them. But I think what I want to do, and I think the aviary is going to be that thing that is going to be the house itself will be relatively old, which may actually be the old aviary that has held some more older and smaller birds in the past, and now they only have like 2 or 3 birds left maybe. So that could be the narrative about this. And then I'm also thinking about squeezing in a tiny habitat over here. So we obviously have the meerkats already in the entrance area, but we're still having like prairie dogs maybe to choose from, or maybe some tortoises. So there are some more smaller animals I do want to do. So this is definitely something I want to look into. And whoops, this is not wrong. I just want to go and maybe put in some European animals. So I'm just not entirely sure what this could be. Like obviously the mood swan could have its housing over here, but you know, maybe we're gonna use the lake for it. That will be better. But also looking into that, maybe it's not gonna be near Europe one, having such a small animal. We don't really have that small. Could be an Arctic fox. That could be cute as well, or the badger. I don't know. Anyways, like a smaller habitat that just kind of fills this spot over here and has a bit more of the older vibe. Because as it looks right now, it feels too spacious for me and too open, at least going into this section of the zoo. It has to become a bit more cramped. It sounds wrong, I know, but this is just how city zoos worked, okay? We need more trees and stuff in here to make it feel more lush and so on. So yeah, a couple of things I definitely need to tackle in this area. So maybe, and I'm not sure how much time I will have in the next episode, for the next episode I should say, I'm going to have a look into that. But anyways, I'm gonna end this with looking at some of the animations over here. That you can see this hornbill. Oh, they can actually use this at the same time. I didn't know that. This is pretty sick. This is pretty sick. They can use the same enrichment piece at the same time. That is kind of cool. Not gonna lie, that's kind of cool. You can see now they're flying to different perch points, and that one is gonna fly down here. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. So you can really imagine putting some effort into this and making them fly through these. Oh god, that's so cool, having these animals fly around. And maybe like a little last word to all these wonderful mods. I'm just gonna, whoops, where's the button? There's the button. Just gonna quickly show you. Whoops, there you go. So as you can tell now, this is not feeling super odd anymore because the modders had this breakthrough to completely redo the animation. So you can see it is based off of the Wolverine, but there is nothing left from the Wolverine. You even have the beak opening in here correctly. You have the animals walking correctly. You have the animals flying in a way correctly. And you can even see a difference between the, you know, the hornbill and the bald eagle, for example. I think only sleeping is a little bit odd. But this is why they have their like perching point inside of. I haven't seen them doing this, but this one over here is actually activating the sleeping for the hornbill, so it flies into like a little house, which I think I will use quite a lot because that's kind of nice. And yeah, other than that, you can really tell it makes a lot of sense. I mean, having them run so much is obviously a bit odd, but hey, I mean, we have to work with what we can work, and this is already so much more than I would have expected to have. So yeah, that's that. I really hope you guys enjoyed this episode. This is gonna be a little bit of our planning episode, as I said. I really hope you still enjoyed that one. I certainly did enjoy it a lot, and I will enjoy building in here. I feel like I have a lot of ideas and so on getting back into it now, and I will need your help to guide me through this project. So thank you so much as always for watching. I talk to you in the next one, and don't forget to comment everything you need to comment about this project, and what you want to see. If you think the idea down here with the malign tape here is a good one, what you think about the elephant habitat, what you think about the sun bear over here. So just let me know, and I'll talk to you next one. Have a good time. Bye. Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo, our Dutch city zoo. In the last episode, we finally introduced our first tiger, the Sumatran tiger, and the habitat is actually a combination of 3 nostalgic old habitats. We turned the polar bear, the seal habitat, and also the tiger habitat from the past into a big new sanctuary. And in today's episode, it's gonna be even bigger and better. But let's talk about that in part 1 of today's build, which is the grand aviary building, and I mean the nostalgic old one. More about that now in the time-lapse part. So my idea was that I'm going to take the old aviary that used to be in here, and as you know, in the past in city zoos, they have been very cramped and very dense, and the animals had like very small little boxes almost, I want to say. And I wanted to maintain that building as much as I could possibly, because the architecture around this would be super interesting. But then again, we are obviously going to modernize it quite a bit. More about that in the next parts of today's video, which is a little bit of a different kind of progress as usual. I want to do this part by part rather than the whole time lapse, because the time lapse would be way too long. I spent over, I think, 15 hours or so for that build, so sorry that it took a week longer, but I think it's very much worth it. There are a lot of struggles I needed to overcome, but more about that in the different parts where they matter. This building was maybe the most straightforward one. I guess that's the one I built also the quickest. I had a very specific idea in mind. I wanted to go for, a very classic Dutch architectural style that resembles obviously the typical 17th, 18th century, 19th century Dutch architecture, and then turning that into this typical, very well-known form factor of an aviary, having that huge roof and the gables, and then a very long kind of almost tunnel-ish form factor that you would go through and have the habitats to your left and right, and pretty simple, made them a bit higher than usual so the animals have at least a bit of space to fly. But that's about it. Maybe one thing I should mention, if that wasn't obvious already, I'm using the brand new mods, the bird mods in here, that essentially use a very nice trick, because now modders are capable of doing new and custom animations, but they can't do them like fully. They can't integrate flying as a behavior, but what they can do is change the animation loops of the enrichment items. And funnily enough, they can do some crazy work in terms of how big the animation is, like how much space it takes. And so there is a feeling created that these animals actually fly. To be honest, looking at the solution, I'm almost willing to say this is something Frontier could have given us instead of fully flying mechanics. Obviously, I would have loved to have more fully flying animals in this game, well, in fact any, but I'm very, very happy to say that with a bit of fiddling around, you can create something great. And specifically in the real-time part, which starts around 16-ish minutes, if you fancy having a little skippity skip, you can do that. You will see how great it turned out. And I will not include all the detail work in this time-lapse, because that would take away a little bit of the fun. I'm going to show you in the real-time part how I worked with the different perching points and so on to create a very realistic feel of an aviary, if the animals do it in the real-time part. That's always a tricky bit. Anyways, let's take these couple minutes for the architectural style to look at what I was doing. So as I went for a 12-meter wide house by, I don't know, I think it's double the length, so 24-ish meters or even more. I think, yeah, it might actually be 24, but I'm not entirely sure. But I needed to do a custom roof because the in-game gables and so on are a little bit too, well, for the size, either too small or too big, but for like a 12-meter wide roof kind of idea, it is a little bit too small, so I needed to do something else. But hey, it turned out very nicely, and I'm very happy with the architecture. Also, the color is like a little, I imagined that this would be a bit more yellowish, but over the time it just kind of took a little bit of weathering, and so it is a bit more green, grayish, I would say. So yeah, this is the idea about this building. Also, the colors resembling, the time that has passed since the first installation. And I kind of like the idea for this city zoo that we go a bit of the mixture of nostalgic and then building new buildings and working with what we have, because as this is a city zoo, it's gonna be a bit more dense. Even though at this point I feel like it's also a good idea to maybe space out some areas and get rid of others. So basically what I think is happening with this whole zoo is that the zoo got rid of a lot of these smaller, very compact habitats that are very much not conservation oriented in any case, and also at least not even the slightest good for animals. I mean, we're talking about a zoo after all, but you know what I mean. And so I would think that they took away a lot of those and replaced this with some bigger stuff. So yeah, that is the final idea. And the next part is a modernization, which is a viewing gallery, which is also inspired by another Dutch zoo. Forgot which one that was. Let me quickly double check. Maybe I'm gonna find this real quick. There is a idea, and this is the Antwerp Zoo. Yeah, the Antwerp Zoo has this one. And it's inspired by that one. They also modernized some of the birds areas, and I found this very interesting and thought this would be a cool idea to integrate. Now, you can see I changed a bit of the idea, made it a bit more in a different shape, and tucked this to the side of our aviary. It's obviously going to be connected with it via the inside, and the people can actually meander through it, have a look. And at the moment, I'm playing without free build and without the path mods, because I want to make this zoo accessible for everyone. I want to avoid the disaster that happened with Zoo Sicily. For those of you who don't know, most of you who tried the zoo potentially have never been able to open it, which is down to the fact that I was using a path mod that is brilliant because it allows you to do everything with the pathing without even having Planet Coaster 2, but for the cost of you have to have that mod. Most of the other mods, if not all, work with vanilla as well. So if you use free build, for example, and you manipulate your zoo, that's totally fine. Everyone else will be able to use it. They potentially won't be able to move certain things because you would need free build for it, but just to open the zoo and walk through it, that's totally fine. Which for the path mod, the specific one I used, it's not possible. And I'm also fine with not using it, but there's one little element that is vital for me, and I'm really debating with myself what I'm doing. With this mod, you can actually get rid of the curbing on a raised path, and this is the biggest issue. And I was building this terrace over here, like the viewing gallery, and yet again it had the same issue. I was almost not able to create a path that was nicely fitted into there. Anyways, next part of our build, after I was finishing the modern viewing gallery, was this little pond you can see to the down left, and which is a bit of a foreshadowing how it's gonna look later on, just so you stick with me, okay? But yeah, this little pond is something I wanted to have as a visual fixture, a point to look at, and also for the animals to get a little sip and drink, and for the guests meandering around, something nice to look at. And I wanted to have it super shallow, just something that is in the middle here with a lot of stones, and it's just nice, just something to look at, and breaking a little bit with the pure nature in here, because I wanted to keep this whole thing like a little bit of a small forest or something. That turned out to be looking super cool. But this little pond over here really, it just turned out exactly what I wanted it to be, and that is a kind of a visual break with what else is going on, and just something nice that fits in here as a design element, and also just kind of contemplates the modern viewing gallery. So it's kind of another modern touch to the otherwise very typical foresty look of this aviary inside of it. So you always have like a little bit of a change between old and modern, and I could even think that some of the foliage we'll have in here already existed previously and was maybe like another bear habitat or whatever. So speaking of, the next part of the habitat is going to be our aviary build in terms of, well, as you can imagine, the netting, which is, it's awful, I tell ya. I am beyond respectful and beyond astonished by how other people, specifically like Haribo, Caesar, and all these detail-obsessed people, how they have the patience to build these insanely clean-looking netting structures. I'm not even talking about the netting per se. I do quite like mine too, but it's actually not clean at all. And I won't. I'm gonna admit it here, okay? I spent 5 or 6 hours, like half an audiobook, just building this netting structure in the way it is already. And honestly, I would estimate I would spend another 5 hours to just clean off some of the edges. It is hilarious because we just don't have the pieces for it. We would need triangular pieces. We would need some rounder pieces. It is, guys, I can't even say how much annoyed, or how much annoyance this brings to me. Like, building a straight netting would be possible, okay? But this is boring to look at after all. I wanted to have a nice form factor that obviously creates a very visually pleasing and nice looking aviary, and also just works well together with the modern viewing gallery I brought in. But then again, making sure that all the edges and so on are nicely connected, and specifically the top part where you have these, well, not 90 degree, but like, I don't know, what is that, 40 degree angle or so merging into each other? It's almost impossible to make that clean looking because we only have these rectangular slabs. And I was trying my best to do this with overlapping and stuff, but on the other hand, I must say, going these last 3%, I would say, just didn't sell it for me. I just didn't think it would be worth the effort at this point. Like, it could look nice, and if any of you wants to step in and do that, hell, hit me up. I'm happy to send the file over. But no, like, this was really not the fun part. The fun part was actually creating these perching points, as you can see our eagle sitting on top of here. And basically what you need to do is you need to, first of all, put down one of the enrichment items and then let the birds fly, and at some point they will perch down in mid-air, so there's an invisible point where they can sit, and then you basically put something down where they can sit on. And the last thing I did is I first of all thought about having all the bird mods in one aviary, but then I figured the toucan is kind of out of place because it's a kind of a tropical bird, and the other ones would well go into this foresty vibe. That is our European foresty vibe that would go. Even the eagle would work. Even though it's North America, but it still would kind of work nicely. But I figured this is not the best way to do it, and so at the end of the day, I decided to put the toucan in its own little tropical area, which is the first part of our wonderful entrance. But before doing this, I figured the entrance is something I didn't like at this point, so I changed a bit of the facade of our building and just kind of gave it a bit more details here and there, ensuring that it looks a bit more nice, and kind of these things would be, you know, cleaned up after a while. I feel like this is a good idea to have it, and I think it turns out pretty nicely. I also think this was needed to make this entrance area nicer looking in order to make this tropical area work, which we're going to start with in a second. But then I gave it also a very nice wording and a you know, name, and I was going for aviary, but then it was like, you know what, we are in a Dutch zoo, why don't we just call it the way it would be called in Dutch, which is very similar to the German word Vogelhaus, but it's kind of the, I don't know, Vogelhäuschen? I don't know if you could pronounce that like this. You Dutch guys, you will tell me. But then, you know, this is where I put a second airlock in to ensure that we don't have the toucans messing around with the other area, and also have the guests go through. Honestly, I don't even know if it was possible to have all the birds get together with people. Like, I do know that in all these bird parks I have been and so on, the animals also roam around free, and like, you know, I don't want to get into a fight with an eagle, but usually do they attack people? I don't think they do. But yeah, hell, that's kind of something I would really try, first of all, because like, it looks cool to have it just as an open experience, you know. And last but not least is obviously finishing off the project with putting in a lot of these details. You can see the huge leap forward to making the toucan habitat, because the rest of this area at this point has been finished, and that took a long while, I tell you, my friends. This was a lot of work, bringing in the whole foliage and so on in a visually pleasing way, but also make it interact with the different perching points nicely. And just to show you a bit of the workflow, I thought I'm gonna leave in the footage for what I did for the toucan, because that's a bit of a less lush area I created, but this is exactly the workflow you need to do in order to get this all right. So you can see I was putting some wooden pieces in here to know exactly where these animals would perch. Little side note, I took the wrong blueprint, because I did create some blueprints for the hornbill, for the eagle, and for the toucan, but they have different perch points each, which is cool, because that makes the whole thing even more interesting to look at. But I took the wrong one and was building the whole habitat with the wrong one, and needed to, you know, change it after all. But it still looks cool, like with the toucan flying on top of it. It is a bit of a trial and error here and there, because sometimes you forget where exactly they will perch and where they will land. And I may or may not have forgotten one or two areas, but that's, you know, that's just the thing. It's fine. I don't think it doesn't matter too much. It's all good. It looks good. It makes sense. And then I also put in like this typical kind of low fence you would usually have in these type of bird houses. It just doesn't add anything spectacular, but it makes sure that at least 90% of the people wouldn't climb over it and go into the dedicated area for the birds. Here you can see also me putting in some more branches for them to perch, and putting in some little swings and so on, like just like nice little things for the birdies, you know, having that little water pond there and having some of the toucans in here. But granted, like their area is potentially a little bit small compared to the rest of the aviary, but hey, that's the way it is. You could open up this a little bit more to one side or the other, so it's definitely something I could do in the future, but you know, sometimes you just have to work with the space you have. Anyways, you want to see it in real life, I guess, or like at least in game. So that's what we do. So let's count down 3, 2, 1, and go. Here we are in the real-time part, and you can see there is the Vogelhuisje, the aviary just in front of us, and we are standing right next to our Dutch Daily, the restaurant, and there's the Sumatran tiger habitat just for you as a little bit of an orientation. And to the left hand side there is our desert house. This is a tiny little bit of a space I still need to do, but before we go in, let me quickly introduce you to our new members of the channel. So thank you so much for joining. This was during a live stream, but also thanks to the series. Just as a little reminder, if you guys want to be founders of any of these habitats, just become member of the channel, and you can easily do this by 99 cents. This is just the easiest introduction. Eventually you get a sneak peek here and there in Discord, you get access to the emojis, and you obviously get your space in this project. It doesn't even matter how long you are a member, so I'm always checking whenever I do these videos who has joined since the last episode, and all of these people will become, as you can see, the donation stones or whatever. In this specific case, I decided to make these stones. So we've got Madeline Schröder, we've got Spider Francis, Samantha Thelman, we do have David LaRue, we have Lorak Mihai, I guess it is, Megan Pie, and we have Planet Leafy. If some of you are named double, I'm sorry, but now you are so many of you, which I'm super thankful to, but going through all the lists, I can't really control when they joined or rejoined, even though YouTube tells me if people have rejoined, but it doesn't tell me when exactly they joined. So you just have a second spot, I guess. Anyways, let's go in through our airlock and have a look at the toucans. There you go. Well, at this point, they're all going around. Of course they are. They don't want to show us the flying, I assume. Ah, of course. I was just hoping that some of you would be perching anywhere, but of course you're not. Let's have a look. You know, I like the fact that they can climb as well because of the base model they were using. And then they're jumping down and have these little animations. They can see an eagle out there. There's an eagle going around. They all have custom animations also when it comes to walking. So that's that. I'm very much... Oh gosh, why are you not flying for us? Can you just do this, maybe one of you? Just for the sake of seeing it, otherwise it's so boring. Also, by the way, for the sounds, obviously they can't import custom sounds as of now, so there's no bird sounds in here. I was thinking about adding some custom sounds to the game eventually, if I find any good ones, but so yeah, that's that. Yeah, it's a pity. Oh, there's one. Look at that. There's one flying up here and perching there. Look at this, and there you go, flying up to this spot. Sitting over there somewhere. Where are you? Oh, there you go. Now it's flying over there, and then just talking around, having a little look here and there. Yeah, zooming in sometimes is a bit of an issue. Then they disappear. That's still to be fixed. But I mean, just the fact that we have something flying around like this is amazing. Look at that. Just jumping across. We're just quickly waiting until it's flying back. It normally uses that route to the top part over here. Let's have a look. Ah, it's so good. I think it's based on the Wolverine. This is why you hear Wolverine sounds. But I like all these animations, the custom animations. It looks so good. Look at that. Just that dim, boing, boing, boing. And then it just quickly flies down here and then flies down all the way to the ground. Oh, look at that. Isn't that cool? Of course, it's getting repetitive after a while. But let alone the fact that we have it is just so cool. So then we go over into the newer part. There is a little bit of a peek inside of this area. There you can see all the birds. I mean, sure, for most of the parts, unfortunately, they will still be ground dwelling, which... yeah, you just can't do anything about this right now. And then you go in here. This is what I meant. There is this ugly little edge from pathway. Like with the mod, I could just easily click that, make it invisible, and all this nice and so on. It's a pity that it doesn't work. So yeah, here you have the look inside of the aviary. I mean, if you don't want to go out, it might actually be the case that you don't want to go out, and so you still can see most of the aviary from the inside, or like in winter times or whatnot. And then over here, we also have a little peek in the Toucan outside area. It's actually, oh my god, while I was building, they were doing the flying all the time. And now I'm doing the tour, they're like, nope, we are just going to be on the ground. Yeah, we are waiting until this happens. We also have some pheasants roaming around just to add for the birdie appeal. Okay, anyways, we're just gonna go further and see if we can spot anyone. Oh look, there's one on one of these swings I built. So, you know, we just need to wait for a second until it's flying and then get the idea. I still believe it's so cool, you know, having the chance to have flying animals, even though it's not perfect. It just is so good. I was actually thinking it's more because I put so many different perching points in. Ah, there's another one. Oh no, it's climbing up the tree, which, yeah, there you go. We've got a bit of flying going on here. Yay, flying around here. And then going for a landing spot there. Okay, let's have a look if we can catch someone else doing a little fly or so. This one is fighting with the box. This is also a custom animation. If it's gonna fight a bit more, it does actually fly up a little more. Let's see if it does. It's just bonking it over. Okay, well it doesn't. But yeah, so this is one of that. There you go. They're also fighting a bit. I like the fact how this is all custom, you know, and having all these wing animations, and there you go. There's another one coming down. I like the fact that climbing even kind of works, but I wish it would just use this one and fly into that little box, because they can eventually do it. You know what, I'm just gonna speed up the process so we can see a bit more of these animations. There's another one up there. Okay, there's one also flying up on this point. As you've seen, they are doing it, you know, eventually they are doing it. I mean, in a birdhouse, you wouldn't see them flying all the time anyway, so yeah, this one is flying through the tree a bit, but I wasn't minding that too much. Anyways, let's continue our little pathway through here. And so, following the gas path, you can see we are getting into the lower. What I do like though, and I didn't mean to have this, but funny enough, the hornbills actually stay all over here mostly. Most of the times, they do stay over here. Oh, look at that. And the eagles always go down in that region, which I didn't know that they do territories over. They don't in this game, but it kind of is odd to see that they, for whatever reason, seem to go into their own areas and mind their own business, which is kind of realistic. And again, not sure why they did this. I want to definitely show you how the eagles are doing some stuff. So there's one. I like this perching point a lot over here of that eagle. I'm going to still use the sped up version so you can see some of the animations a bit more in action. So this one is flying. I hope that someone is going to that one, because there's a flying range in here, which is the best of all of them. And I hope that they... Oh, there you go. Wait, there is one. There's just one came over here, because I have some of these flying points throughout the entire thing. Wait, let me just go around so you can see that. Yeah, eventually the perch points move a tiny bit, and as soon as I move that tree again, unfortunately it doesn't work anymore. But look at this. I mean, just look at that. Oh gosh, it's so freaking amazing. Like, imagine you go through here and then there's like that eagle flying over your head. That is just freaking fantastic. And another one is up there, and so you can also trick the system a little. I'm just going to wait until someone is using that one. Let's see if that eagle is going to fly up there. That looks promising. Let's have a look if you're going up there. Yeah, you're going up there. So that's good. So you've got this perching point, which I did connect with this tree over here. And if it's going to start flying in a second, you will see how I trick the system. It's you know, it kind of works, but for the caveat of not having this one perfectly aligned, there you go. It just goes down a little, which is funny to see, because I thought, like, you know what, I'm just gonna put this up the hill, and then I have a bit of a bigger difference. But there is like this, as soon as there is a height difference on the ground, it just kind of clicks down a little, which I do assume is down to the way how it works with the actual flat ground. So there you have it again, that just goes up. You know, I don't mind. It's fine. It's fine. It would look nicer. I mean, I think the trick to get this, to get it the same way and kind of maybe have the system work, is to have it also have the ground raised over here too, so that technically it's always on the same height of the ground. But yeah, oh, look at one of the hornbills actually does make it over here. And they have all the different kind of perching points across here. So if they decide to use it, I put a lot more animals in than you. Oh, look at that. There's one sitting in the tree too. This one, unfortunately, is going to fly through the house a little. But, you know, yeah, well, it's fine. Let's see when it starts flying. You can see that. There you go. It just quickly goes into the house. But yeah, as I said, it's a caveat I can deal with. Because the rotating this, it's like both of these animations are working with the tug rope, which is hidden in this one over here. And the tug rope for once creates the flying range for the eagle, which goes here, and for the other animals it just kind of creates these perching points, which one is here and one is hidden in the tree, and so both of the animals do it. Like there you can see it, look. It's so good. It's so good. It actually is like an aviary. I can't. It is so freaking good. And then it just lands on the tree. Oh my god. Like imagine standing here seeing that. I'm lost for words because it is too good. Like this fills me with joy. And if we would have gotten actual flying birds, and I assume we have to wait for Planet Zoo 2, look what kind of new vibes this would get to the game. I'm very, very, very sad that we don't have it and presumably don't get it for Planet Zoo, because the game still would be good enough to keep on going, but hey, you know. Yeah, that's that, guys. This is the Grand Aviary, and we have flying birds in the game with tricking a system, but I feel like this is a great build. I'm very happy with the build. As I said, some of the... Don't mind these things, you know, I could have done this cleaner, I know, but my focus was to create like a very believable aviary in terms of having actual flying animals and birds, and I would love to have some more smaller ones maybe, with more perching points if that's possible. I'm not sure what they are cooking at the moment, but yeah, so look at that. Also, I'm very happy with this viewing point over here, creating one of the sidelines, having that old building in the back, and then you can meander back. And you can see, this is what I meant, the zoo is getting a lot more dense now and a lot more narrow. It's not as bad anymore as it used to be in the past maybe, but it definitely does add a bit of a nicer feeling to it. We need to do some foliage work here and there, but as I said, this is going to be part of the next episode. Let's quickly jump into the free look camera and have a look. Also, by the way, the performance obviously is absolutely bonkers now with my new computer. This is so cool. Like being able to have like very stable 60 FPS in here is ridiculous, because this zoo, even on my old system, was already down to like 40-ish, which is now great to not have anymore. Anyways, this is where it sits now. I feel like it's super, super nice looking. Very good position for it. Rounding up this area very nicely and getting this denser feeling which the rest of the zoo is going to have. We talked about that, what we are doing next time, and something changed because there's another mod I want to use and test. So we're going to build further into this area next episode. People favorite to have the sun bear in here. There is going to be a bit of a change, and I'm going to tell you why when we do next episode. So if I get this done, next episode will contain 2 habitats actually, but I'm not sure if it's going to be next week, because during the week I have some other things to do. More about that soon on the channel, #soon, or soon TM, whatever you want to call that. Oh, look at that, there's one of the building pieces left over. Anyhow, this is the Vogelhäuschen, our aviary. Let me know in the comments what you like about it, what you don't like about this, what we could change, and don't forget to become a member if you want to support me in any way. Or another way to support me if you need another, you know, another house or something. Another house, oh my god, looking at the house. Another, how's that called again? Game or so. You can use instant gaming. Link is in the description. There's also some very cool stuff going on right now. Some campaigns, some very great values. You can always get DLCs if you miss out on any of the DLCs of Planet Zoo, because if you want to have the bird mod, for example, you will need a specific DLC. I forgot which one. It's the one with the Wolverine in. You will need that one in order to get the birds mod. So if you don't have that one, you can get it. Also, which one was the Wolverine? Let me just check. A bit of a service for you right now. What was that? It was an animal pack, but was it the northern? No, wait. Oops. It is the Eurasia animal pack. This is the one you will need for the Wolverine, and yeah, you can get this via the instant gaming link. And of course, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do so, because that would be amazing to help me out grow the channel. We are moving towards 100k. Let me get this done this year, guys. That would be amazing. Thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful week ahead, and goodbye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Venlo Zoo, our Dutch-located city zoo project. In the last episode, we finally brought in our grand aviary with actually flying birds. Yes, that's true. If you want to see how that worked, make sure to watch the old episode first. And in today's episode, we are going to bring in another modded animal, but this time around it's just like a cosmetic one. This is the Sumatran orangutan we are going to bring in today, and I'm very curious to build for that one. I wanted to build for them quite a while now because I really like the design of the mod, and yeah, that's gonna be very epic. But we are starting today's build with a bit of a special piece. You guys asked me to do a lot of blueprints recently, so here we do a special blueprint. And the fun bit is, this is actually a sponsored product, and you know that I usually don't really do that many sponsored products, but this is a very great fit, and I'll get to that in a second. But we are building a wonderful, well, chair, I should say, a swivel-based recliner chair, I should say, to be more precise, and that is a wonderful called Lotus one from the brand FlexiSpot. I'm gonna bring in the actual product right over here now for you to see that one. And this is pretty cool because it's in sale right now. You can find all the details in the link in the description as always. But we are building this for the game because I'm gonna tell you now what is so special about this chair. So basically it's a kind of a swinging chair, which at first might not be too crazy, but as my wife is pregnant again and we are going to expect our second child, you know, there is a little use for that actually in the future, because you can really relax in that one pretty nicely. And the design I'm building on screen is actually the chair, and I'll get to that in a second because we will actually use Planet Zoo to see how this is assembled. Honestly, it's the most dead simple assembly ever. But the chair itself is, and I'm not gonna lie here, it is insanely cozy, and the swinging has such a very nice weight distribution. I can't even put that in words, but it's like you sit in there and it's not like very wobbly at first. You really have to put on some weight to make it swing, but once it swings, it's not really, you know, annoying or anything. It's doing exactly what it should, and it has some really cool functions, and I will eventually have some footage of that on screen next to our speed build. And the chair, I like, even for that price tag, which is like 350 bucks at the moment. It's originally 500, but with the sale going on, you can get that for a lot less. It's really damn cool and impressive. I am a big fan of this chair, to be honest. And yeah, I would have gotten that anyways. Like, it's super cool. It's looking nice. You can get that in 2 different colors, at least at the moment. There's also a gray one, which wasn't available when I was looking, but maybe it's already in stock yet again at the moment of release of the video. You can check that out. It's kind of an orange, it's gray, and it's this beige tone we have on screen. Also, there's Rudi from the editing room. I may add that there is also a secret pocket in that chair on the left hand side that you can find. The overall chair's quality is super nice. Everything is heavy and steady, as it should be for a chair like that. You really have to push things, and they have a very nice effect of clunking back in, I may add, so that it really feels heavy. And when you lean back and everything is reclined, then you also have that heavy feel that you actually keep lying and it doesn't want you to snap back. So I'm very positive surprised. So really cool stuff. And now just to talk about the assembly, it is that simple. Let's have a look. Well, only 5 pieces are delivered, which is the base and a couple of pieces you have to put on very nice adhesive stripes, and a little reclining piece for your for the legs. And you can see you put the back side on very simply like that. Then you put the cloth or the fabric on top of it, which is super simple. Then you put the big piece and put it on top of it. Again, adhesive stripes make it super simple. And the last but not least, you put the foot piece onto it as well, and there you go. That's already the final piece, and you can actually make a lovely little reclining, as I've just done with this piece over here, to lie down a little bit nicer. So overall, a super nice chair, which actually also looks pretty cool in this relaxed area in our zoo finally at the end of the day. So yeah, make sure to click the link in the description and check out the product for yourself. I am very happily and positively surprised, but let's continue with the video right now. Alright, so let's talk about the backstory of this habitat first of all. And this time around, we don't do a repurpose, or we don't do like a new habitat out of old habitats, or we don't change up an area. We actually have a storyline that is turning a parking lot into a habitat. So the idea is we are here relatively close, as you can see, to the bike parking on your right hand side right now, top corner of the screen. And this used to be a parking lot, but as the parking lot has been moved to the other side of the main street, there was a bit of land getting freed over here. So as this is a city zoo, obviously land is a very valuable resource, and usually you don't get easily that much more, and especially for a smaller space as we are working with. And so this was the idea, that we are going to take this parking lot, and the cool bit is the space that was actually lost due to the fact that we have a parking lot over here is covered by the bike parking. So it is a approach to make this whole lot more sustainable. And in the Netherlands people are going a lot by bike, and this is very common, but maybe in the past it wouldn't have been that way. There's a lot that changed over the last decades, and so I wanted to pay tribute to that. And being so close to the bike parking, I thought that was a great idea to incorporate that little storyline. And we just have the chance to feature this in this specific way over here, and I'm very happy that I put it in this space, particularly because it is so close to the outskirts of our zoo. There is not that big of a chance that this would happen in the center of the zoo, because literally that is where already old stuff is, just like in the last episode we did with the Aviary, which has to repurpose stuff that's already there. And this may be one of the few, or maybe it's going to be the single one, the only one that is actually being a new habitat, relatively recently built in a new space for the zoo. So that's that. And the zoo, like from its footprint where people can go, doesn't necessarily grow that much, because the pathway that is being incorporated over here, the only new part is our viewing center over here, or the visitor center, I want to call that, which actually was a bit more of a struggle than I thought it was. I don't know what exactly happened there, but I had a couple of issues while building that. I had a very specific style in mind. I wanted to do this relatively modern, taking a bit of the typical outwards leaning windows that you usually have in a lot of more modern viewing galleries, but then also make it roundish, and also put in a couple of concrete walls to just not give it this completely glass house effect, I want to say, and then making sure that we also have a bit of a nicer style from the outside. And I do feel like this could be very modern Dutch architecture in a way, even though it's typical modern architecture. I would have a hard time to depict specific modern Dutch architecture, because like the architecture we are mostly going for in this zoo is the typical historical Dutch architecture, which is a lot more easy to depict, while modern architecture obviously is being influenced a lot more by international stuff, and so it is obviously a lot more closer to kind of a lot of other things that you would expect from typical modern concrete glass influenced architectural styles. But I still do think, like with this roundish thing, out leaning, and the use of materials, that this could be relatively Dutch anyways. But yeah, you let me know in the comments if you have good material or good literature, I should say, research papers, whatever, about modern Dutch architecture that is very easy to depict. Let me know, because that would be lovely to maybe bring in one of the future builds. But definitely the next build is going to be a bit more of a older build inspired one, because we did some modern stuff now in the last couple episodes, and I want to tie something older together again with a bit of a fresh paint, I want to say. It's not only a paint though, but you know what I'm trying to get across. So yeah, also we get a nice little entrance area over here. It's not like a specific airlock. I just wanted to have a very nice entrance. And I will be talking about this a bit more in the real-time part as well, but the idea is that this is a visitor center that could also be turned into a business area. So we do have obviously our chairs in, and this would be the point in the video where usually the chairs would have been, but as we talked a lot about these, and I do hope that you like the integration with the sponsoring, because I really do find they fit in very well. It's not like that they feel out of place or forced into it. I do feel like there's a good reason for having them in here, and it does feel like it fits. And yeah, let me know in the comments what you think of this idea of bringing in collaborations and ads like this. Like, you know, obviously this is always a great stuff to have the chance to have brands interact with people, and I want to make it as native as possible to not destroy the experience for you, and keep the immersive experience hopefully alive. So you gotta let me know if that worked out or not. And also, in all honesty, I really recommend checking out the website, because next to the chairs they have a lot of other cool office stuff, including like what was that again, like office desks that you can move up and down for a very fair price. So if you're more looking into that, you can also use my link to go there. Very, very good stuff they have over there. I was really surprised. I didn't know the brand previously, but they're very well known, it seems like, across across here as well, and have a very good, nice website. So yeah, anyways, I don't want to talk too much about this. As you can see, this was not forced into it, by them. It's just like because I liked it a lot. It's genuine appreciation for that. But yeah, what would a habitat be without a waterfall? We need a waterfall over here. I also need to talk a bit more about the habitat itself. As it is a more modern one and a more recently built one, you will find this also in the final look of the habitat. It is not as overgrown and as dirty maybe and as many decals used than I usually would in this specific zoo, which is a lot more detailed than the other ones I did. But that was on purpose this time around, because as it is so new, I figured it isn't maybe that much weathered. But before we talk more about the actual habitat, let me just quickly finish the idea on the visitor or viewing center. So it is very, very much to the outside of the zoo. So you can see in the background there is the bike parking, as I said, but also the backstage area for our monkeys and stuff, what we have on the other side, also for the main access to this area over here. Now, this also means there is a chance to let people get into that area without even being in the zoo. So I will get another entrance, a side entrance will be done in the next episode relatively quickly, so that people can use this cool area to maybe have like a, I don't know, after work thing, or like maybe a business presentation or anything like that isn't usually too loud, but also is like a very cool business case, because you don't want to go too loud to influence the animals too much. But how cool would that be to have like a business presentation in there, and like having these very cool selected chairs, and also a little bit of a buffet over there. We will do some stuff in there, you'll see that in the final walkthrough. And then you have that area with this very cool into an orangutan habitat. So that would be a very cool special event location, and you don't even need to go all the way through the zoo. And that was a bit of the idea with this more modern thing, because, zoos also need to get some money, and this would be a very cool way of using this bit even after opening hours and make some money with it for, like, having the rent and stuff for that one. Anyhow, so you've seen now the viewing gallery is mostly done, so a very, very modern retaining wall we have over here, using a couple of different concrete and stone variants to make it look good together. And inside of the habitat, I'm playing a lot with more of these kind of earth tones and dirt, and making sure that this resembles a bit more the area where these animals actually live. And then we have this dead space in the middle, which initially I wanted to turn into like a tortoise habitat, or like a little tortoise house, but I have a different idea for that. So they will be moved somewhere else, and I figured, to react to a bit of your feedback this time around. I had some people saying in the comments that even though this is a city zoo, and a city zoo usually is a lot more tight, maybe with our approach making this a bit more of a modern zoo, it would be clever to not have everything so super dense and tight. And well, based on this feedback, I decided to not try to squeeze in yet another habitat, and just keep this as an open space, and just use the chairs yet again, which wasn't planned initially. So the build was planned to just go for the visitor or viewing center over there. But then I figured, okay, that was such a valuable feedback, and why not turn that into a bit more of an open plaza? Honestly, I do love it at the end of the day. You'll see that in the real-time part. It turned out very nicely. So I think that was a very good feedback. Thanks again for doing this. And this is how you can really influence the series. And I really want to encourage you, if you don't want to become a member or can't become a member, that's totally fine. But also your involvement in giving constructive feedback and criticism also. It's not only about feedback. If something is in here that you don't like, well, let me know, because that doesn't guarantee I will realize that in any sense or fix everything you say, but I try to take those things out that really help, maybe. And this is something I wanted to talk about anyways, because that will influence the next coming months quite a bit. You've heard that in the intro, that I'm becoming dad yet again. So my wife is pregnant, and we are expecting our second child, which is only a couple of weeks away from us. So I kept this a secret for longer this time around, simply to see where this is going. But as YouTube is working properly, and I've already talked to Frontier earlier to, because of Planet Coaster 2 and so on, it will all be a little bit tight and all be a little bit more crazy this time around. I have the genuine, I don't know, is that Is that a problem? Is that a hobby? Is that a what is it? I don't even know. But for whatever I do, life-changing things I do are always very close to a release of a game. I'm not sure what that is exactly, but I always have a very high interference or interface with these dates. So relatively shortly after the release of Planet Coaster 2, I will be vanishing for a bit, and I will have to pre-plan for this time. And I'm not sure because there's a lot of stuff going on at work at the moment for me. I don't really have that much spare time, so I genuinely don't know what I can do for you guys in the upcoming weeks, and I really have to prepare my videos as best as I can and make sure that I make the best use of my available time. So that means Venlo Zoo may be not every week anymore from now on, but that's not a guaranteed thing. If I can do it, I will do it, but as I said, I will have to kind of juggle things around a little bit and make sure that everything fits in. And obviously, as Planet Coaster 2 emerges, and it's just natural that people are a bit more excited about the new game than about a 5-6-year-old game right now. Even though I do like it, and we do know that there is a DLC upcoming, and I'm very excited to see what's going on in the future of Planet Zoo, because I do think that this is going to be the last DLC, because they are already working on a successor of this game. I'm very, very certain they do. So, well, that's something for a different video, though. And maybe this video is already posted as of speaking, because I'm working a bit of in advance over here. But I will definitely have a video on Planet Zoo 2 relatively soon for you guys. So keep an eye on that one on the channel. And don't worry, it's not going to be a typical just like speculation video. There's a bit more to it. But yeah, I don't want to spoil that too much. So you can see I was doing a lot of work here with the climbing frames and the yeah, what is that? Kind of the beddings for them. And I quickly wanted to touch upon that and say that this time around, I tried to focus on this as best as possible to make this habitat really working. You remember maybe Zoo Sicily, where I also built this for the looks most of the time, and the problem about this was mainly that they were never brachiating and they were never using the habitat as intended. So what you don't see, because I did cut this out, I did a whole lot of testing with different variants of climbing frames and positions and all of that sense, and this is the final variant I went with, and also placement of the enrichment items, so that the animals do have a very nice flow through the habitat, and they do actually use the brachiation as you would expect it in real life to get from a point to another, and not like in the background anywhere and just like random. So that works out a lot better than it did in the past, and I really dislike the fact that I have to do that, but many people don't really pay attention to that, and they just build the habitats as realistic as possible, and then the traversable area is mostly destroyed and the animals can only follow one particular route, and that's about it. I personally don't like this too much. I want to keep the freedom of the game to not have these repetitive patterns in their movement, and I want to give them more free area to roam around, and this is why this habitat isn't so cluttered and so detailed maybe as the other ones were. So it's because of the more modern approach, as I was talking about, and this is not as old as other ones are, and so not as overgrown and dirty, but then also to make sure that animals can move around nicely and use the viewing stuff. Yeah, that's mostly it what I wanted to talk about, because now it's only finishing touches here and there, putting some needles in and all that kind of stuff, and there is a bit of stuff I did afterwards that was too annoying to keep in because I was jumping here and there, not really in particular exciting for you, but you'll see that in the real-time part, which we are going to join over in a few seconds. So just a friendly reminder, if you haven't subscribed to the channel and you do enjoy this content, please consider doing so. We are going strongly forward towards the 100k, and yeah, maybe we're gonna reach this year or even before the second baby is arriving. Who knows? Anyways, thank you so much for listening to my voiceover, and now I'll hand you over with a lot of joy and fun to the real-time Rudi, because this tour is going to be fun, it's going to be good, you're going to see this habitat, you're going to see some of the old stuff of the zoo. So yeah, enjoy that one, have a good day, have a good weekend, and make sure to let me know in the comments down below what you think of this habitat. Do some criticism here and there so I can touch upon that, and yeah, that's it from my side, from the time-lapse Rudi, I'm gonna call myself, and now have fun with the real-time Rudi. It's just me relaxing in that chair, so let's quickly get up here from that chair and have a look at the final build today. Actually, I have done a little bit off screen just to give this whole area a bit of a nicer touch at the end of the day. So what we're going to do, we're actually going to use a little bit of a nice little sneaky path. This over here is our Sumatran tiger area, which makes super sense that we have the Sumatran orangutan on the other hand side as well, as I was talking about it quite a lot. Here we have some dedication boards from the last time, and I'm going to use them real quick because this time around we do not have any new member who joined us in the last 2 weeks. So just a friendly reminder, if you want to become a donator of our Sumatran orangutans, you can actually join the channel as members, and I will actually put that in next week or the week after as soon as we have the next episode, because as of now this habitat is the first habitat to not have any member or donator at all, which is a little bit sad because these little wonderful fellows over here need some support of you. But before we go and have a look where they are around, this is a nice little touch I put in here. So we do have like a little stand who doesn't have a vendor at this point, but we have like a little bit of a pop-up stand, you know, that can be moved away if the weather isn't as great and people just really go through it. Okay, well, it seems like as soon as this is not on a souvenir ground, it is actually not a barrier anymore. Whatever. I put some wheelies down here. You can see there's like a bigger wheel on that counter, and there are some smaller ones on this one with like a little bit of a pull carriage kind of thing, so that you can easily pull them away in the backstage area, which is actually, let me just quickly show you, the idea is that the backstage area is going to be edited here in this area. I haven't fully done it, so you can see people are just abusing this pathway as of now, and also this right hand side isn't done. I want to put like a little bit of a fence here, but yeah, as we have seen, oh, look at that. Wow, we see someone doing the brachiation over here. I actually spent a lot of time, guys. I don't know how much is in the speed build, but I spent a lot more time to figure out how to build these climbing frames in order to make them freaking climb. As you know, my big Sicily area where I did this, you know, rest in love, I should say. I absolutely adored that area with all these climbing areas and stuff, but it just didn't work. They were never using it as brachiation pieces for whatever reason, and so this time around I tried my best to actually get them some climbing in here that they can use and do brachiate on, which, as you have seen, just works perfectly fine. So yeah, going up here, this is our little visitor center, I want to call it, viewing center, I don't know. I feel like this is something really cool, something I would expect in a modern Dutch zoo, even though it is a city zoo, so it's not really that huge educational center as it could be, but it's like a tiny one that could also be used for some meetings, and that is exactly the idea. So that you have this room over here, and just imagine putting like a little bit of a buffet in the middle or something like this, and have these chairs removed with some actual office stools and tables, or just keep them and have like a little presentation going on in here. So that I think is wonderfully doable. And then we do have this insanely cool viewing opportunity over here. You can see they get some food, but you have this wonderful look inside of the habitat. You can even see them roaming around just in front of you. This huge kind of viewing area will become even cooler as soon as the back here is also built, and you have like a very cool view into the zoo and into the rest of the zoo. I feel like this is one of my coolest builds when it comes to sidelines and interaction between the habitat and the viewing opportunities. And yeah, just it looks pretty cool, pretty modern, and it has this nice area. And then we've got some like the wonderful chairs in here. As I said, if you've skipped forward and you didn't see the advertisement, this is legit the product I was sent, and I have in real life actually, and you can purchase. And you can see there was like a little kid who grabbed one of these statues over here and forgot to put it back. You know, there's one here, there's also like a little poster that was falling over, and there's like a little giraffe thingy lying around over here. Give it a bit more of a personal touch. And then over here we can see the bike stands, and I want to keep this view relatively open. Yes, it is outside of the zoo, but I think I want to keep exactly this view open to like the bicycle stand, because I really like this touch. And then this over here will be covered by like a wall or something like this, but that view shall remain open. I kind of like this because as this being like a bit more of a business, you know, location, you would be able to access this also off time, you know, if the zoo is closed or whatever. And so there's like a quick option. And I will, this is also why there will be like a little bit of a fake staircase here, which is like the access once the zoo is closed, for example. So yeah, let's move down. And then you go around the corner and you can see there's like a little bit of a different education board. There's a vending machine. There's like a little seating area over here. There's a plant. I haven't put anything in quite yet. I'm still debating what to put in, because I was looking into if some people became member, and I wanted to make this like the member board over here. So I'm going to keep this open as long as possible. Look at that majestic orangutan being on the highest climbing frame over here. I love that. Let's see if that one is going down and do some brachiation over here. That would be cool. Yeah, still having a bit of a thing here, but it doesn't really matter that much. Look at that. Come on, do some brachiation for us on here, because that's exactly. Look at the shaders and stuff. It's kind of insane to me that the modders pulled that off, and you know, the in-game orangutan, it still looks good, but it doesn't look as great, even though they have improved upon the shader quite dramatically. And this is why what the modders also do take advantage of. It's not like that they fixed it. Basically, they are using some more of the options that they also have in other animals, like Frontier did give us in other animals. So yeah, the Bornean orangutan is obviously one of these animals that fell victim to being one of the first animals ever done. So Frontier has obviously been increasingly good at doing animals right off the bat, and yeah, it's super cool. Speaking of security, by the way, this technically over here, this works for the game's intent, but realistically, obviously, that would be a tiny bit too dangerous. But I just like the looks of it, and so I'm gonna keep this, especially this area over here is relatively unrealistic, because like it wouldn't be that big of an issue for them to just jump over here and climb out of it. So realistically, I would need to do some netting in that corner. I may do this eventually when we are going to explore what's going on in the next area, but for the moment I'm going to keep it the way it is, and I feel like this is fine, you know, this is fine. But yeah, look at that. I'm just like very much in awe with this whole area. I think it looks fantastic. I think it looks cool. I mean, just look at this vista over here. Like, we're gonna go up. Look at this. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I feel like this is a really, really cool vista. I'm still debating if I'm going to put something more on the roof here to get some more back cover on the roof, but I'm not entirely sure if I do this. So if we go around the corner, we do have a bit of kids education over here. Have another peek inside of the habitat from this corner. You can see the people standing in this viewing area eventually. So that's going to be very cool. And then if you go even further, there will also be like a little bit of a, I don't know, a shop or something over here to give the people another reason to go. But then you also get a bit of a backstage view inside of the indoors area, as you can see. This is also, there's a bit of a distance in here. I didn't want the people to go towards the glass, because having that rounded glass, I imagine it wouldn't be like 100% secure, and I don't want to give the animals a reason to go aggressively against the wall, so that's why. But you also get this wonderful view inside of their you know, just indoor section where there is a bit more privacy for them. And then in the back you can see this is where they really have their privacy. I was also playing around a lot with different viewing angles, because as you can see from over here, I tried my best to use that climbing frame to hide this, but there is the entrance to the habitat, as you can see, to the right hand side. And if you are looking from the front of the habitat, you can basically not see it. It's very nicely hidden here behind that little corner. And this is exactly how you do that with real life habitats too. And this one over here, you can only see the open part, so you don't look around into the area. So that is making sure they have a lot of privacy, and you can, you know, there's one coming out eventually. So that's super cool. And I really like how that turned out. So let's jump out of this explore mode and have a look around. So this is where the habitat sits, and honestly, overall I'm very happy with the footprint, because exactly this is looking a lot smaller than it actually is. So the habitat is relatively big, so very animal friendly, I would call it, in this kind of sense. And we have also this huge Sumatran tiger habitat on the other side, and then we've got the Sumatran orangutan on this hand side, which I feel like it fills in this area so nicely. And as you can see now, it's becoming a lot more dense, which is exactly the point of it. This time around, that is a relatively new habitat, so we don't have a storyline of it being removed or anything. I feel like this is one of these completely new builds, because it's also relatively new towards the back of the zoo, where you have the connection to the outside. So I imagine this may actually be a tiny scrap of land that they were offered, you know, as I was talking about in the time lapse. And this is something where they could enlarge the the city zoo where there was maybe parking before or something like that, I imagine. And so this is one of the new ones, and we've got the bigger parking now on this hand side. So yeah, that is it for today's episode. I really hope you guys enjoyed that. I certainly did enjoy building this. I really liked also the integration of this little advertisement. I really want to know how you like this as well, because I was trying to do something else, with this ad integration, I want to call it, trying to really tie it into our actual episode. And oh, look at the pronunciation. There you go. Oh my lord, what's that? Oh, wait. Ooh, I have barely seen that one. Oh, that is so cool. What's that? Gee, they have to do that way more often. Come on, Frontier, just up the values of that. They have to do it more often. And I love the way how it was lying there briefly. Like this, the way how it was like really on its belly forward and this chill pose. I really would love to see that more often. Jeez, you were just changing my outro here because that was really cool. Yeah, anyhows, I really hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I wish you a wonderful weekend. Hope to talk to you soon. Let me know in the comments what you thought of this ad integration and of the build, obviously. Make sure to comment it all, and thank you for your ongoing support. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, make sure to do so. We are moving forward to that 100k, and maybe we will do this year. That would mean a lot to me. So thanks again, and have a good time. Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo, our Dutch city zoo. Today's episode is going to be very special because of a lot of reasons I'll come to in a second. In the last episode, we made this wonderful Sumatran orangutan habitat, and I'm super proud of it. And today's episode, we are going to look into a baboon hill, but more about that in a second, because before we will go into instant gaming for a second, because instant gaming, as you all know, is a platform where you can get game keys for a great discount. And no, it's no scam or anything. They are fully reliable. They have good customer support, and you can be assured that you will get the keys eventually in a quick time. And also, this means that you can get your favorite games, your favorite DLCs, and if you don't know exactly what you want to have, you can still get the currencies of your favorite platform, just as like PlayStation or Xbox, for example. So make sure to click the link in the description and check out what is in store for you. Okay, full disclosure. Obviously, I don't have the Himadra's baboon in this game as of now, but I'm preparing obviously for the upcoming DLC. We still have no idea how that's gonna called, and we're going to talk about that DLC in a second. However, I want to dedicate this episode to a very special person, and that is Maggie Smith. Unfortunately, she passed away yesterday, and for those of you who don't know who Maggie Smith is, I think the most prominent role she ever played in was Professor McGonagall from the Harry Potter movies, but she's also been a very good actor in many other famous movies and series and stuff like that. I enjoyed most of her stuff. I got to know her via the Harry Potter movies, obviously, but after that I watched a lot of her older stuff, and she is a wonderful, wonderful actor, and not only because, Harry Potter is special in a way, just because she has been a fantastic human being, it seems also. I mean, I don't know her, well, in person, but I've actually watched a lot of interviews and stuff, and that was always very impressive, and she was full of talent, full of humor and the character, and I think I've talked about that quite often in the past, that I'm not maybe the biggest fan of the Harry Potter movies because of a couple of reasons, a couple of cast decisions. But if anything, the Minerva McGonagall role is almost made for her, for Maggie Smith, despite the fact she's a lot too old actually for the role itself, but that's something that the movies did anyways. They made all the teachers way too old. However, I couldn't have thought of a better person than her, and so I just wanted to quickly dedicate this to her, and therefore I'm going to play a little clip here just to make sure that we have the full dedication of this wonderful human being.
I will not have you in the course of a single evening besmirching that name by behaving like a babbling, bumbling band of baboons.
I do hope, though, that this is not going to be copyright claimed over here, and if so, well, that's it, I guess. So yeah, Minerva McGonagall in the form, or in the role that has been played by Maggie Smith. I'm very, very, very sad, but obviously 98 or 89 years old, quite an astonishing age and career, and I rarely do this, but there are a couple of actors that have actually shaped, I think, a lot of the movie landscape, I guess, and for me personally, that just like not too many are so important that I want to do something special, but I thought this video is just a good fit, so here you go. Anyways, I think this is the moment where we have to talk about the upcoming DLC and free update of Planet Zoo. My god, I'm just gonna be confused forever now of those both games at the same time. And I think this is the perfect segue. While we are building this habitat, I'm gonna talk a bit more about the habitat in our real-time section. And by the way, I don't have the modded animals in. There are obviously Himidrus baboons in like on Nexus mods, but I don't wanna, you know, do this. I think it's not fair to Frontier doing that so shortly before the DLC and just kind of force a, I don't know, comparison. I don't want to do this, but like, you know, we can have that as an implied habitat already. I had already some mandrills in here as a test because I thought they may actually be the closest comparison to how animals would behave in here. But yeah, let's quickly talk about the DLC that is not further named. You know, people have been saying Highlands, but that just doesn't really work. And also, some of the things we saw in there doesn't really hint to Highlands. So maybe it's kind of a zoo favorite or whatever this is, or maybe they just came up with a completely celebration theme, anniversary theme. Who knows? Speaking of anniversary, we are going to get a free animal, which is going to be the African leopard, and well, it's not really that exciting. I mean, it's always nice to get a free animal, don't get me wrong, but it's basically the Amur leopard in a reskin, I guess. But it's, you know, it's good to have a free one, and people were actually asking for that African leopard anyways. And you know, I'm kind of happy because the leopard has this wonderful chill pose on the logs and stuff. I really do hope that they have increased the values of them doing this, but yeah. You hear that already from my voice, and I have to contain myself a little because it actually my opinion on the DLC is kind of unfair, and I want to state that because we are over 5 years into the lifespan. Actually, we are actually getting the 5th year done now with the current anniversary, so that is a very long time for a game being actively supported. So, and either we are all not sure. Maybe this is the last DLC, maybe it's not, and well, if I were Frontier, to be honest, and you can see that the coming DLC definitely doesn't have the same quality as the previous DLCs had, and seeing that we have 2 animal packs after each other is clearly hinting at the point that there will be no, I don't know, like normal pack or like peace heavy pack. I don't know. We are getting a new enrichment item, as said. Which is kind of going to be exciting, but there is not really that much coming. However, I think the fact that they still have a team on this game, whether it's being super small or not, just the fact that they have one is very impressive to me, and it's also very nice to see. It's not normal, and this is why my opinion on that is unfair. This is why I wanted to give you a context on that one, because I'm not super excited for it, but that's just because, like, I'm not too eager for those animals being shown. I know people are crazy for the Pallas cat. I'm kind of too. I like this one. And the baboons are also pretty nice. But the other 2 animals, forgot even how they were called. For me personally, they're not so exciting. Who knows what the other 4 animals will be? Maybe they get me excited a bit more. But as you know, I'm more of a player who wants to experiment with what we get. And if we would get new animals that have a new behavior and a completely new kind of set of animations and things, just like the bird mod, for example, brings in, I'm all over it. You know, I just love that. I love to experiment with that. I love to explore new themes. But if they are just like, let's say, the way it is, if they are 8 reskins of existing animals, and I know they are technically not reskins because even the baboon, the baboon will come with a lot of new animations for sure, and Frontier will, as always, do a great job on them. So again, don't get me wrong, but it's just like, no, they just don't. They just don't give me the ideas to do something completely different for them. You know, African animal, we have done a lot of African stuff already. So it's kind of the normal thing that I could even do with mandrills, for example. I haven't built for mandrills in a bajillion years. Like, I think it was still in the alpha days, or like the beta days of this game that I've built for the mandrills the last time. Oh no, that's not true. It was actually Yosemite, and I exactly said the same, I believe. So yeah, like, I have to see what's in there. Look, I am not going to complain at all, because the sheer fact that we're still getting new stuff is amazing, and people who love Jurassic World Evolution 2 know what I'm talking about. Just the fact getting something is already pretty great. Now, I want to be proven wrong, and I want to see that maybe this pack is going to be more exciting for me than I think it is. As I said, the Pallas cat we will 100% bring into Venlo Zoo over here. 1000% we will bring that in, because this is a very, very cool animal in so many ways. I love it. It's so grumpy. It's so kind of fluffy. It's fat. It's going to have an interesting behavior. So I'm very much looking forward to that one. So that's definitely a good one. And the baboon too, because we need more of those animals in the game. Like primates in general I want to have. This is maybe the last little bit that I want to have a lot more in this game, like specifically climbing primates, because they are not really, I was told, I didn't even know that, because for me, I don't know, my brain is weird. I thought, okay, look, it's a primate, it's a baboon, it has to climb. But then people told me that's mostly ground-dwelling animal, which is kind of sad, but this is how the game anyways treats them. So I didn't really give them too many climbing opportunities over here. I gave them a couple things, but not too many. Apparently they can climb, but I don't really do it that much. So I wanted to pay tribute to that behavior already by not making the habitat too crazy in terms of huge climbing rigs or so. But that's the point. So yeah, if you're still listening to me till this point into the video, thank you so much. Or you skipped here. If in that case, I knew you would skip over here. I know it, okay? So do me a favor. If you really want to test out something, make sure to go to Instant Gaming. I haven't said that enough lately, because there was so much going on in my life, as just, you know, the baby news and so on, and some other things I may talk about eventually. But so that is definitely something I recommend, because they have a lot of great deals. And if you still debate with yourself about a couple of DLCs that you don't own, make sure to check out, because they have some really great values, and you can now get them before the last animal pack, or presumably last animal pack drops. So make sure to check that out and get that link in the description. That's the easiest way to get there. Anyhow, as promised, I will talk a bit more about this specific habitat in the real-time part in a couple seconds. The last thing I wanted to get into the time lapse is that I'm very, very thankful that you guys all kept being you and supported me on here. And don't worry, Planet Zoo will still stay on the channel, not as much as before obviously, but I will definitely give it a very warm love as much as I can. So now let's have a look how the habitat looks. And apparently this time around it's maybe a little bit more. Oops, wait, that's just and that was something selected. Oh my god, look at the vista from over here now. I've barely been here lately. This is where our desert house is, and look at the vista now with the aviary here in the back and everything. It's just really getting together. Now there is our wonderful habitat I was just talking about, and before we do anything else, let's go to our new members, because after the last episode a lot of people joined again, so very thankful. For those of you who don't know, for every episode we will have the chance to have donators, and this happens if you just become member on my channel. The next episode of Venlo Zoo, you will become then a kind of a sign, dedication post, or anything in this park. And as you can see, I have a little tree over here with a face. Look, that little happy tree, just giving us access to the signs over here. So we've got to welcome Barry Wald, Alex Ewing, Firewolf88, Rodrigo Serrano, and Samantha Fellman. Again, I should say, you rejoined. Thank you for that one. So thanks for everyone who is still in here. Thanks for a lot of other ones. I wanted to give a quick shout out. There are so many people now being member for over a year, so thanks for those. I will do something special for the for those of you having an anniversary soon, and I still owe you something for the live stream. But as you've seen, I am streaming a bit more often now, at least once a month. But no, more often will be happening. So this is the habitat, by the way. There will be a couple of little things happening as soon as the animal is there. I kept a couple of things left open to see how the traversable area works and if I can deal with this, but I'm very proud of me to use that tree on top of here. I will need to fill in that gap. That's just kind of unrealistic. I wanted to have this really go down further, because the way it is right now is not really the most realistic one. I like the fact having that building in the back. Yes, it is kind of a copy paste from the entrance building, but I was like, you know, I can still do a couple of theming things around here as soon as it's done. This house will be used for something once they're in. And over here, I also wanted to make like a little bit of a terrace for the guests. This is why I made this look so good in comparison to the other things. And I wanted to have them grab something over here. We will have maybe an ice cream stand or so to the left-hand side. And then you've got this very cool vista here with the aviary, and see the birds already flying around. So there's a reason for you to go there. Eventually there's a little restaurant. It's all coming together now, guys. It's coming together. Also, I will need to put some more security in here. Not sure how far they can jump to make sure that this is all better. Maybe like a low fence or so will be enough. But there are a couple of things I just want to see as soon as they're there. And as you all know, some of the hammocks, for example this one, it's so sad that it doesn't work. I would love this to be an actual in-game hammock, because I love it. If anything, for Planet Zoo 2, I also would love to have more things like that have actual physics. Like a hammock piece with actual physics that they can use would be funny as heck. That would be so cool. Also, look at the camels in the back. There you go. There was a camel like snacking on that one. Like, this one has actual physics. So this is why I'm like, you know, there is some subtle physics already in the game, which I really would love to see more often used. But other than that, I'm very happy about this habitat. Let's quickly jump out of this camera mode. And I wanted to do something specifically. There is a reason why the baboons are in here, because I thought that was fitting enough, because we have some more African animals in this region anyways. I was quickly debating if I wanted to put that next here, but this is more like Asia. This is where we put the Sumatran orangutans last episode. As you can see over here, there are our beautiful friends. Woo! Jump, jump, jump. This is that habitat over here. And then if you look over here, this is where it goes. Honestly, this zoo is getting going really nicely. I can't wait to continue. It's so much fun building in a zoo, not gonna lie. It's really like the idea about the whole zoo just works, and there will be something more special soon. I received something from a certain sylph, so next week's episode will be very interesting, or the week after, depending on what I can get done in 1 week. But yeah, so this is interesting. This is really interesting. Look at that. Yeah, as for now, let me know in the comments down below, guys, what you think about this very habitat. Do you think it works? And if there is something specific I need to know about these animals, let me know in the comments. And we need to obviously think about what animals do we want to have in the game if this will be an 8 animal pack again. For me personally, there are not really that many I need, because I do know we are not getting birds, and we are not getting full aquatic anyways. So for me personally, I think to make me really happy, I would love to see another primate in this one. Maybe something smaller and more climbing, you know. We have a bit of a lack of these type of little monkeys, you know. And then also I would really love to see a walrus. That would be amazing. And maybe another penguin. That would be cool. Again, I have no idea what the theme of this pack will be, but this would be very amazing, and I would love to see this. And yeah, that's that. Let me know in the comments down below what you want to see, and also what you want to see in this park, because I just want to have more input from you guys, what you would love to see in this city zoo, because now all that I had in mind is almost done, and we're now at a point where we can develop together. So let me know in the comments down below. I talk to you next one. Have a wonderful weekend, and goodbye.
Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo, and welcome back to the first DLC episode with the brand new DLC today. So this is our city-based zoo, Venlo Zoo, and in the last episode we actually already prepared a habitat for the wonderful Himadras baboon, and this one was actually a little bit of a nice sign-off to Maggie Smith, and if you want to catch that one up, I highly recommend watching the last episode. You'll see this habitat also filled with baboons, as you can see on screen right now, but more about that later. Today's episode will actually be about the cockerel's shifak. And also, first things first, as you guys always keep correcting me with the wonderful pronunciation, I will say that every one of you was kind of wrong this time around. Like, people told me after my DLC video it was the cockerel shifaka. But it's not true. I just did even more research. You don't pronounce the A at the end. I did actually watch a lot of these you know, documentaries and stuff like that to make sure that this is all correct this time around, and it's the cockerel's shifag. This is how you pronounce that. So I finally did my research, I guess. Anyhow, on screen you can see a lot of great buildings already, which potentially you already have or have not seen. If not, this is a little spoiler for Sylph series. He is building a Dutch city in Planet Zoo. Big thanks to Sylph for getting me these things over and let me use them, because obviously I'm building a Dutch city zoo, and it would be kind of weird
to not use that. And also, there is absolutely no freaking way that I'm doing better buildings than Sylph did over here. Also, I do not recommend to do this because the amount of pieces he used is absolutely beyond anything I have ever seen in this game. I tried making a habitat out of the whole thing, first of all, and that caused my game constantly to crash. And if you want to check my description, you know that I have a beast of a computer, and even that isn't able to handle it, which was a bit of an odd thing. So I needed to divide that in four simple ones. Well, actually, they're still incredibly big, and you've seen in the time lapse how long it still took by 8 times. 8 times. You know, you can skip back to the point where I plopped them down. This is 8 times sped up, and it still takes about like a couple seconds until it is actually kind of, is that like emerged? I don't want to say, or realized in here. I don't know. It's just kind of materialized, I should say, in here. Now, I was using these buildings, to be completely honest with you, because of a bit of a lack of time at the moment. I am, you know, preparing a lot for becoming second-time dad, and I, you know, have a lot of stuff to do, busy times at work as well. So I just have to kind of juggle these things around. So Sylph's buildings came in very handy, and honestly, just makes a lot of sense, to be completely honest with you, because, like, I mean, we're talking about the Dutch city zoo, and he's building a Dutch city, so why not? So there's a lot to talk about with this specific habitat. Now, I want to mention that these buildings I took over here, they will be obviously changed, and I will keep on building this in a different way. So what you're going to look at right now is the front side of what is going to be a reptile house. Now, this might sound odd because the cockerel shifak doesn't really have anything to do with a reptile house, which is fine, but I wanted to make sure that we have a fun integration with it. So as you can see, to the back side of the facade, I'm going to open up everything for them to have an indoor section, and on the back side there will also be a viewing gallery that is only accessible from inside the reptile house. So you have a bit of a nice connection, and the reason why this, in my opinion, makes sense is to just share the heat in that house, because the reptile house will require a bit of energy and heat, and so that heat can also be redirected into the area of the cockerel shifak indoor areas, because obviously these are again animals, lemurs, that are used to live in a very hot and humid environment, so they will require a good indoor areas that is also offering them enough to climb around. It's not done in this episode on intention, this is not really down to not having time. This was intentionally done because I want to make this all feel like one once we're doing the reptile house in the next episode, which is going to be very fun, and I'll show you in the real-time part later on how this is going to plan out. Because I want to bring in specifically the American tortoise, the African tortoise we are going to get with this pack as well. It just really is a beautiful model. I'm going to show you all the models at the end of this video as well, just really quick, so you have an idea how they're all looking. But this time around, I'm not going to make like a dedicated overview. I believe I don't. I think I don't. So we are doing this just in this video. And you can see all of these at the end of the video too. Now, I specifically wanted to get into building again. Like, I have my own thoughts about this pack, which I'll get to in a second. Now, see, the point of this build was really to provide these animals with a huge space. And the reason for that is relatively simple. Because I feel like turning that into a city zoo and making sure that this is modernized, we won't have that many animals at the end of the day as this zoo potentially has had in the past. However, I want to give those animals a specific treatment that are in the zoo. And so this cockerel shifak, the habitat itself is potentially the biggest you've ever seen for an animal like this. However, we may actually end up having more than one species of lemur in here. I thought about that, or actually getting them with some other interspecies beneficial animal that goes with this in the habitat. But I just wanted to have this outside kind of aviary look with the nettings from the Oceania packers actually, and making sure that this kind of looks nice to have over here and separated from the other primates of this pack, which is the Himras baboon on the other side. So just having some climbers in one area, also like, continent-wise, it's not like perfectly fitting, but it's also not that far away. I mean, we've got Madagascar to the south of Africa, and we've got Africa, and we're still with the desert house, which also has like a lot of African animals in. So we are kind of on theme, but I also said like I will never be like completely going for like continental areas. This was never the plan of the zoo. Like it is always nice to have this if it works out, but if there's one or two animals just like in between that, you know, that won't fit in perfectly, it's still okay. But, you know, I mean, we also do have the African penguin just across the street over here, so all in all, it just makes a whole bunch of sense to have them here. And we could easily have another African animal go into this habitat as well. I just am very pleased by how it turned out, and I'm also just very pleased by how this whole zoo is turning out. There's a lot we have to talk about in the real-time part, simply so you have an understanding where the city is gonna go, and I obviously have to look into how I'll do this with the performance. You'll notice that when I show you the building in real-time part. Like, this real-time part today is going to be very important. Like, make sure to really watch that closely. It's going to be very interesting. Now, let's take these last couple minutes of me putting down a lot of nature and making sure the habitat looks nice. We're going to talk about the habitat in specific also in the real-time part. But I want to talk about the DLC. I want to quickly get my thoughts out for the DLC. I've actually watched a lot of other videos from other creators that were doing several videos on how they feel about this potentially last pack, and it's so odd that normally I am the one in the last packs. I've been the one being a bit more negative maybe about these packs, and like not negative per se, but like questioning where this is going and, you know, the choice of animals. And it's actually so funny that now everyone seems to be kind of annoyed with this pack, and I'm not. Like, I see the point. Like, maybe it's because I went beyond that point of being excited for these DLCs too much, because I know we are in the end game of the game of the game support, you know. And I'm just happy that we still get some official stuff like that. That's it. See, we are over 5 years into the development of a game, and we have become so used to Frontier giving us content that it feels like normal, and as if this has to be the case. But I mean, look at the industry, look at other games. There are barely any games out there that provide you guys with so many DLCs that are always of a great quality, like, or let's say of a very good quality, at least a decent quality, over all these years. And I mean, people will tell me, you know, about The Sims, for example, or City Skylines in the past, but didn't even they also go really down in quality after a while? And specifically The Sims, I know of how much of a backlash that is lately. So we are getting content, which is great, and I think they are good enough. Like, yes, the animals do have some flaws, at least the, and, you know, as far as I know, the Markor has, but like, it's not as bad as it was with the Binturong, I gotta say that. And the cat, the Palace cat, for example, is typically a Frontier cat. I'm not sure what they have with their cats, but apart from the lynx, the European lynx, which is absolutely phenomenal, that's the absurdly best cat model we have in the game. All the other cats they just kind of look weird. And they don't look bad, but they look way too comic-y in comparison to all the other great animals they do. So it's just the continuation of their cat pattern, I should say. So I'm not even the slightest kind of surprised with this. Like, could it be better? Yes, but like, it's still pretty decent. Like, and also the pieces we got that are used a lot in this build specifically, they are great. Like, we have a lot of very generic zoo pieces squeezed into this pack. Like, I don't really know how they justified that, but like, there are so many pieces that we can really use. Like, this festive set is a very nice facade for actually giving us some generic pieces like these metal beams and some little metal stuff, even some nice little rope pieces, and a kind of classic zoo fence. Like this fence we talked about in this shot when I was looking at the DLC actually is a new one, and some very cool like flags and all that kind of stuff. Like, really, I'm pleased. Like, the pieces are better than in the last packs, and they were even more in the last packs, but I'm more happy with those pieces. So all in all, I know it's not the same quality as with, like, let's say even the Arid animal pack, or of course, it's not even remotely close to the European pack, for example, but that's nothing I would have expected at this point in time. And surely this is Well, I would be very surprised if it isn't, but I guess this is the last pack. You can clearly tell that all these animals they have packed into this pack and chose the name that basically allows every animal to go into that. These are leftovers from other packs, and I'm not even like I don't even have a problem with that. Like, sure, they could have done new animals and stuff, but like, I think it's more realistic that they wouldn't have given us another pack. And so they decided to go on with all the leftovers and at least give us a pack. So they make money, we have new animals, fine. Is the price tag fair? Yes, it is. If you take all of these together and put them on an average, it's great. We had packs that surely would have been worth even more, and we have packs that potentially were worth less. But at the end of the day, on average, yes, it's worth it, and I'm very pleased with this. So yeah, all in all, I'm very, very positive. Now, let's jump over into the real-time part, and I'm gonna show you how this all looks in real time, and we have a look at all of the beautiful new animals. Here we are in front of our wonderful new cockerel shafag habitat, and you can see them already climbing around. More about that in a second. Just for you as a feeling where we are, so this is at the back side of our desert house. This is where you come out. Like, let's just quickly check in. So this is the side of the desert house where you can see over here we've got the peccaries, and then if we go in out of here, now you have, oh, look at that, this is just looking so much better now. It's not like the emptiness ever over here anymore. You just have this wonderful building in here, and I just like that tower that Sylph built. I mean, just look at that. This is ridiculous. But yeah, let's wait until I show you how many pieces he used. Then that's just game over. Yeah, a couple of new things I wanted to show you. But before so, as always, our new members of the channel. So hey, and welcome back to Kim. We go over here as well. Hello, Stelu, or whatever. And then of Travis Wilden. You guys are in here for the new area. And this is, I place you on these wonderful things to continue the theme of these kind of member polls, I want to call them. And then on this hand side over here we have the cockerel shafag. We do need a bit of education here. I don't have done this as of now, but I mean, it just looks so cool, I guess. And if you're over here, you can see them. There's also this new enrichment, the jelly pie thingy, jelly cake, I don't know. And yeah, you can see the cockerel shafag. They are typically, oh my lord, what a jump. They are typical lemurs running around like crazy. And they do have, I'm gonna sneak in myself here real quick, they obviously do have that wonderful jump. There you go. So that is a very unique animation to the lemurs. They have a very specific jumping animation. And yeah, at this time I went for the looks of it. It is like usable. This habitat is usable, but it looks absolutely weird because they're glitching like crazy. Like I'm very careful to what I say over here. It looks good for the most part, but if you look beyond the curtain, it just starts to become a little bit more obvious how broken sometimes the climbing system can be. But yeah, this is how it looks, and I'm a big fan of how it looks. If we continue going over here, usually we should see our baboons, the Hamadras baboon on the other side. We do, look at them. They are now in their habitat, and I feel like the habitat we did last time just really works well. Like, I really like how this turned out for them. They have a good time in this habitat. This is like a very spacious one as well. Not as spacious as this is in comparison, but definitely is spacious as well. And it all looks very cool in the context of this. But this corner over here specifically, I feel like looks so cool, like with the building that Sylph did, and I just turned that into like a little cozy, enjoyable area where you can have a seat, and then you see the animals climbing over here, or you can have a check of the Hamadras baboon on the other side. There is one of these new apple trees. They came with a free update, so we've got some apple trees in here. There's a bigger variant of it, which does this also come with fruit on it? Well, kinda, you know. I mean, obviously, to not go crazy on polygons, they just have done this way. Like, it's a good tree. It's not the best one. If you check, for example, one of my favorite ones of the game, the ash tree next to it, yeah, well, I like this quality more. But yeah, in the background you can see this is the town that Sylph did, and in a second we are going to look at that. But first things first, I gotta jump over into another save where I have all the other animals in, and then we'll find ourselves back in this position over here, so hold on for a second. Alright, as promised, we are here very quickly looking at all the animals of the pack. I'm just going to pause the game real quick to go over them. As I said, I'm not going to go into make it too much. This is the little Kirk's Dick. Oh gosh, I love the model. I really want to build something for this one very, very soon. Then we've got the Palace Cat. I am a bit more of a fan of this one in-game in comparison to the shots we've seen beforehand. A bit more happy about them, to be completely honest. And then, let's see who else is in here. We've got the bear, the spectacle bear. Again, I like this one. I really do like this one. And it's a good model. The shader is, I don't know what it's doing in this pack. It's the same with all animals. Maybe there is an easy fix for that, but they all look a bit weird. But, you know, it is what it is. It looks decent enough, if I may say so. And like animation-wise and so on, they're all very cool. Like the typical stuff, glitching and so on, is very much the same. But I do specifically like the shading on the Palace Cat. Like, look at the little brownish, reddish in here, and with the paws. Yeah, just really like that. If we go over here, we do have the Markhor in here, and is this one. And I am very much fine with the female model. I'm also okay with the male model. What people said, and we'll be talking about, is the fact that these hairs over here are not animated. They are just kind of glued to it. So that is a bit odd because they already have a shader where the hairs actually do work completely fine, like gravity-wise, completely correct. It's a bit odd that it is this way, but other than that, yeah, like especially the horns and so on, I do think I like a lot. Like, people have been talking about the face and if it's correct or not. I'm not too much into these animals. I have checked up a couple of real-life images, and I must say, yes, I do understand the criticism, so maybe they're about to change this. But all in all, I'm very happy to have another big old goat in here. Can't think of any habitat as of now, but maybe we are going to have one in the future. So that is pretty cool to have it. And if we go over, let me just check real quick. In here, we do have the bit of a surprise animal from the free update, and this is the African leopard, which should be that one. Whoops. There you go. And I am a bit surprised by the quality of it, because it is good and it is not as I've expected. The whole, maybe you can see that now. This is my personal opinion, okay? But I feel like the whole body is a little bit better in comparison to what they usually did. Like, specifically look at this angle. Like, the head is not as comic-y and as fat as the other ones are. And also the body itself is a bit longer. Like, specifically this one over here stretches out very nicely. And I gotta say that this potentially is the best looking big cat in game next to the lynx. And that is a very good testament to Frontier making this one now. Can you give us the chill pose that you need to have for us now? Because that's the good old odd one in the game that we don't need. Just make the correct one, please. I'm very positively surprised by this free animal. Really love that. The Amur leopard, in comparison, which potentially is the one that this is based on, it looked a little bit too comic-y, as I said early on. They just didn't really nail the cats in general. So yeah, can you do the chill pose here for us? The correct one. That's not the correct one. Whatever you do, moonwalk. Just beat it. Okay, never mind. Let's continue checking out the animals. I wonder where I did put the other ones. In here, oh, and the cockerels, Shifak, we don't even need to look at because I've already shown them to you. Where did I put the tortoise? Is that also in? Maybe this is also in here. Maybe it was just too slow. Ah, there you go. It was too slow. There you go. Look at that one. This potentially is the best model of the whole pack. I really love it. Oops, wrong button. There you go. This is the African spurred tortoise. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it. I'm quite happy. Not gonna lie. It's okay. It's okay. Right, after we've checked out the other animals, let me just also get out of this explore mode and go back into the free mode and fly up a little. So I can give you a bit of a context what is going on next. So this corner over here is becoming our little reptile house. Many people have asked me to do reptile house, and we will put the tortoise in here and all the other ones as well. This is gonna get a little bit bigger than what you see over here. So my plan is to really span that out in this entire back area over here. So this is one of our backstage roads that will be in here. And then on this hand side, this is still the plan to turn that into an elephant house of some sort. And if you see the town, it's gonna stay there. Not sure if I'm going to go and build the zoo all the way there, but I will keep on putting the city in here somewhere, and also on this side as well, to just give the city a bit more of a nice context. But like, let me just show you real quick what happens if I click on one of these buildings. You can see this building, let alone, has 2,000 somewhat pieces, and the reason for that is because Sylph, as you can see, did the roofs all individually. Like they are all done piece by piece. Like, it's just, I mean, look, this is looking fantastic. He even did some, like, the backstage is all done and stuff like that. Maybe I have to get rid of some of the backstage stuff because you just literally can't see that. But he even went in and made like a custom fence in here, and I just want to showcase that because I'm so thankful that Sylph gives me access to all these things. Like, there's no way I would build this on my own, so that's that. And this is only 3 of the pieces, and I'm going to be very brave now. I'm going to try to plop down the other one. We've got this one, like there's one left, and I wanted to put this down with you together so you can see the sheer craziness of what Sylph has built. So I believe it was that one with the Dutch 3. Is it that one? I believe it's the only one missing. Yeah, that's the one because it has that cathedral to it. Or the, not cathedral, but like the little church, I guess. So realistically, to make that really a nice little town, I would need to, yeah, that's actually the question. Where do we put this? Because like the zoo should span out. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this one in front of this area, like here, so that the zoo has a bit more of a natural barrier. So I'm gonna bring this all the way down, so we have to sink that in here. Like, don't worry about all the streets and stuff. I'm gonna get rid of that and make this look better. We're just gonna bring this over here. And now, you'll see when I click OK, you will see the madness that's gonna happen now. It's gonna take a while. There you go. Oh, no, actually, this was... Yeah, well, the performance needs to come back to us. There you go, it's back. But that one actually cost... Oh, well, it didn't. Okay, we are back at 60 FPS. So I'm just going to delete this one. I'm very curious to see how this affects my performance over time. Because, as you can see, the game is playing, it's all good, and we have that in the background, and performance is flawless. We are still at 60 FPS, which is really crazy. I didn't think that this is going to happen. And whenever we have issues with the performance, I can still rip apart the city in the background. But this is what Sylph did. And what I want to do is use some of these facades and keep putting them around my zoo, like, or actually just have this city in the background as a context, and then maybe have another one here on the side. But I feel like this is so cool to have that. Like, realistically, I would need to copy that a couple of times to make this town even bigger, but then the performance would really say goodnight to us. But yeah, you can really tell, like, when I try to check more pieces, it doesn't tell you how many pieces that is. This is a little bit of an issue because it just like says 308 objects, which, yeah, is not really helping you that much. But as you can see, he actually used like individual roofs and these roof tiles as well, the clay roof, and then did some on his own again to get a different shading in. And oh god, it's so beautiful. It is so magnificent. Also that church over here, my goodness me, Sylph, what the heck did you do? Look at that. It's all individually done. Like, that is just absurd. What's that even? Oh my god, look at that one. The tiniest pieces, Indonesian pieces in here too. Then obviously all the windows are custom made. It's just like, that is ridiculous. I'm obsessed with these buildings. Like, this is so typical Sylph, but it also fits our region so much. I'm so thankful that he's gonna have me, give me these to use them. And my plan is actually not to span this out too much. Maybe actually we're going to have like a little river over here crossing through to just really give that even more of a Dutch feeling. So there are many ideas I have in mind how to bring that in, but you can really see how condensed these buildings are in comparison to my zoo. But you'll find some of these buildings throughout the zoo anyways. And yeah, this is that for today's episode. I really hope you guys enjoyed that. I mean, look at this vista. If we just stay over here, imagine there is more here. And then it looks so cool to have the city in the background. It's gonna be so good. Anyways, thank you so much for watching as always. Let me know in the comments down below what you think about this DLC. And what you want to do with this, how you think the animals are. And I talk to you in the next one. Until then, have a good time. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. See you then. Bye! Hey everyone and welcome back to Venlo Zoo, our Dutch city zoo project. Today we are back in this wonderful zoo, and in the last episode we brought in our beautiful lovely little friend, the cockerel shifag, and this habitat was really cool because we used some of Sylph's buildings, as you can see over here, and we also had a lot of fun with the architecture around in the new pack, and we obviously talked about the DLC. Now a couple of days have gone past, and today we are starting with something completely different. We are building a reptile house. But before, as always, a little reminder of our channel sponsor, which is Instant Gaming, and as always, the little reminder, this is a fully legal and great service where you can get some very cool game keys for a good value. They have good customer support if there's anything going wrong, and you can obviously get all the DLCs, all the games, your favorite games for your favorite platforms for a very good value, I must say. So check the link in the description as always and get yourself a little treat just before Halloween. That's a good one, I guess. But anyhow, let's go back into our build of today, which is again the reptile house. And oh boy, do I have to talk a lot about this because it was a lot of fun, but also very tedious. But you know, I set myself the challenge, so that's the main reason why it became tedious. But the thing is, I was taking some of Sylph's fronts of the different buildings, and in case you were wondering what the hell is this guy even talking about, who or what is Sylph? I mean, if you don't know, where have you been living? But Sylph Silveret, the wonderful creator, has done a Dutch city, or is actually doing a Dutch city, and he gave me access to his file, so I was able to use some of his buildings for the backdrop. But some of them were always so good that I thought, you know what, I'm just going to use them for this area over here for the DLC, making sure to make good use of them, and also making sure to kind of, blend this in nicely, because the idea of being in this area, in the area of the Netherlands, like a smaller town, Venlo as it is for us, it doesn't really necessarily look like that, but there are some, alleys and some streets that do look very similar to that one. So I feel like Sylph, obviously being Dutch, he nailed this style, and he's architecture-wise, he's insane as well. So that wasn't too surprising that he nailed it, but it was really good to have all of them. And I must say, the game still keeps up very, very, very well with the performance. Like, you'll see that in the real-time part. There's still no real drop. We are still above 60 FPS, and the park has not evolved to be super duper big, but you know how many pieces we've been using, you know how many things we've been using for all the builds we've done in the past, and also the mods we have in, and all the intricate builds with all the climbing facilities and stuff. It really should cost the game kind of a bit of surprisingly much performance, but I also tested out on my old computer and it still does run relatively good. So I'm very optimistic to that. And also I must say, obviously, the Ryzen processor did make the biggest change ever in my life of gaming. I've not expected this to be a thing. Just a little bit of off topic before we talk more about this building, but I really didn't talk too much about the PC because it was really not planned to get a new PC. I was trying to get a sponsorship. I'm being fully honest with you guys. I've been in contact with some people about a sponsorship, but they never got back to me, and it's sometimes very odd to see other people being sponsored for whatever reason. I can't really tell, but I've been getting in touch as it is usually the way to do, but then they just ghosted me. And at some point I was like, hell, I'm just gonna get myself a computer. And then I had a very, very bad experience with the customer support, and I was just about to make a video about this, but at the end of the day I was like, it's not really worth it. It's like, I can afford this myself now because the last couple of months on YouTube have been really good, so I think it's just fine to reinvest that in the channel. For the most part of my YouTube career, I have reinvested every single dollar or euro or whatever currency I got the money from. Was reinvested in a channel. Like the first couple of computers and so on, I went a lot into the negative, so to say, and just the last couple of years turned whole things into the positive. So yeah, I thought I kind of deserve to get a new computer. But then again, I was like, it's not entirely new now. I'm still lacking a newer graphics card, but I've got a beefy one, so I won't complain. But this is obviously, it's always a hassle between having a crazy rig and then do all these videos and have the chance to render and stream and stuff like that. But then also to give you guys a good feedback on performance is always kind of weird because I've got a computer that 90% of the people don't have at home, and so just to give you the proper context. Anyhow, I don't want to talk too much about the computer. You can see the specs as always in the description if you're kind of interested in that, because so many people always ask what I have and how I'm running this so well. And gotta say, the AMD processor, and that's the point I was trying to make, made the biggest difference. And honestly, if you can afford anything new now and you want to upgrade one thing, and you can go for an AMD X3D processor type, it is ridiculous. The leap forward was by far the biggest I've ever experienced in gaming, specifically in the kind of simulation game genre, which is very heavy on CPU. Not sure what Intel did all these years, but whatever. So yeah, let's keep an eye on what I'm building over here, because the thing about this reptile house is that I wanted to build a reptile house specifically for the new tortoise we have, and honestly, I am very positively surprised to how nicely this house turned out in the end, but also I'm very positively surprised by the tortoise itself, because it looks so good, and I was very happy having a reptile in here. And remember when I built this big reptile house for my realistic projects, I didn't think that it was so easy to fill it in, because we don't really have that many reptiles, at least not habitat reptiles in the game. So obviously I did put a couple of smaller exhibits down, but the story is told relatively quickly, and there are a couple of things missing for like a proper reptile house, but I won't complain because it just really turned out very nicely. This time around it's super dense, and this is exactly what I wanted to create. This may be, and we are telling a story here with the city zoo. It is a renovated reptile house, most definitely it is, but still it's not screaming to be very, very hyper animal friendly. Like, I think it's on the verge of being okay-ish, but still not great. And for me personally, what I think building these houses is always the biggest reminder for me personally how much I dislike these exhibits. Like, if there's ever going to be a Planet Zoo 2, I think this could be a headline thing for me, next to obviously deep diving animals like aquatics and fully flying animals and birds. I think if there's anything I want to be receive a major change from the base game, apart from the pathing, by the way, while we look at this struggle, it definitely is the way small exhibit works, or like exhibits in general works. I don't really think it's that big of an issue looking back 5 years. I do understand why they did this, and it would have become a super big issue, I believe, if they tried to make these small animals like habitat animals. But over the course of the game's DLCs, I mean, they obviously, as I see it as well, they just kind of got rid of their arguments, so to say, because like they were always saying, yeah, these small animals can't be animated, it's too tiny, it's too whatever. But then again, we do have meerkats, and we do have like a lot of small animals, by the way, that do a lot of crazy things in the habitat. So why wouldn't you be able to do this? Like, the cockerel chifag might be one of the latest examples of that. It's like, it's smaller than a iguana would be, which we will have in this house too. And the same goes for a lot of other animals as well. And seeing the koala and the sloth, is a similar story. I just don't know. We have a koala in game that basically lives on the ground and sprints through its habitat, which obviously is unrealistic. But we have the animal as a habitat animal, and then opposed to that, we do only have the sloth as this weird walkthrough exhibit animal, and then we have the iguana, which even would be a faster animal compared to the other two, at least sometimes. Is a small exhibit animal. It's it didn't really turn out to be true throughout the whole time, but I still can understand that when you develop a game, that it makes sense to focus on that, So I'm not too negative about this as of being Planet Zoo 1. And if there's ever going to be a second part, then I would be very negative about this if it still stays the same, because time moves on and you should have different opportunities to do so. I always had an idea that if you want to find a new way of doing this, I would love to have several sizes of smaller habitats, and then or smaller exhibits, I should say, and then there should be a function that you can kind of zoom in or like even load in, if that's the thing, and then you have like a aquarium or terrarium builder, if you will. So you get a choice of pieces of the game, maybe even that have been scaled down to match the size of the terrarium or the aquarium, and then you build the habitat pretty much similarly as you would build a habitat in game. So the only thing is you have like a fixed size which has a fixed traversable area for them, but then what they do in there is really up to how you build this. And I always felt like this would have been a very cool way of realizing that, and then kind of bake this into one terrarium you can put down. I think that would be so good, and I would really love how that turns out. But you never know at the end of the day what they're up to, and obviously if they're up to, because there's no confirmation at all if there's going to be a Planet Zoo 2 ever. However, going back to this build, and I'm not talking too much about this, but you can see how much of a struggle I had here and there, because I am actually showing this to you in real-time part, because it's way easier. It's, as I said, very tedious, very small, very dense, and tight, so that's something to really look at in the real-time part. And as always, I'm going to show you who became member or didn't or whatever. So as always, there's like this little membership honor at the beginning of the time lapse of the real-time part. And but there's one thing I want to talk more about, and that is the future, obviously, of the zoo, because now we are on the verge of Planet Coaster 2. Many people have asked about Planet Zoo, and yeah, I'll address that now. But first of all, context. I obviously become daddy in a couple of, well, days, I should say, because as of recording, we are now virtually having our bags packed, and anytime it could start, even though the estimate or the due day, as you say, is still 3 weeks away. But the doctor said be prepared, obviously, and I remember how fast that was with our first one, so I'll better be prepared. Now, that said, the next month will be a little bit more hard to schedule, but what I can say is that I'm still enjoying Planet Zoo to the max. And also, recently there have been a lot of very interesting developments in the modding scene. So they have been able to port the climbing capability of animals to animals that cannot climb, which honestly is for me more exciting than any other pack they could bring out now. We know that Planet Zoo is in its end stages, and we don't know if it's ended or if it's not, but it doesn't really matter, because we do know there is no groundbreaking news coming anymore. So we are stuck with what we have, which is fine, because we have a really great game. But you've heard my opinion on that. I still believe it's not finished. That's fine, you know, it's not going to be finished unless we get a second part at some point, but I want to keep on building. And for now, the project I'm going to focus on is obviously Venlo Zoo, and I will resume eventually to here and there to the realistic project that got neglected because the performance was too bad on my old computer. But as we talked enough about my computer today, it is now fully playable again, and I do want to do a kind of stop motion thingy again. I have some more ideas to build something, and I'm really trying to do that because I enjoyed that so much, and seeing also you guys enjoying this a lot is always heartwarming. I must admit that I'm very proud. Like, it's gonna be very personal here, but I promise to not talk too much about this, but I do want to share that with you, because I feel like, you know, at some point in this Venlo Zoo, which is the core project, and you guys, core members, being around always is something I would love to share some personal stuff. And honestly, when you do put so much effort and so much love and passion and time into your projects, sometimes it's very hard to see that they don't really get any good views or barely any comments. I think this is, for me personally, a video without a lot of comments is way worse than a video with a lot of views. Like, or not a lot of views, because the comments is what makes it for me. Like, I love reading your comments, I love getting into the banter, I love taking the comments and react to them in the next video. I love to bring all these you know, reactions and opinions in, and trying to make everything better for you guys as a community. And sometimes there is this moment where you have spent so much time in building something, as for example with my big reptile house for the realistic habitats and realistic habitat zoo, kind of. Did we call that realistic zoo at some point? I don't know. But what it really did to me is, at the beginning it had very, very few views, and having spent over 100 hours in that build, it kind of hurts, you know, because at the other day, it's not only it's like, what could I have done with all this time in the meantime is always the question you ask yourself, whether it's for business or it's actually for pure passion. I enjoyed building this, obviously, but then seeing that people don't share the excitement, no matter if you earn money with it or not, it doesn't matter. You know it from yourself, I guess. If you do something and you're very proud of it and other people don't recognize it the way or the other, it is always not great. But seeing a lot of these videos now picking up after years is just so heartwarming. Like a lot of my big projects where I've spent so much effort and time in, very weirdly picking up by now and gaining comments and new people who joined the channel, maybe because of Enjoy or maybe because of Planet Coaster 2, may actually now discover this. But I'm always so happy when people recognize how much effort has been put into. And I mean, you're looking at a build that again took me some good 15-ish hours, 15, 20-ish hours, which at the moment for me personally is very hard to, get somewhere in my life, when my daughter doesn't want to play with me or my wife wants to have some time, because obviously she being in the last days of pregnancy can't really do that much. So I do need to do a lot of stuff like grocery shopping and so on. So it's always like, I really hope that you guys now understand why I spend so much effort on my builds, despite the fact that I maybe not have that much time, but I just love doing that because I really want to give you the chance to enjoy the content, because I know how many people enjoy this. So yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a thank you to all of you who are still with me or who just joined the channel and enjoy the content. And maybe this gives you a better reason to connect with me and to comment, despite the fact you maybe sometimes don't. Like, just think of it as an appreciation and just tell me how you like the content. And don't hold back with like, constructive criticism or just praise or like questions. You can ask me anything or what we do in the future. This always gets a conversation started, or just make some silly jokes. That's also fine. I remember being here and having certain people like Mr. Butt Pressure, Pitter Maniac himself, and other people having all these banter, or Dommel is also very good at that, or Mrs. Scottish, and all these people who love to have a banter or love to make fun of me. Just do that if you want to. Just try to be polite, at least. I mean, they don't, but whatever. See, that's the point. I'm enjoying myself doing that. I enjoy, and hopefully I can translate that. And I did the same with this build. You can see that hopefully in the build later on. It turned out very nicely, and you can see from the building process in the background, oh my god, that just took so long, and there's still not everything very clean and detailed. And usually I say I'll do that later, but trust me, I don't. It's fine, okay? It's fine. I think I don't touch it too much. A couple of little things I may fix because they will annoy me eventually, but I won't go back too much because I have to at least be a little bit more efficient now on my time. This build took way too long. I wanted to do more with the new DLC, but yeah, just ran out of time because I wanted to finish this build over here. Anyhow, it is the time to jump over in the real-time part, and hopefully you enjoyed this little talk, a little personal thing I shared here, and hopefully you enjoy that every now and then. And so I think it's time to hand you over in the very capable hands and hooves and toes of Mr. Real-Time Rudi. It's time, okay? So here you go. Alright, we are now at the edge of our cockerel shafak habitat, as you can see. This is the one we built in the last episode. And to the right now, we do have the brand new reptile house. This is where we go, and for context, this is on the other hand side where the baboons are, and then there is this little Dutch city in the background, and if we turn completely around, you can see there is the desert house. We've got early in the morning because I thought the lighting outside is the best. We're gonna change it real quick as soon as we go in. I really do like the sidelines. Sylph's buildings just really look good, and I think I did them well in turning them over into a reptile house. I was thinking like a little garden in front of here. This may change over time. It's just like a little placeholder. But as we go closer, you can see that there is a little sign, but we can also have our two dedication. There is a weird bug at the moment. I can't sync them in and have the have the names shown. I will fix this eventually. It's just like a little weird thing. If I move them in, maybe something isn't perfectly straight over here. This might be the reason. But welcome, Jacula and Mariusz Levy. Thank you for becoming members. And as I said, every one of you who is member at the moment or who becomes member is going to be also member of the new starting a Planet Coaster 2 project as soon as I started, and you will have a dedication if there will be signs to do that. Otherwise, I'll find a different way of doing this. Now, we're gonna go in, and you can see this is our brand new reptile house here in our City Zoo project. As I said, let's just quickly change the lighting to something that looks a little bit more nice. I actually have no idea how that would be. Something like that, maybe, even. I don't know where the sun needs to be. Let's try it this way. Yeah, this might be good. So, we have a couple of animals in here. So, turning around to the right-hand side, you can see there is the caiman, the spectacle caiman. If we become a little kid, there you can see it in the water. Look at that. There it is. Like, I tried to really make sure that the habitat in the background looks bigger than it actually is, with all the plants hanging down and having this little water bottom over here. It's very... Oh, yes, the other one. Look at that. This one was very well hidden. But yeah, like in general, it's not like super awfully over... Okay, not quite sure what just happened, but I just put this one back in as it seems to be. There we still have the caimans. And this is the rest of the wonderful house. I think we're going to go quickly up here before we check down here. So we do have the null monitor in here as well. I thought about going for the Asian water monitor, or is it actually even? I think it is the Asian water monitor. I thought I was going for the Nile monitor, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I did. So they have like a little bit of a chill out area here too. You can even see them from the outside. I did change the window panels that Sylph had. He used the one-sided windows to ensure that it looks a bit nicer from the outside, but I actually did change it because I felt like it looks better. Now, if we go up here, we've got this little bit of a waterfall feature, and then to the left-hand side, we've got the indoor area of the Cockerel Shifak, which isn't done. I did not have the time to do it, but they should receive like a little climbing rig at least down here with a lot of the bedding down below, just to make sure it looks a bit more nice, because the idea was that you can have an actual look inside of here, so making those two share the area. And then as we move on, you can see from over here that looks already pretty cool with all the overgrown stuff. And then you do have a little bit of a frog down here. This is the Goliath frog floating in the water down here, and you can really tell this looks really... I think this is a wonderful view inside of the house. Let me just take a photo because it looks so good. Just gonna zoom in a little. There you go. Really am a big fan of it. Really am a big fan of the sideline here as well. Our security guard meandering through here. Will be a shame to not have the security guard in Planet Coaster. Not really sure what they thought about getting rid of him. But yeah, so up here you have a different view inside of the different habitats. Really, really nice. I think this just came out a lot better than I expected. We've got a bit of stuff over here, you know, making sure it all gets a bit more control and looks better. And then we do have another... This should be an iguana in here. Not sure where it is. Maybe I'm blind. They're well hidden. There should be two iguanas in here. But there you go. There's one sticking in the wall in the backside. This is the lesser iguana. And then down here, lesser antiguan, I think it is. This is the other one. Look at that one. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? Also taking a photo of you because you are like so cool. Really like you. You are almost thumbnail worthy. It's just like sometimes I wish they would have better lighting on them in here. Oh look, there's the other one, also glitching in the wall. Kind of weird because the back wall isn't even that much in. It's like they're very close to the wall anyways. Well, going further, you can see there's a very nice kind of balcony area over here where you can see the inside of the house. As I said in the time lapse, okay, you know, it is what it is from the inside. It looks good enough for me for the moment. Like I'm not winning prizes with that, you know, I know it, but I think it's, again, it does what it does, and it does it well. So I feel like this is everything I need to say about it. Maybe I have the patience to do that. Maybe I have the patience to fix the walls, like specifically things like that. Like this over here isn't even that much of an issue, but like some of the other things are, and also with the roof here. But yeah, so there's a look at the terrapin over here. Oh, look at them. They're just all chilling here in the middle. Just really tiny little fellows over here. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. So this one is just having a good time in the water, and then you have got a bit of a different view. Oh, this is actually the Goliath frog over here. Oh my god, this I forgot how big this thing is. Back there, that was the, what was that? Kind of the other frog. We have two of the frogs now in here. Forgot how that was named. But yeah, so there shall also be a second one in here. There it is in the center. There you can see it in the woods, so to say. And then from over here you get another very cool view. Actually, maybe this is my favorite view. Hold on, this seems to be my favorite view, guys. We could actually make like a bit of a fisheye view here. I kind of like the fisheye stuff. In these indoor sections, these fisheye views always do wonders. Not sure why, but like I really like that. So yeah, then up here, but it's like you can't jump here, or you have like an elevator. It's a small house, okay? It's like a city zoo, so it's not really that big anyway. So we're gonna move all the way back, and then this time around we do take the staircase down here to the left. Whoops, there you go. And then we have also one view on to the Aldabra giant tortoise, which is the one on this side. There you can see it, education up here as well. And then we have the new friend, our new star, the African spectacled, no, how's it called? Spurred, oh my god. The African spurred tortoise, and yeah, the model is great. The model is just gorgeous. Look at them in here. Really, really love it. It's a bit of a shame that I don't have them in the sun. Can you get you guys in the sun? Just to show you in all beauty. It's gonna be hard. Can you just move more into the sun? Hold on. This is good. This is good. It's almost in the middle of the sun. Really, you could have just gone a tiny bit more to the side, but it's fine. It's gonna move in here. There you go. Really, really lovely. I really like you. Are you just going over? Let's just speed up the whole process. Oh my god. You're too slow, tortoise. No! Don't do your name all the justice. I don't want to move you. Come on, go into the sun yourself. You can do it. Come on. It's almost as if... Oh my god. What are you doing? Okay, they're just not doing it. What are you... Do you have an interaction with each other, by the way? Not really, right? Okay, I gotta move you now into the sun. Gotta move you into the sun. So it's like... Oh, you're thirsty. Oh, well, they don't have anything to drink. Apparently, I forgot about this. Well, that is my bad. I could actually just do that, you know, habitat, and then go for some drinking bowl. I think, you know, definitely gonna go for the water bowl, because the rest is kind of not what I want to. And now let's have a look with the lighting, if we can just sneak. Oh my god, look at this. I love that. This is it. That's the perfect shot. That's the perfect shot I was going for. Look at this. Yay! Oh my god, I just really, really enjoy this model. For me personally, it's the best model of the pack. It's definitely the best model of the pack. I'm fan of it. Okay, cool. So this is that, guys, and I really would love to go on further, but that's been it for today's little go through, and I really hope you enjoyed today's episode as much as I did, because I certainly did enjoy building this one a lot. Let me just go outside, show you the whole building from the outside, and also just quickly fly up so you have a better idea of where the whole thing sits. There you go. This is the full building from the top. There's a little town in the background. Now it's on to you guys. Have a wonderful chat down there in the comment section and tell me how you like it. Tell me what we should do next. Tell me which animal you would love to see. Tell me how you would love to see this series continuing. I really would love to have all your comments, as I said, during the episode. And Venlo Zoo is actually developing quite nicely. So have a wonderful time. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. And also don't forget to click Instant Gaming if you haven't gotten any DLC or what you want, or a game, or what you can get it. You can also pre-order stuff. Make sure to go down there and have a good time. Spend your money wisely on games, and don't dare to lose money on other services where you pay more. So that's easy, I guess. Well, have a nice time. Thank you so much as always, and I talk to you in the next one.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Venlo Zoo, and welcome to a special episode. We are building a ethical Dolphin lagoon, and hold on to your seats. I know you are already in the rage mode and you're ready to put down a comment about this, but hear me out. We are talking about this, why this is as ethical as it can be. We're going to talk about this during this build. I know there's a lot of, talk about this, discussion worthy things, but we'll touch upon that during the build. This video is going to be a bit different, but as always, we have a note from the sponsor of the channel. This is Instant Gaming. You can as always get discounts on your favorite game games, just check out the platform. You can, search for any game you want, or you can even go and check out if there is the currency you need, for example, for PS Network or Xbox, and you can get that for a discount as well. Just try it out, and the link is as always in the description. As always, you also have all the support you need and so on. But that's basically what I want to give away for you. Linkies as always you'll find there. But now let's get started with today's video and the landscaping. So as I said, it's gonna be a bit different. So I don't have the crazy speed build as always. We will sometimes only have like 2x speed to give me the chance to talk a bit about this. Now this build is something that has been developing for a while. Usually the first idea to build this area was a safari habitat, but then I changed my mind because I felt like I need something a bit more disruptive for this project. So I'm gonna start right away. We are building this lagoon inspired by the Nürnberg Tiergarten, which is one of 2 remaining zoos in Germany that still hold dolphins. That's Duisburg and Nürnberg. Both of them have dolphins, but it couldn't be more different because the one zoo in Duisburg is very questionable, and they haven't really done anything about the habitat in ages. Has been a lot of talks going on that something will change, but they haven't really. While in Nürnberg there has been a completely overhaul of the whole lagoon in 2015, so that's almost like 9 years ago. But the thing is, and this is what I want to talk about, the whole lagoon is relatively spacious. It's also very nice looking. It does have a lot of very interesting things to look at, and the whole indoor section is paired with the whole aquarium. I don't do this because frankly I don't have the time at the moment. And this build has already taken up quite some time, but you can see how meticulously I'm going to build the lagoon over here, making sure we have a very nice depth of between 4 and 6 meters, and then also making sure it all looks nice. While we have done the landscaping, the lagoon now is going to feature somewhat of a concrete border here and there, but it will also feature a bit more of a natural section to the top left, as you will see in a bit. So the way I did the surrounding is as always, and if you want to do something like this, you'll do this exactly the way I do this over here. I use some grid pieces to have a very good piece in the center, and then I'm using some other concrete pieces to basically build around. While this is happening, now put down your notebooks or whatever, or start writing your comment, because now I'm going to talk about the ethical part in our build. Now, obviously, there is no way to build a fully ethical dolphin habitat in a zoo because they just don't belong in a zoo. And I know that, okay? So this is not even the point. And, I could make my life very easy and just say, you know what, that's the game. It's a game, I don't care. But that's not the point of the build. The point of the build is facing reality. And reality has it that there are still a lot of dolphins in the whole of Europe that have been completely bred in captivity. And as far as my knowledge goes, and as far as the documentaries and the news and all the science stuff I have read into, most of them you can't put back in the wild. It's just impossible. They wouldn't survive. They have been trained, they have been raised in a zoo, they know that they get the food there, and it's not even about the fact that they couldn't go for hunting or so, but it's more like they wouldn't fit in a social group. And as you know that dolphins are very social animals, they would get into a group and would be getting fought by the wild dolphins. Dolphins may look cute and so on, but they are actually nasty animals. They kill for fun. They smoke for fun. They get actually high. It's one of the few species known, apart from humans obviously, that actually get high because of just fun reasons. But they also kill because of fun reasons. And as much as I love dolphins for the fact how they are, and I've been to swimming with dolphins in the open wild, and I also read into dolphin therapy and stuff like that, but one can actually mistake them for very cute animals that just are the best friends ever, but that's not the truth, okay? And so the reason why I'm building this is the idea behind this whole ethical project is to make sure that these animals across Europe that just can't get back into the wild can actually have a very, very nice life. And dolphins get quite old. So it's not like that they are only living for like 5 to 6 years, that it wouldn't be worth it. But yeah, so while I have built the concrete part previously, you can see now I did the same with 4 rocks. You know, the usual thing I do is basically I built myself a blueprint of rocks, as you can see here, just trying to fit them in nicely in position, just go in a bit more random rotation in here. And once I've done that, I basically copy this around, delete a couple pieces here and there to make it more natural looking, as you can see over here, just grabbing these pieces now. And as soon as I'm happy with the whole thing, I'm just like, you know, putting them all over and starting to delete single aspects out of here to make it look less repetitive. Though, to be fair, it looks relatively repetitive over here, but like with the usage of plants and stuff later on, you don't really notice that much. Now, let's get to the next point. Now, as I have explained why I think this is going to be an ethical thing, this zoo builds upon the story that we are taking over a city zoo that obviously hasn't really been that animal friendly and conservation friendly in the past, and now has to be turned into a very conservation friendly ADA complained zoo. So this is what we're doing, and we are utilizing one of the old centerpieces that has been in this area, and this is the giraffe house. Now, as I said, my first idea was to build a safari habitat, and my thought was that we are going to utilize the old elephant and old giraffe area of the zoo, of the city zoo, which obviously both of them would have been way too small to house these animals and would have created a brand new safari habitat that gives enough space to all of the animals. That was my initial idea, and that was also where I was already trying to get some very cool ideas for a giraffe house. And now I ended up with the idea, why shall I just not take this idea and build a giraffe house? Also, this one is going to be a very cool centerpiece across our lake. So standing on the desert house on this side, looking across the zoo, you'll face this wonderful big gate. And I felt like this is a very cool idea to tie it into our storyline, okay? So this is the remainder of what has been here in the past, and they took this deliberately and turned that into the gate of the Dolphin Lagoon, where the dolphins can swim to the inside. Because of course there will still be a not show, but more like an educational purpose area where people will be educated in a certain training elements kind of show. And this is another thing that many people don't really know about these animals in zoos. So as I said before, it all bases on the fact that these animals are bred in captivity, they can't be released into the wild, and we want to give them the best life possible for the remainder of their life. You know, we want to prohibit breeding because that would be actually stupid, because then it would never end, you know. But the fact is, the animals in captivity need certain things to do. You can't give them enough space and enough stuff to do to make sure that they do this upon themselves. So these training lessons and so on are actually, if done correctly and the animals are treated correctly, obviously, they are not necessarily bad. In fact, it's the opposite. This is needed to keep them busy, because these animals are very intelligent. They need to be kept also entertained from a brain position. You know, they need to be entertained for their minds, and these training sessions are exactly that. This is playful education, and this is what they need to, you know, thrive and have a good life, because otherwise they would go absolutely insane, always just swimming in circles in the lagoons. Now, what I didn't talk about is that I do have a public available area in here. You'll see that in the real-time part. I've got a publicly available area in this build, but there will be a huge lagoon in the backside, which is going to be the second next part of today's video. That is going to be housing them in, for example, the winter or any other time of the year. So this is, as you can see, the indoor section over here, also somewhat architecturally reminiscent of an old giraffe house. And then in the meantime, I needed to do some small fixes. I wanted to have some realism in here with some solar panels, because this would be very energy heavy, because of exactly what we're doing now, the aquatic stuff like the pumps and so on. And I put actually in the in-game stuff, which I think will do for the moment. I would have loved to do this myself and build some actually proper pumping and stuff. But as you know, this is very time consuming, and I will potentially, if things in my life are sorted out again and we are back to a certain more, you know, I don't know, a bit more of a structured schedule, I should say, then I may do this. But for the moment, I'm very happy with how it is. I also figured that this corner of the habitat wasn't nice enough, so I changed the shape of it a little, as you can see, and went on to the winter dome, as I call it. By the way, in the background, you can see the city of Venlo. Thanks to Sylph again for providing me with all these crazy city elements from his Dutch city. That's so cool. So you can always see this for the backdrop. And I used these new pieces from the what was again the birthday anniversary pack, where actually, it wasn't a pack, it was a free update with these celebration pieces, because they look really cool. And I made this kind of triangular shape, which you can see by some of these domes, inflatable domes. I could have done this a bit differently, but yeah, I was for a brief moment looking for the scaling option, and then I figured I was in Planet Zoo, and that's not possible, so I needed to do this way, and I made sure to fill in the gap between those 4 elements, and then I started copying them over, as you can see over here. In the background, you can now see clearly the city. I will later on make sure that the city is always visible, but I will use some tricks and put some forests in between so that we don't have a coherent city. It just means that from every angle in the zoo, when there is a spot through the builds or through the forest, you'll be able to see the city. But this dome, for example, is one of these elements that will act as a natural border and a visible border, like a border that just hides away what's behind. And also it fills in the purpose of this ethical build, because we will give the animals also a completely private space in the back. As you can see, this is the private lagoon for them, where they can swim over. We do have a proper connection that goes from the natural lagoons part in the publicly available area or visible area into this back area. And once I was ready with copying over these elements over here, I then went on to fully create the entire dome, because that dome obviously needs to become a central element of our ethical idea, because in the winter times it's rather cold outside and it's very energy heavy to keep all this water warm and, you know, making sure that it has the same temperature, because obviously this all isn't like easy salt water, but we are speaking about clear water here, and this, or fresh water I should say, and you know, that's something that definitely has to be considered while doing this. And you know, the whole lagoon has to be considered to have the complete correct water and so on. So yeah, actually this is like actually a very big build in terms of energy management and all these kind of things. Might also that I'm mistaking freshwater for saltwater right now. I know that there are saltwater dolphins as well, but I've got the bottleneck dolphin. Is that freshwater dolphin? Gosh, at this sometimes my brain is like, I just forget the easiest information. Anyways, but it is the suitable water for these animals, okay? And still needs the energy. And as you can see, also filling in the dome on the top with these what's that, octagon shaped kind of things? No, I can't count. These are the other ones with 6 corners, and I'm stupid because I forgot it. Is it like an, oh gosh, whatever, forget about this. I'm stupid. My brain is not braining at the moment. Also, you can see then I'm going on to the next part, which is the indoor section. You can see here is our seating area already. I used free build to make sure that the pathing actually goes there. And I didn't really do too much about this. I really made it as simple as possible, making sure that it looks nice and fulfills the purpose of it. But I will go back to my Dolphin Lagoon my Dolphin Rescue Bay I once started on the channel. I know it's been a very beloved project, but the whole project was based on the assumption that at some point we'll get aquatic animals in this game, which we never get, and so at some point it was needed to abandon this project. But there were a couple of things I may actually copy over into this area over here, because I built in this project a couple of very nice things for like dolphin lagoons and so on. So maybe I'm just gonna blankly steal that from myself. And yeah, as you can see, building a bit of a nice area here with a backstage element where the trainers and the staff members can go, and also just putting some barriers in, like fake barriers obviously, but like just making this tiniest bit of realism in this case. I know it's not much, but it's honest work, okay? At the moment I really have to make sure to use my time as best as possible, and you can see I'm really trying to build something very cool for this project that we don't really have in this way. And yeah, let me know in the comments how you like this, and if you've got any more facts about about their dolphins or whatever that I need to know, obviously let me know. And if there's anything more I could do to make it more ethical in that point, I would really love to hear from you. But yeah, then it was always time for the final touches, as you can see, doing some terrain work here and there. And I may say, I'm just gonna use this little moment in time here to say that while I was building, a couple of things about Planet Coaster 2 appeared on my mind that surprised me. I've been very vocal about all the problems of Planet Coaster 2, and building a Planet Zoo was actually like a charm, but there are things that I'm really missing now that don't exist in this game, but they exist in Planet Coaster 2. First and foremost, it's the scenery brush. That thing is a must-have in the next game for the Planet. It's Planet series. It's so good. And also the fact that you can just double-click on all the areas to build on, like double-click on pathing to get to pathing, double-click on landscaping to get into landscaping. These seem like little things, but oh my god, these are way better quality of life updates than I've thought. So, you know, at any point in time, you also should say the positives, and seemingly there are some positives. And yeah, scaling obviously is a huge thing. I was missing scaling the whole time. But anyways, that should be it about the time-lapse, or this time not time-lapse, but actually the building process. It's now time to get our hooves and arms and whatever and jump into the real-time part to show you how the lagoon looks and behaves with actual dolphins in. Right, here we are in the real-time part, and as you can see, this is the area we are looking at. And just as I said before, it's all about the sidelines and playing the best way possible with the overall looks of it. So this is the huge area for the dolphins in here. On the left-hand side, you can see the back drop, which is the, as I said, the winter dome. It looks kind of weird from over here, to be honest. There's a bit of a difference here and there, but again, it's a backstage access asset, I should say. And down here you can see down in one of these alleys, I'm just gonna make sure that this one over here is becoming somewhat of a street, and then we put some more buildings here in the back, and it looks like a complete street from over here. Really cool stuff. Now going forward, you can see that we have this wonderful viewing area, the underwater viewing area over here. Look at that, there is some dolphins already doing some stuff, and people going to have a look in here. There's a dolphin actually out there. Yeah, they're still a bit buggy. They do actually jump out here and there, but yeah, it's a bit hard to do. You know, I know Leaf did fix some things about the dolphins for me when I was putting them into Zoo Sicily, but like, you know, they still have some weird things going on. But it's all very huge, it's all very big, but that was the idea about this, you know. Making this look properly nice is requiring a lot of space. Really like this little touch of the old giraffe habitat house, which wouldn't have looked that massive, because you have to imagine if you go up here, the giraffe house, look at the dolphin there you go. As long as they're just like gliding in the water like that, they actually look super nice. You know, it starts to look a bit wonky as soon they start doing some real stuff. I mean, this is still okay, you know, they're looking a bit stiff here and there, but yeah, for the moment, that's all we can have, and it's all good. But back to my point, like, if this is a giraffe house, you have to imagine that this is then the ground level, and from the ground level to see certain things, this house wouldn't have been so crazily massive. I mean, still very massive, but imagine this being a lot smaller, having the gates in front, and then it just kind of makes sense that this would be this way. So yeah, I did change a couple of things to the inside, so let's just run around. Oh my god, there's some blueprints lying around here I have used. Don't mind them hanging over here. You don't see anything, okay? There is the city in the background, really like that. Also, I'm a big fan of how stable the game still is. Really damn good. There's a dolphin coming our way. Hello, my friend. Is this part of the show? Are you part of the show? Hold on for a sec. Hello? Can I click on you? There you go. What are you doing? I'm gonna move you back inside. Come with me. Come with me. I'm gonna move you back in. So, you're gonna go all the way back here. See you there. Right, but now as we are already in, you can see there's a bit of a problem here with the pathing here and there, but it is okay. You know, people can get up there. It's a bit wonky here and there, but it's all good, all fine. Look, is that where the dolphins just jump over? Is that the issue? I've never seen that. People still going in. There are a couple of things I need to fix in here, but also if we just move up the stairs over here to have a seating, look at that. I am quite a big that is this is not what I wanted to do. I am a big fan of how this is looking, guys. I'm a really big fan of that. Look, we have our dolphins swimming in here. They eventually come here. We have this backdrop. We have a very cool ceiling now. I took them from my aquatic house I built years ago, I should say. And you have this wonderful vista into the zoo once you look through the gate. There are some ball racks I've got from my aquatic project. Same goes with these kind of fish. I thought these were like big fish jars or something where the fish would be stored in. But yeah, I'm super happy. Look, this is the best we can do, but oh my god, wouldn't it be nice to have that actually in game? I'm a really big fan. I can't say how amazed I am by this. It's just like, we can also just quickly, let's have a look if we can zoom out a little to make this, look at that. This is really cool. This is really giving us the inside view here of our dolphin area, but we can also do some other shenanigans with this later. Anyhow, back to the game. I want to quickly fly over the whole area to give you an idea what this all is looking like right now. So let's fly all the way up. This is the whole lagoon, and back to our point of being ethical, you can see how much space they technically have. Like, this is the size of a dolphin, and they swim around in here. Also, by the way, we can, while we're at it, let's just select those and get rid of them. There you go. They also received some corals down here on the ground, just for like fake ones. This looks kind of nice, a bit more natural. They are also from my aquatic project. I think initially I had them in my Australia region for the Great Barrier Reef habitat. But anyway, so this is how that looks, and then we've got the big dome, and we've got a side area where they can swim. So it's a massive footprint, and this is where they have the gate to swim over. You know, this is paired on both sides actually, while the inside doesn't look any good, but you know, whatever. So this is the dolphin bay, or like the dolphin lagoon, and what I was talking about is this vista over here. I mean, look at that. You're here, the camel's having a little sleep. But look how much of a shape the zoo is taking now. It really looks fantastic. I mean, just look at this view over here. And if we're doing it this way, oh, that looks so cool. That looks so freaking fantastic. And the same goes if you're like over here and you go to the side. You've got this view over here. Oh my god. You've got this view over here, overlooking this lake, and then you've got on the other side the old giraffe house, which now is the dolphin area. I'm really happy with how that all turned out. I really need to pay attention now to the other side, so that the zoo is merging together nicely on this side and then building a bit to the sides. But you can see the city is appearing on this hand side now, so it's not going to be that massive of a zoo. So we are going to kind of fill in all the side here and all this side, and that's basically it. A lot is about the backdrop, you know, the highway connecting everything, the parking lots and all these kind of things. But I'm very happy with how this is all shaping together. Also, thank you to all the new members. I didn't find the time to include all of you, but props to you guys. You'll be in here the next time, or you'll be in the next episode of the Hanseatic Dreamland. For those of you who don't know, all the people who become member on the channel will appear in either Venlo Zoo. You can see there is all across the zoo. We have some signature plates or anything like that. So for example, these signs over here of people. The same goes for some of these things. Like everywhere, your names will appear, and in our Hanseatic Dreamland, you guys become the shipping containers. And oh boy, Sylph's building still looks so fantastic. But yeah, never mind. This is that, and I really hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Make sure to engage in the comments. Make sure to like the video if you'd like it, and also make sure to follow on the channel if you fancy doing so. There's more like that coming, and hopefully you took the idea, you liked the idea of this ethical dolphin habitat, or this ethical dolphin lagoon exhibit, however you want to call that. I certainly think this is the best you can do for these wonderful animals within, you know, the boundaries of modern zoos, I guess, and the situation of these animals. So hopefully you got this take, and well, if not, you don't have to agree. This is a topic where potentially not everyone will agree anyway, so I guess it is what it is. But I just wanted to try to give you a reasoning behind why I'm doing this and why I think this would be a wonderful approach of a zoo like Venlo Zoo that is so much looking into conservation and the ethical side of things. So thank you so much for watching, and I talk to you in the next one.
Hey everyone and welcome back to Venlo Zoo. Today with a wonderful Ocelot Tower build, more about that in this video, but we are back in our city zoo, Dutch inspired city zoo, and I can't wait to share this build with you. I think it's one of the better ones I've done recently, specifically in Planet Zoo, so I'm quite proud of it, specifically about the outside area. But before we jump in, apparently there is something we always do, and that is highlighting our sponsor of the channel, that is Instant Gaming. It is a legit service and you can get game keys for a very good value, but you can also get in-game currencies, just like PlayStation money, Xbox money, whatever, how this is called nowadays. They have a very good customer support in case anything goes wrong. And you can obviously also find DLCs, pre-orders and all kind of stuff around your games. And again, as I said, they have very good valued offers and so on. So make sure to check it out. Link is as always in the description and you'll be able to find something for you for sure. Anyways, go back to the video because we have things to talk about. First of all, I'm gonna talk a bit about the feedback you guys gave about this America's pack and just in general what I think is going on with Planet Zoo, Planet Coaster, Jurassic World Evolution, like the whole Frontier situation alike. But first things first, I want to talk about this build specifically because I wanted to do something more special, and we are in our Dutch-inspired zoo. You know that this has a lot of trivia and storytelling going on, and usually what we do is we repurpose an old area, or we have an area which used to be, for example, a parking lot that has been turned into something. Maybe that's a spoiler for a future episode, who knows. But just in general, we are talking about a city zoo that used to be a huge city zoo, or not maybe not huge, but typically a very condensed city zoo that has typically not the best focus on conservation. And over time, zoos change. One of the more obvious highlights is located in Germany. The Ruhr Zoo was basically a very typical city zoo in the past. Very dense, very old, very shabby when it comes to certain habitat variations, specifically for big cats and so on. So the typical shelters you do know. And nowadays, the Ruhr Zoo isn't the Ruhr Zoo anymore. It's the Zoom Erlebniswelt, how it's called, which is a very great zoo when it comes to really trying to bring in conservation and, the best possible way in the context of zoos anyways. But in this zoo, we are doing this exact thing. We are trying to get away from the old kind of problems and issues of a city zoo, and we're trying to make the best of the space available within our Dutch city area here. And usually, as I said, what I've done is I took a lot of older buildings and mixed in a lot of inspiration from Dutch architecture and so on. But what's also very cool about Dutch architecture is that we don't only have the classical colonial kind of style architecture, but we also do have a lot of modern architecture in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands are very much known for modern architecture too. So this is why I decided it's time again for a more modern approach. So the last episode you've potentially seen our semi-aquatic house. I used one of the more classical builds as an entrance and added kind of an more modern house to it, but not super modern. And this over here is the approach to make it a very modern ocelot tower. And the idea is just to give the animals space that they require to climb, to move around and so on. And since these animals do require certain temperatures, it is very likely that specifically in winter times, they may not go outside that often. And I wanted to be sure that they do have enough space inside that is also not granting them space, but also the ability to climb and hide and all these kind of things. And this is why I spend a lot of time making the inside not only look good, which is most likely very simple in this game, but also to be usable actually for the animals. So traversable is the key word I was referring to here. And that was actually quite a challenge. So I envisioned this build to take around 2 hours max. And well, you know me, this never works out. So it was 5 to 6 hours now in total for the build, which I gotta say was relatively efficient. I would have loved to post this already on Monday when the embargo for the early access dropped, but I wasn't able to do that. At the moment, trying to juggle different games, work, life, private stuff, and so on, is still very challenging. It's still quite impressive, at least I think, how many things I managed to post. I would love to post more because I have so many ideas. Like, I gotta tell you guys, if I would have, sorry, my voice is cracking. Yeah, I should have drank something before. You know what? We are here in a very leisure and comfortable environment. I'm just gonna drink while I'm recording. I'm that type of guy now, They even heard the crack of the water bottle. Yeah, anyways, what I wanted to say is that I have, like, I could fill an entire Excel document, like a format file, with ideas, and you need to scroll for half a minute until you go to the very end. Trust me, I've got so many ideas. So I could take off 3 or 4 weeks and build for 8 to 10 hours a day straight, and I wouldn't even do half of the list. It's ridiculous. I think the least time you have, the more ideas come up. And it's very important to then write them down, what I did. So maybe at some point I'm gonna make a video about all the ideas I noted down and never have seen the light of day. That could be a fun thing, but yeah. With this specific build over here, I tried at least to combine 2 ideas I had recently. So I wanted to build something for a cat again, and then it came in very handy that we got the ocelot as an animal in this pack, which potentially is my favorite. I think the best design in this pack for me personally is the coyote, but I think the best animal for me personally, also usage-wise, is definitely the ocelot. That's why I'm building the specific house for this one. And again, as I said earlier, I wanted this time around to have the contrast with the tower that you see in the background here. By the way, you also see that little testing area that I did for the DLC, which apparently is gonna go away at some point. Now, as promised, as we're halfway through this build, and specifically the outside area we are going to have a look at in the real-time part, I'm very proud of that one, to be honest. Turned out very beautiful. I want to take the minute to, or maybe a couple more than a minute, to talk about the future situation of these games. I had talks with a lot of different creators lately about the situation of Frontier, and everyone is kind of having the same feeling that all we know is that we don't know. Everything changed around Frontier so dramatically over the past 2 years that everything we used to know is kind of gone. I'm very happy that it seems like they have kind of, I don't know what exactly was going on, but it seems like they have ironed out all the issues they had maybe with the creator communication. It was a bit of a thing, you know, in the meantime. They have professionalized that in a way, which I think is good, you know. Thanks actually to have early access again. It still was a bit of a weird one, but I think that was also down to, well, staff issues. That's what it is. But yeah, so what you can see at the moment with the situation at Frontier is that we may have seen the last DLC for Planet Zoo, or we may not. It depends a little bit, because it still sells pretty well. If you look into the final financial reports of Frontier, you do see that Planet Zoo excels dramatically in sales. It's their best game if you take into consideration how long it has only been for one platform, and also now for console and so on. It does very, very well on the money side of things, which is the main reason, and I'm very sure about that. This is no guessing by any means, because it's just pure logic, the reason why we are getting more DLCs. But equally the reason, and I've talked enough about that in my video, if you're interested in the full review of that, you know, I talked about that in the review of the pack. This is just a given, because they make money off of it, and they make the packs. But we're so far into development, the team is rather small, and hence we can't expect like crazy new animals. I'm very fine with what we have. But that said, I am still pretty aware that they are working on a different type of planet game, or at least a creative simulation game for 2026, set to be released in that year. And they also are going to release one of these games this year, which is already confirmed going to be Jurassic World Evolution 3. So knowing that they do categorize Jurassic World Evolution and Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo alike into the category of creative simulation games, apparently a 2026 release of Planet Zoo is not a given. It could very well be something completely different. It could be a Planet Prehistoric as well. Maybe the contract with Universal is going to run out after this year's release of of Jurassic World Evolution, which is never gonna be a Planet game. They also said that already. And we don't really have that much information about Jurassic World Evolution 3. The only information we had is an interview of Dave Braben in a investor relations kind of press voice call or whatever that was, where he basically said that, you know, they're not going to change as much in the game as they did with Planet Coaster 2 versus Planet Coaster 1. Whatever exactly that means, like, it could mean they don't change so much about the core of the game, which they did with Planet Coaster, and which caused a lot of backlash, or it means they are staying true to to the plan and strategy they had with Jurassic World Evolution and don't make it as much customizable as it potentially could be, which would be a bit of a downer for most of the people, because specifically if you look at the Jurassic World Evolution community, they are also bragging for more content and more, flexibility in building. People have been very upset when Jurassic World Evolution 2 launched and there was no individual pieces to be placed down. So hopefully they've learned their lessons, and hopefully they've learned the lessons from the launch of Planet Coaster 2 as well, for the release that is set to be this year. But it's also very confusing that we don't hear anything about this, because if it was targeted towards the movie release, time is gonna get very tight now, so potentially they have delayed that, and equally potentially that means that the 2026 release of a future game is going to be delayed. If you ask me personally, I still believe that we are going to look at Planet Zoo 2. And the main argument I would take for that is the fact that they completely ignored anything about fish and birds in Planet Zoo 1. It's not like that they, there is no single reason why you wouldn't have tried to do it in this game if you don't plan on bringing on a new game. The same goes apparently for water parks in Planet Coaster 1. And people always argue with we just had Planet Zoo, what are you even talking about? But if you look at it, Planet Zoo was released in 2019. 26 would then be 7 years after the initial release of the first one. If you look at Planet Coaster, that has now been released in 2024, like the second one, and the first game was released in 2016, that makes 8 years of a difference. And now, considering the fact that potentially Planet Coaster 2 was already delayed by a year because of COVID, it could have meant that there was a 7-year span in between two. So there's no reason to not believe Planet Zoo 2 could be a thing. Technically, it could very well be a thing if they've decided to move on. However, my initial thought that I had beginning of last year was, I'm very when we learned about the news that they are planning 3 new creative simulation games, of which 2 of them were already pretty much known, being Planet Coaster 2 and Jurassic World Evolution 3. I was very certain that the third one is going to be Planet Zoo 2. I still would put my money on it, but I'm not 100% certain anymore because of the reasons I just talked about. However, from a financial standpoint and from a security standpoint, I guess this would be the way to go for them, and then hopefully not fail in the launch and potentially build on the same formula as they have done successfully with Planet Zoo. And that means, first of all, just launch it for PC only. I think, as much as I love the console people, and as much as I think it should be released on console very soon after, not like 5 years after, but maybe a year later, or maybe half a year later, it doesn't matter. But, I think it would be better for them to, first of all, focus on one platform only to make the game as good as possibly possible. My God. No, you didn't have a problem here with your YouTube player. That was just me, my brain having a processing error. Now, just fun things aside, I definitely think that they have to go for a game like that. I think with the given situation, and if Jurassic World Evolution 3 is not going to be a banger, at least financially, they really can't do anything else and go for a risk for a new game, which doesn't even have a fan base yet. So I don't know. It's just me thinking. And why do I even talk about that while we are doing such a beautiful build in the background? Well, because I think Planet Zoo, and it's kind of hard to say, but because I'm just actually deep inside of me, I'm more like a theme park guy. But I think at the very end of the day, the Planet Zoo game is the better game of the both. Even Planet Coaster 2 can't give the same level of completion, and the game also maturity, I would say. Planet Zoo just feels so much more mature of a game in comparison to both other Planet games we have. And Planet Coaster 1 obviously has the benefit of being the first one, so no shame towards that one. But Planet Coaster 2, despite the fact it's getting better and better, and maybe it's gonna reach the point somehow, but it just, like, on a level of emotional feeling, I don't even know how to put that in words. It's just a feeling thing, but it doesn't feel as mature of a game as Planet Zoo does. And yeah, I think there are so many easy wins to make a second Planet Zoo game without even having that much of a risk. You know, you already have so many great things in the game. Just give us a bit more of a detailed staff management, maybe even staff vehicles. Just give us a way better navigation system for the animals, maybe put into place all the learnings you drew from the first game, and then apparently give us fish, better exhibits, and birds. That's, I mean, it sounds like easy, but apparently that would be enough for a new game, in my opinion. Definitely would be enough for a new game. And then all the improvements that we've seen now with Planet Coaster 2 about the restaurants and so on. Can't wait for a souvenir shop or so. I guess they're doing some more improvements about that too. So yeah, you know, what can I say? I love this game. I love Planet Zoo. You see that there is still content coming, and I'm finishing Venlo Zoo. You can quote me on that. It may take a little longer than I expected, but I'm gonna finish this park because I'm so in love with it. There are still some special projects I have started at some point. I can't promise that they will ever be finished time-wise, just like that. But yeah, I'm just happy we can still see this game and enjoy the game together. Hopefully you have as much of a great time that I have. And yeah, this little area over here turned out very beautiful. Can't wait to show it to you in-game now. So, well, let's not wait any longer and hop over and finally talk about just this build again. But I think it's better in the real-time part because we can just have a look at the actual build. Real-time part. And this is potentially the one spot I'm thinking is the hero spot of the whole habitat. So you can see, this is where you see the tower, where you can really look inside of it. It gives the animal plenty of space to hide. Oh, look, there's an Oopsie looking out of it. This must be fixed. But yeah, so this is very beautiful. We've got a little bit of a hygiene kind of thing over here. Something for the kids to explore, you know. They can test if they can see the right paw, and I thought, like, you know, that's a bit of an interaction in front of it. You can take a seat, but you can also go over here and have a look if you can spot the animal in the outside area. We are going to have a look at that in a second. We go around that one, but just to give you a bit of an idea where this is located. So we are coming here from the desert house, and I still have to figure out what I'm doing with this little area. I think we're gonna put like a little kiosk or so over here. So we're coming out of the desert house, which is that one over here. Hello, look at you, Peffin. So we're going. By the way, the latest members have been added to the go-kart timing sheet, and they will find themselves soon in this wonderful project here again. So if you want to be part of this project, just become a member of the channel, and I will find a way to integrate you soon. I've got some very cool ideas. So this is a tower that's self-built. I still love that a lot, and obviously it's a typical weenie, but I wanted to kind of create a bit of a nice contrast between modern and classic, as you can see, and I think it works absolutely well. We've got this modern, obviously from the height of it, not even close to that one, and then both of them next to each other create this wonderful kind of sideline over here. I really like that, and then we do have a perfect way to squeeze in the staff path in the middle. I'm gonna hide that away with some nice concrete on top of it. So yeah, that's that. And then again, as I said, you've got this wonderful region. You can see one lying down over here. By the way, they have a terrible, absolutely terrible traversable area, so this is why this opening needs to be way too big. I've had some inspiration from some real life habitats that I use, but they always have like a super tiny little tunnel which they go through, and I just couldn't do that because they need massive space to be going through. They couldn't even be fit through a normal gate. That was ridiculous. So I needed to keep it that open, and I made this wall green in the back to at least have a little bit of a contrast. Maybe I'm gonna do all the rest brown. I don't know, could be a solution to this one. But yeah, going around here, we can obviously see this wonderful area. And now, as you can tell, I love how this all works together. I love the way how the shade over here from all the strings and so on the rail, on the, how's it called? Like I forgot how that's called. Anyways, from the roof thingy looks in here. Just now have the lighting of Planet Coaster 2. That would be ace. So they have a bit of a climbing area here. They can climb over all these pieces. They have a bit of a submerged, lower down, almost like riverbed kind of style. And apparently I did put a bit of a water source in for them to play with. Like there's a bit of water coming down here. And then it just runs over there to just give them a bit of space. And then if we move around, you can have this wonderful look. And again, a lot of space for them to hide, burrow down in here, making sure that they don't have all this type. Is that both animals in? Is this the same one? I mean, you can see it from over here too, but that's fairly nice as well. I also put a couple of trees behind to give this a bit of a nicer backdrop and to make it feel a bit more embedded in the nature. I think this works always wonders if you have that around your habitat. Now let's sneak our way in to see the detail from the inside as well. Is the animal behind there? No. Is it? I don't know. It would be a perfect spot to hide for them as well, but I just used that to cover up this edge. I was too lazy to finish that with the strings. That is just a tedious work. I'm just gonna be blankly honest here. That's the way you do it. You also have like a scratching post over here, a couple of logs where they can climb, just like what cats do. And then let's go to the inside. You've got these two cages. Yeah, look, they're both lying inside. Excuse me, what happened over here? Let me just fix these things. No, I don't want to have this one. Animal delivery event. Yeah, okay. Is that the... What's the... Oh, gosh. Move the ocelot. Let's move this ocelot to the ocelot. Oh, no. Cancel. Oh, my God. Move here. There you go. And then your zoo has no educators to give talks. Your zoo has no vet. Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? I'm just going to employ both just so that this message is not going to come in again. And then we can also fix some stuff. Okay, so like I don't have a vet. That's interesting. I definitely need to do some backstage stuff for vets. That's, I mean, we don't have a veterinarian area than anywhere else, I guess. But yeah. So we've got that one, and we're going to put down educators as well, just so we don't get the message. I mean, I don't even have a tour scheduled, so whatever this thing is telling me. Anyways, so let's fix that little thingy then. I mean, if we're in this view now, why not? Oh, there's another one poking out too. Hello, I need you to be there. Can I select you? Let's go out of this one and see if I can select. Is that the one? Wait, hold on. Is that the? Oh my God, that's the whole building. No, I didn't want to have the whole building. I think it's that one. Let's see, is that one? Yeah, that one was the one poking out too. Okay, so that's done, fixed it. So yeah, apparently also, you know what we can do as well? There's another animal coming in, awesome. It's kind of fun that they're placed down here and then they can just go through this thing. Not sure why. I know what happened. I needed to move that because of the traversable area issue I just mentioned earlier. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this, what I just said. Oops. I think they are both submerged in different ways. So let's make that brown. And then go over to this one and make that brown too. And then we have this one. If you're wondering why I need to click into different groups, I obviously hate the Z fighting to the ground, and this is why I'm always like trying to do that differently. The problem is it's gonna be brown from the outside then too, right? Yeah. Okay, you know what? Actually, we can use this lower side here and make this completely brown. Why not? It doesn't even matter. It looked kind of fine, so that's okay. I don't need to put it from the other side. But now it should be, yeah, it's definitely better from the outside. It's definitely better from the outside. Okay, now let's have a little look at the animals from here. Look, there's one going. I'm loving the model. I'm loving it. It's cool. As I said, it could be a tiny little bit less cute, but apparently from all the cats we have in the game, this is one of the better ones anyways. Gosh, they're so beautiful. Also, they're beautiful in real life, so that makes things easy to make it look beautiful. Woo! Whoa, hold on, that was quite a massive jump. Yeah, just the last thing I want to show you is the traversable area. As I said, it's a bit of a stretch, as you can see. There is not really that much they can navigate. They need to jump everywhere, as you can tell. But they do. I like the fact that they can go on top of this one. Usually this piece over here is not traversable, but then, yeah. But this is, again, a good point for a very good fix in Planet Zoo 2. I think if there's a Planet Zoo 2, this would be one of my biggest expectations, to reduce the amount of glitches significantly. And if that means we have more dedicated pieces to achieve some stuff, I'll take it. I love the freedom we have, but at some point it does apparently cause some very crazy glitches, and I would love to see that improved. So yeah. Anyways, I think we can zoom out a little to show you the beautiful build from in its full glory, and I feel like this fits in here super well. I still gotta do a bit of nature work over here, and then this spot is very nicely done. I'm also not sure if I do nature work or I do a bit of backstage work, because apparently what we could do is just take a couple of these things, place them down here, just like so, just like as an example, and maybe raise them a little. And if we put some facilities behind, you can't really tell from over here, and the guest won't be able to see it. I think having a bit of a backstage area here would work wonders for the overall distribution of things. But if we look at the full project, you can see this outer area is almost done. I'm going to finish this off over here and put some more city stuff here, maybe some more parking lots and so on, so embed it and then make some forest work. I will enlarge the city because it doesn't really have that much of an impact to the performance so I'm just going to copy more of the city in, which is going to be amazing. As you can see, there's all still the city work that Sylph did on the ground. I'm still copying things around here and there. This is the backstage area for our dolphins that have a good time. And yeah, last but not least, what we do still have to fill in is this right-hand side. This is what we did last time. I want to do a bit of a savanna area here, relocating what used to be in this spot, and some more smaller habitats. There is a spot for a smaller habitat. There is a spot for a smaller here. Like, also for the traffic, I want to make sure that there's a bit more traffic going on in this area, which is pretty empty at the moment, pretty boring for the guests to go to. So this area over here will see some love in the future. Maybe even the next episode is going to tackle this. I'm very much looking forward to this. And then apparently a bit of the backstage stuff has to be done. And I think it's realistic to finish this off, this project, within this year maybe, because, like, you know, if I need to count, like, there is space for maybe one episode of some smaller habitats here, would be a bigger episode or two. Then we have got definitely an episode filling in this gap, might be episode filling in this gap. Then we have an episode filling in this gap, and we have definitely 1 or 2 episodes filling this huge space over here with what is going to be either savanna or maybe even elephants alone. Still not entirely sure, but I would love to make like a mixture of a classic and modernized habitat for elephants. And this is also my task for today's comment section. If you come up with a cool story for a savanna / elephant habitat, how we can put this into the story of the city zoo, let me know in the comments down below. I would love to hear your opinion on that and what you could envision. That's the state of Venlo Zoo. I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode, and I can't wait to talk to you in the next one. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel or check out the instant gaming link. If you need anything, you'll find it there. So thank you so much. As always, have a good time, happy hump day, and bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Venlo Zoo. Our Dutch-inspired city zoo is going to continue, and after we've built the Ocelot Tower in the last episode with the brand new animals from the latest DLC, we are now going into something equally exciting today, combining two very reminiscent buildings architecture-wise from the Dutch history and modern era, I should say, combining them both together. But more about that in today's episode. I'm going to talk you through that. But as always, let's talk about Instant Gaming as the sponsor of the channel. You can get game keys for a great value over there. They have always pretty nice discounts. You can get support if you need it. You can also get in-game currencies, just like PlayStation money, Xbox money, whatever you want. You obviously get full games, pre-releases, and also obviously DLCs that you will potentially like. So make sure to check out the linky in the description as always. It'll help you find the game you want, or you miss out on a DLC you don't have at the moment. You can grab it over there. That would be very fantastic. But now let's talk about today's build. We are locating the build right next to the Dolphin Lagoon and right behind the semi-aquatic dome that I've built a couple of months ago. So it is still located in an aquatic area, if you will. So, but as I talked you through the whole series earlier, this zoo is not meant to be separated into regions or so, because what we're doing is we're refurbishing a old zoo into something new. That means we are taking an old building and turning that into something new, something better, more conservation oriented, more friendly for the animals, or maybe just taking something that used to be something else, maybe not the zoo itself. You never know what it was. And this exactly is part of today's history lesson, I want to almost say, but it's not necessarily a history lesson. It's something I was looking for some Dutch architecture, so I do have a whole folder of inspirational buildings and, you know, pictures and Dutch architecture, modern architecture, old architecture. And then there's this one thing I found earlier already, and I wanted to do something with it. Earlier I thought about making it a giraffe house or turning that into an elephant shelter or something like that, but, you know, I never found a purpose for that, and today I finally found it. It is the Het Ronde Huis, I think it is, or the round house as it says. It's kind of a thing that I found a bit of a, you know, mysterium around, so no one really knows what exactly it was used for. At least I understood it this way. So if you Dutchies in the comments want to enlighten me what actually the history is behind the Het Ronde Huis, I have no idea if you say it that way, by the way. I mean, I'm literally living 5.5 minutes next to the Netherlands, and I'm just not able to speak any Dutch, but that's a different story. Now, this building I thought it was really interesting architecture-wise, and in my imagination, this has been used as either like an office building in the past or maybe a zoo control building. So it's not been a habitat in the past. I really think this would be technically something that used to be here even before the classic zoo has been built or has been built into the classic zoo, as I said, as like a facility building that then has been taken apart and turned into something new, which today is, as you've seen, obviously from the title, or the thumbnail, I don't need to, talk around that. It's the king penguin habitat. I still hoped we will get the emperor penguin at some point or so, but as we didn't, it's not really that big of an issue, to be honest. I think these animals are all good. There's no big deal about having a different penguin because I just want to make a penguin house. We already have the African penguin at the beginning of the zoo next to our desert house, which also fits a little bit more thematically. And this habitat has been a habitat that we just enlarged. The small penguin or the African penguin always used to be in that location in our trivia, in our lore, but as turned out over time, it wasn't the best habitat for them. Way too small, way too cramped, and then it has been actually twice enlarged, and so the current version is the 2 times enlarged version. So going on, this building over here has then been taken apart and turned into a very conservation-oriented king penguin habitat. Now, the problem about these typical penguin habitats, and maybe these are one of the ones that still used to have the worst areas and worst habitats in zoos, because these animals, they need it cold, they need a very cold area indeed, and they need to have an indoor area, an indoor section that they can use in a nice way, have a lot to swim, have a lot to, sit around, stand around, just walk around, have some snow, some ice, and it all has to be contained in a nice way. And I thought this building gives me the proper frame, the proper context to do exactly that. Realistically, this whole thing to be cooled, the building itself gives me a good idea. And what I do, and you'll see that later, I'm going to talk about the architecture that we are mixing it with, is going to be a insanely huge cooling steel plate. But more about that when I build it. This is a very interesting decision I took because I drew the inspiration actually from SpaceX. It may sound odd, but there are a couple of things you can do apparently with different things, but if you want to go conservation friendly or eco friendly in terms of energy, there are ways to do it. But you do see a lot of buildings using, for example, rooftops that are fully grown with grass and low shrubbery and so on, to make sure that this is used to have a cooling effect as well, but also as well to have a bit of nice isolation. Things are built more into the ground, and all these kind of things are tricks to make sure that you be energy efficient. But this building over here in itself already gave me a good idea, and as you can see, this is where I'm taking it apart into half. And yeah, I will also need to talk about the audiobook I'm listening to while I was building this, but also in general while what I'm listening to at the moment. The building itself turned out very nicely indeed. I'm using quite a lot of windows, which is potentially the one reason it's a little bit unrealistic at this point. I will need to close off some of the windows later on. I did this already in the build, but it's not enough realistically, because apparently windows are always a weak point of isolation. So if you don't want to have any problem in that, because windows do have a lot of problems, because they need to be opened and closed, and the glass heats up quite ridiculously and then acts almost like a magnifying glass to make things hotter. So what I did over here, this is the steel element I was talking about earlier, and this is taken from the market hall in Rotterdam. This market hall Rotterdam is a huge kind of dome thingy with a huge glass front, but my idea was to, apparently because the glass will be another very big issue in terms of heating and cooling, but what I thought is the house itself plus this huge steel thing can be used as basically a heat diverter, if you will. So this is how SpaceX, for example, or any other space company would potentially do it. They also have these steel plates underneath the exhaust of the rocket, and then they cool it with like water. And because of the hot effect when the heat is going to the water, then there's the steam, and paired with the steel, it kind of cools the systems down and secures the systems. Like, it's not gonna work exactly this way, but my idea would be that we are actively using the steel to gain energy to cool down the water and the heat and the air inside of the building, and also take out the effect of the sun that will be boiling hot when it comes to the building itself. So making sure that it all is a bit more energy efficient. I don't necessarily know exactly if it would work this way. This is also why the windows and the frames over here are a tiny bit smaller, you know. They are as small as they are in the Rotterdam version, to be honest, but they do have a double effect of not being too crazy when it comes to the energy. However, the big, you know, the big glass in the middle, which is clearly a design decision, what we're building right now, this arch over here is going to be filled with a huge window, a huge glass panel. This is going to be used as obviously the main kind of inspiration to draw the people's attention to this very spot in the zoo. But you got to make sure that this is not going to become, as I said, the huge magnifying glass that is going to burn and boil down the animals inside. So this is also why I decided to not make any headlights in the roof of the round house, because the headlights would be nice to give the whole place a bit more light and make it a bit more brighter. But I decided against this because, again, that would be just another area of heat, which I wanted to avoid. But you can tell that this building as it stands over here looks fantastic. I think both types of architectures surprisingly well work together in a very additive work, or like they add to each other rather than being too crazy, like different. I mean, they are super different, but they just work. They do complement each other very nicely. At least I find this, and so I was quite happy with the combination. It was a very loose idea I had when I was trying this, but yeah, it turned out very nice indeed. And so it was a bit of a hard one. I have deactivated all mods at the moment, by the way. So this entire thing is built completely mod free, because you almost get used to the fact that I was using free build forever now. And I will continue using free build, but I just had some issues lately. I'm not sure if it was the mod or not, but I just had a couple issues with Planet Zoo. I wasn't able to load into some parks and so on. So what I did is I took out all the mods just to make sure that everything works right now. But hence, the path building was even more of a pain. And I want to quickly advocate for Planet Coaster 2 at this point. And you all know that in 2 weeks' time, we will potentially get one of the greatest ever updates in a Planet game. We will get the option to get rid of any curb or any support or any foundation of any path. That is ridiculous, meaning if you look at this construct over here, you could now go in and get rid of these ugly pathing curbs, the kind of beige-ish things to the left and right, which make the whole thing look super ugly, and then just make sure to hide things properly away, and making sure that this staircase in general looks a lot more nice. But apparently it's not only about that. The new way of building path things, just in general in Planet Coaster 2, is so much more powerful. I don't want to say intuitive, because frankly it's not, but it's very, very powerful. Once you mastered it, it's super powerful. You can build the very nicest staircases and very tight ones, wide ones, subtle ones, even the most crazy kind of roundy shapes you can do. So very, very nice. But you know, that video shouldn't be too much about Planet Coaster 2. I just wanted to say that quickly again, because without mods, specifically without the free build mod, this turned out to be even more complicated than I thought. We did a little jump over here where I have already put in all the habitats. I had a bit of a crash here and there, which wasn't the fault of Planet Zoo. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but my computer had a very hard time for like a day or two. It's gone now. I fixed the problem somehow by reverting to an old status, but I still have no idea what it was. All of a sudden, rendering took forever and ever, and this is also why there was a bit of a lack of videos recently. I'm not going to mention that also, I don't really have time at the moment. So this is also why this video took over a week longer than I expected it to be. But hey, that's just how life goes. And it's here. So hopefully you guys like it as much as I do. If you do, by the way, and you're listening to this point in time, please do me a big favor. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you did subscribe, please double check if you're still subscribed. Because, you know, as I said lately, YouTube likes to just should just desubscribe you. Just do it. I don't know why exactly they do it, but it's proven that this is a thing, specifically for people who always just join via the landing page, the feed. After a while, they're like, yeah, okay, hey, why they sub to some people if they don't actively go to their channel? So we're just gonna unsub you, and we still give you the videos. But for a creator like me, it's not like the best thing to have, because at some point, if YouTube decides that you haven't watched the latest 3 videos of me, they won't push my videos to your feed anymore. So if you're unsubscribed, you will not then get any more videos in the future, despite you may potentially like them. And I always think like it's totally fine to not like all of the videos of a creator. It's very rarely that you have it. You know, there is a point if a creator is like very like, for example, let's game it out. This is a concept which is basically always the same, just a different game. So if you like that, you potentially also will watch every video. But with many other creators who do different types of content, it's totally clear that some of you love Planet Zoo, but they're not too much of a fan of Planet Coaster, for example. So they will watch Planet Zoo, but instead not Coaster, or just Coaster if there's one specific thing that you're interested in, which is totally fine. But YouTube just then decides like, if I don't do 3 videos of Planet Zoo in a row, and you don't watch them apparently because you wanted to watch Planet Zoo only, then YouTube decides to say, okay, you're not interested in that channel anymore at all, and then you're not going to see future videos. I did explain that now because so many people asked me that. They did ask me many times, like in the Ocelot video, you can also say Ocelot video, you can see that people say, oh, I didn't know you were still doing, I'm so happy you're continuing with Planet Zoo, I'm so happy you're back in Planet Zoo. And I never left. So I was like contacting a couple of people and also in Discord chatting to a couple of people. I'm like, yeah, they didn't see a lot of old videos, but apparently the Ocelot video had a bit of a nice viral boost. So potentially that came back in certain people's feed. So long story short, if you want to have the chance to see all my videos, make sure to be subscribed. Okay, I could have said that in 2 seconds, but here you go, 2 minutes of that. As promised, while you see the outside being done a little bit. Also, by the way, the outside area now... I could argue with climate change now, but I don't, because that is a bit cruel. But apparently king penguins can go outside. It's not like that they cannot at all. So in winter times, or let's say autumn or early spring, temperatures are potentially doable for them. So there is a chance that they could go outside, and so we will give them the chance to. And apparently in winter, also in Central Europe, there are chances of having snow, even though they're getting lesser and lesser. But I do think it is still a good idea to give them a bit of a fresh air area, despite the fact it may not be used throughout the entire year. You could also imagine that there will be some coolers outside, and this is also why I decided to not make a huge outside area. It's just a very small one, which has still, you know, potentially, or not potentially, no, in relation to its overall outside size, there is a big chunk of it is water to ensure there's enough coolness around. The more water there's, the cooler the area overall is. So that's what I wanted to say. But as promised, I quickly want to talk about the audiobook I'm listening to while I was building this specifically, but also the upcoming Planet Coaster build. Now, I want to do that because I was so hyped getting to know this book. I could have heard or read or listened to that earlier. It's from 2018 actually, but it's scary how accurate it is for the current moment in time. And I do this because it's very important for me to talk about that, because it gives me a bit of a segue to give you guys a bit of an, not order is definitely the wrong word, but a suggestions also maybe wrong. Maybe I've got a question for you, I don't know. But like the book I'm listening to, the audiobook, is the NSA, it's called, but it's not the NSA like in the national security thingy from the US. No, it is the German version of it, das Nationale Sicherheitsamt, which is referring to the time in the 1930s ongoing, the dark times of Germany, I want to say, where, you know, the Nazi Reich and so on has been established. And I'm not even sure if the video gets demonetized now, but I will try to avoid these words as much as possible. But the idea behind this is they draw a picture, the author draws a picture of what would have happened. My talking is good today, isn't it? What would have happened if in these times the internet and smartphones were already a thing? And it's kind of cool how they draw this as a picture of the technology being adequate to the time. You know, they talk about steam-powered computers in the late 18th century, 19th century, and then they turn into electronic devices in the early 20th century, which then leads to the global network, which is not called the internet. It's basically called the Weltnetz, which means kind of the global network. Just it's kind of, they all turn it into German words, which is very, very interesting and scary at the same time, and it gives you such a very scary, accurate view on how social media and data in general is going to influence you, and also how dangerous it is when it comes to finding people and making sure to, you know, get into their lives on a very literal level, but also on a psychological level. So for me personally, that book is, in a long time, so captivating that I'm so drawn into it. I can't stop listening to it. I don't know if there is an English version of it. If there is, I would highly recommend to all of you to read that. And for all of you who are capable of reading German or listening to it in German, make sure to do it. I would highly recommend that because, and this is what I was going to do and refer to, this is so important for today. I'm looking at social media increasingly scared and sad, seeing how people turn more and more into conspiracy theories because of the way social media works. And people, despite the fact we have all information of the world at our fingertip, people seem to fall for the biggest or most easy lies, I guess. And for me personally, it's so important, specifically in Germany, which has a very complicated situation right now politically, that people, and this is the question, or not the question, but it's a demand, is it not? I would ask you guys to just, whatever I say or other people say, just double check or maybe even triple check this in these times. I also, sometimes I think I have knowledge and maybe it's wrong because things have changed or I got it from the wrong sources. That can always be. So don't take things I say for granted, you know. Double check it. If there's inspiration and you find it a good knowledge, hey, that's super fine. But make sure to double check all stuff yourself. It'll help us, and always be open for discussion and open for different point of views. I think it's so important to showcase the, availability of you for being inspired by others, but also to understand how things actually work. And life isn't easy, and politics are not easy, and the current situation in the world is not easy. It is complex, and if you're willing to accept that, and if you're willing to double check things, that would be already great. And that's just something I wanted to put in. I know it's a bit of more of a heavy topic, but since the building, actually, the Het Ronde Huis, had a little bit of a history in that regard too, I thought it was fitting for today's video. Okay, last but not least, we're putting also a bit of a signage on here, which I'm quite happy with. You know, I tried to make a little bit of a nod to what I was talking earlier about, the history of it. So it all comes together now. It's the Het Ronde Pingu in Huis. I wanted to have just the pingo in the center, and then I put like the ha and the half on top of it. It's Het Ronde Pinguin Huis. I don't know how to pronounce that. Whatever. Let's go into the real-time part and have a look how it turns out in-game. Part with an overview of the zoo. Actually, we haven't done that in a while, and I wanted to showcase where the Penguin Huis is. You need to tell me the correct pronunciation. Oh, I'm missing some data over here. That is odd. Actually, I did put it back in. Whatever. I'll fix that. Now, as you can see, this is our zoo, and if you go... Hold up, what happened over here? Oh, I took out the mod, and this is why. Okay, never mind. I'll bring back one of the mods, and then that should be fixed. This is just like, you can fix it with the current pathway as well, but as the pathway mod is out, this is basically how it looks. Anyways, if you fly in here, you can see there's the desert house, and then we're getting over here. This is the ocelot tower we did last episode. This is where also the African penguin lives, just to showcase what I said earlier. This used to be the first, like the very small tiny pond they had at the beginning. Then they actually enlarged the whole thing with the back area here, and then they even more fixed this by getting a next area to it and enlarging it even further to give them a pretty nice area, even with some nice little nests, just to give you a bit of an idea how our trivia works here and there. So this is our reptile house. There is the penguin, the dolphin lagoon, which is our little weenie across the lake, as you can tell. There is our lake, and you can see them over here. And then to the right hand side, and depending on where you stand, you get a nice view of it too. So you can see that across here, so that's pretty nice. But if you go around this area, maybe into the Vogelhuis here, which is empty at the moment because we don't have any mods installed, as I said, so you don't see any birds. But it's very interesting to see if you go then in here. Actually, no, there's no animal in here. I'm wondering if I can just put them back in. We do have our half semi-aquatic dome with the platypus and so on, and then down here on the other side, this is where the penguin huis is sitting. And don't worry, we're going to tackle this area specifically. There will be another restaurant, a bit of a food court. This over here will all be fixed because at the moment the entrance doesn't really look nice. So one episode will really feature specifically this area, and despite the fact you may think it doesn't look adequate because it is a bit of an odd one, but this used to be a city zoo, and as this is a city zoo, we have limited space available. This is why certain areas will still look cramped, because there is only so much space available. You can't just replan everything. And so this is why, for example, the desert house is also very close to that old bear habitat, which now is for the otter and some of the monkey animals. Same goes for the old polar bear habitat, as you can see over here. The polar bear habitat is also very close to our restaurant and very close to the orangutan habitat. They have already ripped apart something else in the center, so we did have the old, maybe I'm gonna do something on the ground so you can still see that, but some of the old tiger cages that sits here in the middle, and the other side of the tiger cages is still available. As you can see, this is part of the old tiger cages that used to be for many animals. Now is the connection piece between what used to be the seal habitat and the polar bear habitat. Now is one big habitat for our, is that the Bengal tiger, Sumatran tiger? I have no idea which type of tiger is in here. I think it used to be a mod too. So that's why it's kind of a heavily modded park over here, so never mind. And then we are all the way back in here with the penguin house, and I'm going to just jump into the explore mode so we have a good view on that. So it's not finished, as I said, with all the plants down here. It still looks good. It still gets this very nice view here. Very inspiring. I do like this view quite a lot. And there are more than... Whoops, what's that? Okay, well, hold on. I just opened the menu. So we are just going to go in, and then you can see this. I love this view over here. It just worked out very nice. From here, it looks like crazily modern, but when you go around, you get this very cool old house vibes. Now, apparently you can go down and have such a very cool view of the animals diving and even diving around you. So I think this way it just gives that very nice immersion of them swimming and diving over here. A very big fan of that. I didn't know that even the king penguin has just only 2 meters of diving requirement, which I found very, very nice. I thought I needed to go for 3 meters, but this looks very believable now with the size of these animals, which makes me wonder why, for example, the otter and the platypus or so can't just have 1 meter of diving space, because as you can tell, in relation, that would pretty much the same, wouldn't it? I mean, yeah, but you know, it's not the biggest thing in the world. I just wanted to point that out. Okay, now if we go back up, we can also take that side route over here, which gives you a bit of a nice idea. Look, there's one standing over here. How nice. And the other one is just going into the water. Look at that. That's so cool. That's so cool. Again, we could put some coolers in here or some snow effects in that arch. This is why it's here. But then you go around and you are... Oh, I forgot to fix the ground here and put a... Yeah, okay, I need to put some certain things in here. And then you go up here, the stairs. There's a glass panel missing. I put it in. Where's it gone? Anyways. And then you are in this house, which we also need an airlock over here. I'm going to take that from the desert house right away. And then you go up here and you get this wonderful chance to... If I was able to get... Yeah, there you go. How can I not move up here? Okay, hold on tight. I'm going to go into the free look mode, and I'm just going to fly up here. So you can see this is the backstage area from them. It's not fully done. It's just like a bit fake from the entrance here, so you have it. And then up here, you have a wonderful view inside of it, and you can see some of the penguins from up here, see them swimming, see them standing around, have a cool view of them. A cool view, which is a literal one, but also, you know, a nice little intended pun. So what I will do instead is, and a couple of fixes, as I said, when I fix the area next time around completely, I'm going to build like a bit of a bigger building in the back, which is the backstage area for the animals, maybe also the shelters where they can then go. This needs to have an airlock, which we will take from here. Let me just click that one. There you go. I'm just going to quickly bring that over. It's not going to be exactly the same, and I need to make it smaller apparently, but it's going to be something like this, you know. We have that airlock in here. I'm just going to put that here. It's a building. I can always access that. So, you know, it's going to be something like this. Maybe I'm going to take this size. I don't know. It just, you know, we can make that look nice by just recoloring the outside area quickly. But, you know, you get the idea. Maybe actually, you know what? We can almost take it this way. If I just slide that over a little. Hold on. We can just go for these colors. Hold on. Just going to copy the color real quick. Copy that one. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to go in here. I'm just going to do that live in the real-time part. Woo! And then we're just going to enter that one and apply. And we enter that one and say apply to. And then we have the normal brick kind of thing. And yeah, it just kind of works, okay? I can still make that look a little nicer. But for the moment being, that's all good. You can then go in, and apparently what I would need to do is like do this all into the soil. Making sure there's no grass, and just gonna make sure that something is on top of here, just to make sure that this looks. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna fix this pretty much off screen, because this is gonna be otherwise too fixed with a hot needle. Do you say that in English too? I don't know. In German you say that. If you do it too quickly, you're doing it with a hot needle. I'm not sure if that's a thing even. Anyways, that's been today's episode. I really do hope you guys enjoyed it. I certainly did enjoy it a lot. I think it's a very cool building, a very interesting combination, and I can't wait to hear what you're saying in the comments. So make sure to drop your comment down below. Make sure to tell me what you think of this habitat, and I can't wait to talk to you in the next video. Make sure to keep your eyes on the channel this weekend. There were a couple of videos. I'm going to do another tour in Planet Coaster 2, maybe even another building. I can't promise that I get finished, but you know, until then, have a wonderful time. Thank you so much for watching as always, and goodbye. Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo, our Dutch city zoo project. As a bit of a reminder, last time we did build a modern penguin house, and before that we did also build a modern ocelot tower. So we did a bit of a more modern approach, and today we're going to turn this parking lot area, which in the past used to be a parking lot, into another modern habitat with a bit of a Dutch influence, but I'll come to that in the episode. So stick with me. But first of all, here's a note from our sponsor of the channel, Instant Gaming. As always, you know, there you can get wonderful game keys for a good value. They do offer DLCs, pre-orders, games, whatever, and also in-game currencies, just like PlayStation money, Xbox money, whatever you desire, and you can virtually find anything in there. The link, as always, is in the description. You do help me directly with going via my link, and you'll find something cool for you. So I guess that's a win-win for everyone. So just make sure to check it out every now and then. Link here, as always, in the description, and if I'm not too lazy, you'll find it to the top right as well. Okay, let's quickly talk about the parking lot before we go into the landscaping, which you can already tell starting in the background. So, as I said earlier, for those of you who are new for this project, I don't know why you would be new, but if you just clicked on that video and you're with me now and you're wondering what the heck is this guy doing here, because Venlo Zoo is not existing in real life. That's the point. We are doing inspired by Dutch city zoos and just in general European city zoos built for Venlo, because it's rather close to me, and also, you know, just felt like that was a good idea, going for some Dutch architecture. It's pretty interesting because Dutch architecture can be rather old and nice, like with all these kind of very typical Dutch buildings, but also the Dutchies are very known for for very modern approaches. So that's a mixture we have in here. And for almost every habitat, we're going to talk a bit of the trivia, because Venlo Zoo used to be one of these shabby, kind of very dense city zoos with a lot of habitats that absolutely do not go along with any idea of conservation, I should say, or animal friendliness or whatnot. So what we're doing today is we're expanding our zoo, because that's another treat of a city zoo. They are most likely very small. So with everything you want to bring in, you either have to reiterate something existing, which we've done a couple of times. You know, we've changed our polar bear habitat into something else. We've changed the old bear, I don't want to even say habitat, like maybe the the bear enclosure, I don't know, or the bear cage, I would say, into something more modern for smaller animals. So just to repurpose everything. And today we are repurposing an old parking lot. The idea about this parking lot, though, is it's not even a parking lot that was meant to be for the zoo. I'm imagining there is something else, maybe another kind of, I don't know, maybe sports facility or maybe a bigger commercial area which used to having this parking lot over here, and we are taking over this spot and enlarging our zoo a little bit, so we are getting ever so much closer to the nearby main road that is going around our city zoo. And this is what offers us a really big space. I did say at the beginning we are talking about the Bornean elephant, but there's also another animal in this project, in this specific case, and this is the honey badger, which is exactly in the center of the circle you can already see developing on screen. So I recently visited a wonderful zoo, the Biopark in Valencia. I want to quickly get a bit of a, moment to talk about that. You'll see there's going to be a cinematic tour of the Biopark on the channel in a bit. So if you're interested in that, make sure to follow the channel because this is going to be fun. I did take some very cool cinematic shots that day, and I was not even knowing what I was expecting from this day. We literally just did that for our kids, specifically my daughter. She was very disappointed because a lot of activities that usually are in our area where we are going on holidays, most likely in Spain, because we were a little bit too early this year for tourist activities, I should say, these things were not available, so like jumping parks and like all these kind of things our daughter loves wasn't there. And so we were like, you know what, to make up for that, we're going to go for a zoo. And the only one in that heat that came like from my online research was the Biopark, as I said, because it's like very shady in there because of a lot of trees and stuff, I should say. But no, I gotta say, this is one of the most beautiful zoos I've ever visited. Very, very natural, very nice how all the different habitats go into each other. Sometimes you can't even distinguish which is which, and then the way they cleverly changed kind of created the natural barriers between the different habitats sometimes even seemed like as if, for example, lions and giraffes were living in the same habitat, which apparently they didn't, but it just really looked like that. And the whole savannah looks like one big area. Of course it isn't, but like I really loved it there, and also a lot of very nice theming around there, making sure that everything looks like that. They had a very nice idea of the island of Madagascar, which was very cool because you can like literally walk in there and have like the lemurs running around you, jumping around you. Very cute, very cool. So I was really positively surprised and also very inspired by that zoo. So I started building this habitat over here, which has a lot of influence from the elephant habitat, which isn't a Bornean elephant. It's the classic African elephant that you would see in Valencia, but I like the habitat a lot the way it was. The habitat there is even more layered and even more interesting to look at. They built some very cool kind of viewing spots, like on the lake even, where you're crossing over the lake on a little pier or so, without using too many mods in Planet Zoo. That isn't really easy to do, so I kind of didn't do it this way simply because I want to be as mod-free as possible at the moment to not risk anything broken in here. And also, I want to share this zoo with you in a bit. So I'm going to give you a bit of an update what is going to be planned with this zoo. But yeah, I also kind of took a bit of inspiration. Some of the artificial dead trees they had over there was something really cool, and I created this in here too with like the 4 rock pieces, or like, what is that, fiberglass kind of thing created. I've no idea how these pieces are done, but like, most likely they are using these things also in zoos to create these kind of fake trees, which they did a stellar job on those. They look very realistic, and I really loved having that. If I remember, I'm gonna put a kind of a link in here, or like a video snippet from the cinematics. Maybe I think about that, and you can see that tree in action actually. But yeah, all in all, I wanted to create this lake area here as the main viewing spot. So for this habitat, and maybe this is something I can recommend quite a lot, if you want to have habitats that look very nice and you have a specific idea in mind, try creating it almost like as if it's a scene, maybe a movie scene, or maybe kind of a facade of a stage in a theater or something like that. If you've got that one viewport you want to make look nice, take this as your center point to build the entire thing. I figured that helps a lot in making sure that your idea is translated correctly in, and then from this central point, start creating the rest around it. Okay, speaking about start creating, I said this has been a parking lot area. Hence, the parking lot area has a parking building, obviously, because there's also, a big parking lot where the cars can park outside, but there's also that kind of parking garage. And the garage building is what we are using to be turned into the facility for the elephants. That is actually very good because you do need quite a big facility for elephants, and you do need the chance to have a building that exists, because again, city zoo means you have a bit of a space issue, which I am absolutely aware of, and this is why we are creating this building. This is hugely inspired by another parking lot or kind of parking garage I looked at Google for in the Netherlands, and that was one of the coolest buildings I found. I'm not even sure if it's a parking lot, but I just looked for some modern buildings with some foliage on the outside, because I wanted to specifically do something like this with a bit of more ecological, eco-friendly appeal to make sure that we make up for what has been caused in this area, also in the air pollution, parking lot with all the cars, putting their stinky stuff in the air. This area would have been polluted quite a bit from this area. So I thought it was a nice idea to have a house that actively reduces air pollution by having this outside kind of moss and stuff to the facade, and then using a bit of wood to go with a more natural material. I thought that was a good idea. You can maybe comment what you think about that. I'm trying to do this more and more often to really bring in also these type of ideas to just, create something very, very nice in general. And I do really like that. I'm just looking at, I think it's maybe a concept even. I was looking at Google. It's called the P-Suite original. I don't know. I just double checked it. I'm kind of checking that again if I find something for that. This is a parking network in Nieuwegein. Okay, is that a concept? I think it's just a concept. Parking garage suite in Nieuwegein goes beyond the beaten track and is to become the greenest and most sustainable parking garage in the Netherlands. Look, how good, right? How good. So if you want to see that, I put the inspiration on screen now, so you can see where this is coming from the building. And I was creating something like this and turning that over into a building. Now, as I said, I am very, very pleased with the outcome of this, not only this building, but also with the overall area. You'll see that in the real-time part. I have still a couple of open things I want to do, but there is a reason for that. I already planned out the next episode, which is going to be, it's going to be the episode that is more or less giving me the final idea of what the zoo is delivering. I don't want to go too much into making the zoo bigger as is, so there will be a natural limitation now by fixing the overall zoo barriers now. With this habitat, this is already one of the natural barriers of the zoo. It's going to be one habitat that is all the way to the outside, and you can see the city in the background. I will have to bring in a bit more to make the city bigger. What I do have to do for that, though, is I have to change a bit of the houses that Sylph built. The problem with the houses is exactly the opposite of a problem normally, because they are too detailed and too good looking. See, the point is, I copied those things over quite a bit, and it's still insane how well the game handles that, but I'm now getting into a bit of FPS issues here, and I want to definitely make sure to not to, because I want to make the zoo be really, that you guys can experience that and not have the issue of crazy kind of performance issues, which is why I will strip down some of the buildings that Sylph did and only use the super detailed ones as the first layer around the zoo, and everything that is in the background of the first layer will be just boxes, brick boxes or so, with some very, very kind of basic Dutch kind of roofing or so, and then putting a couple of landmarks in the middle to just make sure that it looks like a Dutch city, and that's what I'm going with. This might be the best idea to do that, to kind of get the idea of Venlo. I'm just going to do some, roundabouts here and there, because, it's the Netherlands, we need roundabouts. So that is why, just as a bit of it. And this is also why I wanted to ensure that this area isn't like the finished version, but still a very nice and decent looking version of this area, because when all things come to an end, this should be still part of the zoo, and I wanted to ensure that this all feels like it. Maybe this is the biggest mistake many people do. when the habitat is done, most likely people call it a day. I do too. So that's definitely a thing. But sometimes the real nice thing is when you integrate that nicely into your zoo. This is where these areas come and shine the most. And since this is even more time, and I have already put like good to 6 to 7 hours into this build already, so I was like, okay, maybe I should bring this to an end first of all and make a very nice video out of it, which I think it is. I think today's video is very nice, good ideas to where the inspiration come from, very good comparison to how it looked before and after. And we have some very cool things just like this one over here. Again, one of the things I do way too seldom because I'm so leaning forward or leaning into making things functional, and I'm very rarely building these viewing galleries that are not functioning. See, this is a point where I'm starting to be a little sad playing Planet Zoo in comparison to Planet Coaster 2, which is by any means a bad thing. This is a testament to Planet Coaster 2 becoming finally a great game, because I was expecting this to happen way more early, but now it's starting to happen as all the pathing options are so brilliant that this specific viewing gallery over here is almost impossible to be done without mods in Planet Zoo, and even with mods it's gonna be a little bit of an issue. But in Planet Coaster 2 that would have been the most easy thing to do, just like invisible raised path, put a couple of small staircases in, boom, done. See, this is where you notice when a successor game in that franchise starts to outperform the old game, which it should have been doing way more early, but it's good to see. And I also wanted to have a bit of a difference between the habitat for the elephant, which uses a bit more of a brighter stone, and this one, which is a bit more natural Central European for the honey badger. I know it doesn't need to. They both can live in or both do live actually more in jungly areas, but I still need to ensure that we are in the Netherlands. It's not a jungle, even though we are talking about climate change and so on. It's not going to go that fast, even though it's going way too fast, but it's not going to be that fast. So yeah, maybe another little thing I didn't really think about earlier, but as I'm so used to temperate zoos, definitely in Central Europe, I've visited quite a lot, but all these zoos having the typical kind of temperate Central European climate, so you are just very aware of it that they have mostly animals from all continents, because if they need more heat, they almost have always a desert house. If they need more cool, they have an Arctic house or so. And energy-wise, both of these things are pretty much easy to handle, because both of them only need half of the energy you would need in extreme areas. If you create an Arctic house in Africa, let's say, it would take up twice as much energy as both of the things in Europe. And the same goes for if you go to I don't know, Finland or so, and you create a desert house, that equally needs way more energy to maintain, and vice versa. So when we went to Biopark in Valencia, and it's been 40 degrees that day, and I was wondering why they most likely only had African animals in there. And the more I thought about that, it's just logic, because you do need animals that can withstand this insane heat in the summer. Hence, they have almost only these animals that can live in heat, apart from some aquatic animals that still were other way working. But yeah, that is also a very interesting thing, and this is what you also have to take into consideration for your zoos when you build them. Not every zoo, if you want to go for realism, can house every animal. And this is also why, for example, polar bears are double as problematic as they already are because of space demands. Also, the climate is, a thing, because in European summers it's becoming, even without climate change, before even, it was already problematic. So, and that definitely is another reason why zoos nowadays should avoid animals like that, or if they don't have the capabilities to build them a conservation friendly. I know it's still a stretch, but you know what I mean. It's the basic idea is still not the greatest to have an animal like that, but if you can't release it in the wild and it has still some time to live, it would be nice to at least give them the best possible way to live, and that potentially wouldn't be in a zoo in Valencia. Full stop. So yeah, talking about Valencia enough, I guess, for now. Let's talk about this build. Yes, I didn't do the interior. I may actually grab some stables from the workshop and plop them in. I'm just not feeling to do the full interior of this building, because you most likely will never see it, and I want to ensure that I use my time more efficiently. I've just told you guys in a posting lately that I want to focus on quality more than on quantity, and as I don't really think that that it is necessary to do the interior, because I'm not going for a super realistic build over here. My main focus on this story is the story-driven change of this old zoo into a more modern zoo. And I think so far we are delivering very nicely. I do still have a big issue, which is something I'm going to show you in the real-time part. I think I lost track a little bit of... not coherency is the wrong word. I think I went a little bit too much into the modern now and need to drag myself back into some of the remainders of the old zoo, which is a perfectly fine challenge to have soon. There is no issue whatsoever. It's just like that I failed the most for modern builds lately. That's just the way it is. But now I have the feeling I want to do something with an older habitat again and repurpose that and maintaining the older build. So what we could do, for example, is to use an old, I don't know, puma cage or like a panther cage, whatever, or it doesn't need to be big caddy. Could also be another animal that used to live there, and put some smaller animals in. We do have quite a lot of animals that we haven't featured in this zoo that a lot of people want to see, so maybe we're going for that. I definitely wanted to build something for the newest macaque in here as well, and to make sure that we have the lion-faced macaque in here too. So that one could be a funny challenge to do. So yeah, quite a lot of ideas I still have for this project, but I still want to make sure that I'm not going too far to make it a realistic project to be finished at some point, because I have the feeling that end of next year we are transitioning into Planet Zoo 2. I'll do a video about that because I think we have to talk about that, we're doing a build for them, but it's still the elephant in the room that with the release of the latest information around Jurassic World Evolution 3, for me personally, this was the final little bit of info I needed to know that the next game is going to be Planet Zoo 2, and a couple of things that are going to happen more or less have already been confirmed with Jurassic World Evolution 3. Not officially confirmed, but it would be very stupid if it wasn't that way. Anyways, you can see some finishing details. I will have some details done in the off-screen as well, so you may notice a couple of little changes when we are having the real-time part. But I want to take you over now into the real-time part, because I think it's just as good as it can be for my voiceover now. So let's move over and have a look how it does actually look in-game. Alright, here we are in the real-time part, and there you can see an elephant already running around with a new sign in the background, as you can actually tell. There's also a new waterfall feature I've just added in. A couple of things I did off-screen. I'm not fully done with this area, as said in the voiceover, but I'm going to show you what exactly. I'm also going to show you what's going to happen with the zoo, so stick with me through this wonderful real-time part, because there's more info coming. So there's another one storming out of the water here. So this is, as I said, this little kind of fake viewing gallery. We obviously can go up this thing with the explore mode, and look at that. There's also these kind of security thingies in front here so that the elephant doesn't come too close to ya. They're a tad bit smaller, so the risk is a little bit lower than with the African elephant would be. But also I think the size of this overall habitat comes very close to optimum when it goes with these type of elephants. Oh, there's like a little glitch here. Oh my god, haven't seen that one. Because I also did do some security fencing up here, so that's still where you can see down when there is like an elephant taking a bath. You can still have a little peek through here if you want to. It would be so fun to have some fish or so to put in, like even as a VFX, because they would still live in these waters potentially. But yeah, so as we pass through, there is another viewing gallery coming up, which fulfills actually two different purposes. So you've got one over here where you can go a bit closer and you can actually see some of those. Look at that. Also, you can see that one in the distance. Oh, I love that. Look at that view. And you can clearly tell the size difference. Like, it's like the African one would easily be up here, and now we've got the Bornean one, which looks almost like a pygmy. They're actually literally called pygmy elephants. So and that is definitely the case, but I still like it. It sometimes looks almost out of place, but if you go into the viewing gallery over here, you obviously get an even better view of them. And look at the habitat. I am really pleased with how that turned off. Also with like the waterfall in the center, like the tree as a feature, Really do like that. I really do like that. And if you turn around, you do get a bit of a peek into the honey badger habitat, which you can see also evolved a little bit from the time lapse. I did put in a couple more trees. Some of my trees I don't know when I built them in the past, but I still like them. Some custom tree models. And if you go up here, you do get some peaks. This is not fully done yet. I will clean up this side over here, clean up and put some barriers in so people don't glitch too much into these things. But just, you know, gives you just a general idea of how it's gonna work. There is like the entrance, which is gonna be hiding away. There will be a cave where only is like a little bit of an opening. I did put in some greenery already to maintain the views, but like especially this view over here is something I really wanted to have. Like you have these different types of layers, and if you don't pay too much attention, it all looks like one area, one coherent area, the sunken in way, you know, how this all turns out. And just if you climb up the hill, it becomes more evident what I'm trying to do over here. Like if you look over here, for example, you again don't really see where the guests are going. You just see that open field of animal greatness, and you know, in front of you there is like the honey badger area, and then behind that there's the elephants. Like playing with the different areas a little. That fence over here is also kind of wrong. I'm gonna change that too. But yeah, just a couple of things. And if you climb up all the hill, you will be rewarded with one of the best looks into the habitat. So that is definitely one of the absolute best views you can have to the elephant area. Like you've got the elephants here. I mean, just look at that. This is just absolutely magnificent. I really like that, how the elephant, look, it's just going into the waters, and we've got them in here just enjoying the time. And again, as I said, this is exactly what I wanted to achieve with this build. I am very pleased with the outcome, very pleased with how it goes into the whole build. And this is also the moment where we can actually fly up into the normal overview. So I'm going to go into the free look as we are right now, turn off the UI again, and here you get the full view of it. I mean, just look how this all is embedded. This part between the aquatic, semi-aquatic dome and that one over here is going to be completely changed. We are going to maybe even put an entrance into that house, because at the moment there's like a single entrance over here, so we potentially will put an entrance to the back as well, which is going to combine this area, fit in like a bit of a restaurant maybe over here. And that also leads me already to what's going on in the future, the future of this of the zoo. Now let's zoom out a little bit so you can get a better view of what the zoo is. There's still like a little testing habitat here, I don't mind that one. But as you can tell, this is our full area. You can see this is where the city is evolving. I said that earlier in the voiceover. I must change a couple of things because Sylph is like a madman. Like all these roofs over here, as you can see, individual pieces, they're custom made. That is just complete overkill. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just exchange all of these things with like normal roofs and make sure that I build a couple of these blocks as like normal ones, and then in the front I'm gonna keep these things as like a front view because they look absolutely perfectly amazing. Gonna keep them, but everything behind those, like filling in the city, will be definitely done in a different way. And gonna fill in a bit of forest here and there, just making sure that that all looks good. But then what I'm going to do is I'm gonna fill in this gap over here. Or actually, you know what we can do? Let me just go to the terrain paint, and then I'm gonna paint in everything that we are still going to do. So let me grab, what do we grab? I think we're gonna grab the soil heavy. So this bit over here is going to still be built. I'm gonna put in something in here, making the city appeal a bit more. This whole thing is already the back of our park. There is nothing gonna happen here. The biggest part yet to be established is definitely gonna be this part over here. So that's gonna become a little bit more city zoo kind of vibe. There is like a backstage area here which we can ignore, and what I'm still going to be filling in is this bit. So these areas will receive some well-deserved and well-needed habitats, and they will all be very condensed, very not small, but they will be repurposed areas of a zoo, because you can tell that this city zoo is becoming way too spacious, if you will, and we still need to get in with an old city zoo vibe, which exactly is also the truth for this area. I must do something else with that corner over here to make it all go a little bit back into this city zoo vibe that we have started to establish in the beginning. Like if you go through through here, for example, that just gives you this narrow appeal of a zoo, you know, houses and stuff plopping in immediately after each other, and then it gets too spacious, you know, kind of old stuff like that over here. This type of old viewing gallery of what used to be the only part of, you know, what is potentially for like a tiger or so. Now this then turns into a huge habitat like we did before with one big habitat, which used to be the seal habitat. You know, there's like a leftover seal statue over here, and that part over here used to be the old polar bear habitat, which you can tell by this kind of sunken area, which used to be the big pool for the polar bear. So this type of storytelling approach is something I still want to get on. Also, that old aviary we changed into something more modern, you know, like a big huge area aviary out there. We changed one of the bigger old houses and turned that into this kind of semi-aquatic dome, making room for that. The old elephant and giraffe stables turning into, as you can see, the old giraffe stable turning into a dolphin sanctuary in here. The mod is currently not installed, if you're wondering. And then in here we turned a non-zoo located facility into a reptile dome, as this building is. So a couple of things like this will still be happening, and to make this entire project feel more like an old city zoo again. I mean, this building over here used to be like a round old building which could potentially have hold, I don't know, maybe a tiger or something like that too. And then in here it turned into like a new eco-friendly penguin house, which I said earlier is, you know, energy-wise, that's something that these type of zoos in the temperate area still could deliver. And then you even have like some viewing opportunities inside of the house, which I think is very nice. And yeah, so that's what you can expect from the rest of this project. But oh boy, am I happy with this build. I think it's looking absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to hear what you're thinking about this project. Please let me know in the comments down below, as always, what you think of this project. Please let me know in the comments if you enjoyed this video. And also, what's very important to me is, yeah, just in general, like, do you still like this series? What would you love to see in here too? What potentially could be something you need inspiration for, and what we can do maybe in the future. I'm open to doing a lot of this in here for you guys. But yeah, now we're just going to zoom out, and I want to just give you guys a big thank you for still sticking with me, making this channel the place it is. And I absolutely appreciate every single one of you. I do hope that you still take out as much inspiration as always, and if not, tell me what I can improve. Yeah, absolutely love building this one. I like the fact that I'm trying to take more time now for each thing I'm building. So hopefully you guys feel that. And if so, please consider subscribing and activating the bell. I recently got a lot of comments of people who just rejoined the channel in the last 2 weeks. I think the channel had a good, you know, recovery when it comes to the algorithm. Don't ask me why. I literally did the same as always, but for whatever reason, sometimes the videos just pick up again. And then really a lot of people, I can easily think of 10 comments out of my head right now, that told me they wanted to watch further but never saw a video on their feed anymore, and then they rechecked and figured out they are not subscribed anymore. So what YouTube does, and it's kind of interesting, I looked into that lately, if you're subscribed, YouTube still looks into if you're watching all these videos. But I do understand some people love Planet Zoo, some Planet Coaster, some other videos, and then naturally you're not watching every Planet Zoo video if you're interested into Planet Coaster too. But if there are, like, for example, if I decide to make 3 Planet Zoo videos in a row and you don't watch all of them, YouTube then decides that even though you're subscribed, they're like, okay, you don't like this stuff anymore, so we don't put it on your feed. And the feed doesn't know that you actually like Planet Coaster more, but they say Rudi Camel isn't suitable for you anymore as a channel. And that then leads to the fact that after a while, if you haven't watched, say, 10 to 15 videos, they say, okay, clean up, you're not subscribed anymore if you haven't interacted with that channel at all. It's not officially confirmed, but I've used to seeing so many people tell me this, that I was just like trying to let you know right now. And that's also the other part of the story. If you activate the bell, you ensure that every now and then there is a video in your feed. That's all. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know why I say that, to not bother you anymore in the future. And I do hope you love this video. Have a wonderful time. Have a good week, everyone. And I talk to you, as always, in the next one. Welcome back everyone to Venlo Zoo. In the last episode of our Dutch city zoo, we built a elephant sanctuary, and today we're building something even more crazy and amazing. We are building a coral reef, very much inspired by the Burger Zoo. Here are some screenshots or photos I've taken once I were there. More about that story during today's episode. It's gonna be very interesting indeed. You can see some sneak peeks here. But before we go into the build, let's quickly talk about the sponsor of the channel, which is Instant Gaming. Again, you should know by now, but if you don't, this is a platform where you can get game keys for a very good value. They always have very cool discounts. They do have some very cool kind of lotteries, giveaways, whatever. And it's fully, reliable. You can grab these keys, get them via email. You can even get in-game currencies, just like Xbox money and so on. And DLCs, pre-orders, whatever you can imagine. The best thing is you do buy and save money, and you help me reach my targets at the same time without even giving me money directly. So that's actually a pretty good way of supporting the channel. Anyways, let's get into the build today. It is a bit of a more straightforward build today because honestly, I've had that in my mind for a very long time. But I didn't really find the right project, maybe zoo to put it in. It kind of felt out of place in Yosemite. Then we've been in Sicily, which, I also felt like, that's not really the exact, project I want to have it in. And then we do have our Rudilistic zoos, which would have been a good choice, but this zoo is starting to lag quite a bit because just problems on my end because the park is just like too detailed and too crazy, and we're going to speak about that issue today in this video as well, because it would have been a longer speed build if it wasn't about some utter problems with the performance. I did download some amazing coral reef blueprints from a couple of people. I will put the links in the description because I forgot how these creators all are named or called, because I'm stupid. I'm old, I forget things. No, I'm just kidding. But like the thing is, one of these coral reefs has insanely crazy 25,000 pieces or so in it. So that was just kind of ridiculous, and I thought, let's still put it down anyways, and it just still kind of I don't know, didn't really work out the way I wanted it to. It was a bit of a pain, honestly, to do it, because whenever I tried to move it, the whole game was frozen beyond anything. It's just kind of hilarious, to be honest. But at the end of the day, I wanted to have it because they were just so freaking good that I didn't want to do them myself. I'm still doing stuff myself in the end because I figured once they were done in the past, there were a couple of pieces that were missing from the game that we do have now. And funnily enough, the pieces from the last two updates, which weren't that many, but some of these are very nice for coral reefs. You're going to see that in the end of the real-time part. Actually, I'm going to show you. I did just 2 versions of it. I will take the time to put more in. It's not like finished. I will spam a couple more things if I find the time to, because honestly, it is a time thing. Whenever I put something down very close to the main coral reef element, it takes the game like honestly 3 minutes until it's unfreezing, which is really a pain, to be honest. So I'm not willing to spend that much time for a speed build. But anyways, let's talk about the coral reef over here. So Burgers Zoo in the Netherlands is, as far as I know, still the only zoo out of Australia in Europe that managed to have a full operating coral reef. And what they're doing, and I'm going to put another photo in here so you can see a bit of the backstage of this wonderful coral reef. They are doing a lot of things with lamps, and it's funny because when we've been there, we were able to get a backstage tour. We did like a Planet Zoo meetup, and that was really fun. It's already 5.5 years ago, so that was pretty long ago. But it was very interesting, to say the least. They did show us what they're doing. And funnily enough, these are not LED lights. These are classic lights because LED lights are not getting warm enough, which is a side effect, obviously, next to the light that you need, just the brightness level, which is required for the coral reefs. But also, at the same time, the energy and the heat generated from these old normal lamps was really very important for them to maintain the whole ecosystem, which is a very hard thing to do. They're obviously very proud of it that they do manage to have that. So you can only understand why they're not simply exchanging them. But maybe they have already by now, because they were talking about that back in the day, that they were planning to change this and make sure that they have, LEDs at some point, because, from energy point and also cost point, it just makes a whole lot of sense to not have everything in these old sources while you can have LEDs. But, if they don't generate the same heat, you need to find another opportunity to generate the same kind of heat whilst keeping the light levels. And as I said, as it's a very sensitive system, it just makes sense that you have it. Now, what I'm doing over here is like very loosely inspired, but yet very much inspired by it. So you can see I'm doing like a half open lagoon kind of idea. Very straightforward build. I wanted to make it really that geometric. It's not even a word, but it's like it's half circle, half cut open. And as you can see, we're putting a lot of lamps in here, which is the same kind of idea that the Burger Zoo is doing. It looks kind of cool, to be honest, but it also should provide the same kind of level of, brightness and stuff. We will put a couple of other lamps in there too. I tried to do also a bit of a night vision, making sure it looks very good at nighttime too, but I forgot this is not Planet Coaster 2. I'm actually very sad to look at that now. I thought it was looking a lot better, but it isn't. It's kind of how easily you are betrayed, honestly, by a new game that, kind of spoils you with such a great lighting engine, and then all of a sudden you figure, oh my god, okay, this is now looking a little bit different when we go in here. As much as I do love the daylight lighting in Planet Zoo, the nighttime and indoor lighting is really falling off. Like, I personally, at this point in time, I prefer to have this slightly oversaturated normal lighting, but every other lighting just being so much better that overall I prefer the look of Planet Coaster 2 by now. But that's just for the moment being, because I actually assume next year we will be seeing Planet Zoo 2. And, there is not the one evidence, but looking at the numbers, looking at how well it's still selling, and looking at how bad actually Planet Coaster 2 is selling and being received, and also hopefully, for them, Jurassic World Evolution 3 is performing good, but Jurassic World Evolution 2 was also not really meeting the expectations. So I'm going to say I'm really hoping for Frontier that they're playing Planet Zoo 2, because looking at the community, this would be a huge opportunity for them to gain back people and money. And it's also, just from a DLC standpoint, such a nice game. Just so good. But yeah, so what I'm building now, you can see I built these kind of sails on top of the lagoon to make sure that we can maintain a bit of heat management and shadow management and brightness level management, where we have all the lights. And the idea is that all these kind of shades could also be retained and pulled back to get more sunlight on top of it. I'm also willing to change a couple of those to make sure it looks like as if some of these are retained, because I feel like that could be a fun thing to do. But let's see, you'll see that in the real-time part, how the version is done that I'm going to present to you. But yeah, it's overall, I'm trying to do this one. And funnily enough, this kind of dome structure I'm building over here is absolutely not necessary, because that's going to be sunken into ground. But I'm doing this because my idea is that we have a fully operational dome that can be actually turned in or out, or actually pulled in or out, and we have the whole area will be a retaining dome structure, and these individual pieces would just slide high up, and then this creates like a big dome then, where everything is inside, because it wouldn't work without, because in the winter times you need to have it fully indoors. Otherwise, there's no way that this could work at all. So here you can see, this is where I'm placing these things. Like, some of these should be there, but I'm really thinking like they could be going out. I would need to do the structure to support that, like having this kind of round circle over the middle and so on, which is kind of a guiding rail where this would be slided in or out. But like, this is not in a time lapse, but you'll see that in the real time part. It's obviously fake. You can't see that. It would be fun in Planet Coaster 2. You could do that with the kind of moving platforms. God, I do hope they have them in Planet Zoo 2, even though it's not as necessary for a zoo game, but it's so fun to have like interactive elements in here. But yeah, I'm also very proud of the overall look later on. And we are still in the same area as we used to being last time. So the idea is this is still part of the old parking lot. The next episode will be very interesting, because the next episode of Venlo Zoo will be an episode in which we are filling in gaps. And honestly, as much as some people may not find that interesting, filling in gaps, I think personally, is one of the most rewarding things if done correctly in these type of games, you know. I also suffer from the same problem at the moment. Venlo Zoo is a great zoo so far. I love the project, really, I love it a lot. I've never thought that this was going to be such a fun project overall, but I must admit that I kind of feel like at the moment I have a couple of loose ends to connect. I did do a couple of very focused builds. I did for a specific video idea and I did for a specific project idea where, you know, I had the inspiration. But at the moment, they are not really integrated well enough. In my mind, there is a story behind, you know, it's not like that I have put them in completely without any plan. I do have a plan, but I never sat down to really connect the areas with each other. And I absolutely have to do this next episode because otherwise I'm going to lose track a little bit of where we are going. Now, as I did use a little bit of a trick I have utilized already a couple of times to create these relatively steep ramps, I did put in my very own stairs. I do know that people will be glitching through here quite a lot, but I don't really care at this point. I do prefer having these more realistic looking stairs over something else because, again, if I go with the idea of having this dome that can be, you know, closed off again. As you can see, I'm putting some of the rails in here too, where it would be off in the winter times or like closed. I haven't really made up my mind how you would enter this area then, but maybe I'm going to put like another kind of, I don't know. Or maybe there's like I'm not sure if this is even working, but I'm imagining there could be like a, you know, mobile or like a temporary airlock kind of thing that could be installed. I don't know. I think that would be a fun idea to do, simply because I feel like this is something you would do to get people in, but you wouldn't have it the whole summertime, simply because it just distracts from the beauty of this area. And as Europe is becoming warmer and warmer, that could be a thing too. The only thing I'm really not sure about is if these corals are kind of season sensitive in the way that coral reefs or like Great Barrier Reef, for example, are used to having the winter when we have summer and vice versa, you know, in December having the peak summer while in the midst of June and July it's kind of winter. I'm really not sure if they're sensitive towards that, so yeah, it must be a little bit of an issue if you take them from there, but maybe if you kind of grow them or keep them in here, maybe they don't really care about that as long as the temperature and so on is kept the same. Honestly, I don't have any. I could have asked the internet for that, but I'm not entirely sure why and what it would tell me, because it wouldn't change anything about what I'm doing here. So just an interesting thought, I think. So yeah, very, very interesting build overall. I had a lot of fun building this. You can see this is where I'm building now the operation, let's say, facility where this kind of huge dome structure would be in on the one hand side. It does need to be copied to the other side too, as you can imagine, because that's where this goes in. And, you know, I'm also calling that thing the Greater Dutch Coral Reef. It's not like the most innovative name ever, I guess. But I had fun doing this. I had fun putting this name in. I had a bit of an issue to put it in the exact position I wanted it to be in, because this wall is slightly curved and I needed to put them in myself manually. And, you know, I could have put in some guiding rails or so, but I didn't feel like doing this. I didn't feel like putting too much effort into this, because the big thing came, and this is where the big thing is, putting the corals in. Now, as I said, I did download a couple of wonderful corals, and hold on, I have my Steam page on, and I can say some of the corals are from a creatist. That is one of the persons, creators that have done some absolutely incredible ones. There are also some very nice ones from Cedar Wolf. I'm not sure if I did use any of those, but they are also very, very nice. But the most I have used were from Acreatus, I think how you call it. But also I did use my own ones, as you can see over here. These are the ones I used in my Dolphin project, which is also a very interesting one. But yeah, as I said, there are some new pieces that can be used very nicely for these type of things. Now, you will even see this in the time lapse, how long the screen will be still. And imagine this is 8 times sped up, or even 9 times, I think, today. It is relatively crazy to think about how this works and how this goes. Really, I didn't I didn't feel like building on. And here you can see, this is what I wanted to leave in the video. I do find a couple of these new things we had over the time, they actually work fine. And also these kind of grapes over here do a good job at being a little coral. And I do think that this makes sense to use these things over the others because there are not as many individual pieces at the same time. I mean, that's from the man who used eggs to create cobble, but you know, I still feel guilty for that. It just kind of destroyed my realistic project by a lot. But it is the way it is, okay? So what shall I say? Anyways, I think you want to see the final result. I want to show you the final result. So let's hop on in and have a look how it is. We are in the wonderful real-time part, and as you can tell, we are approaching our coral reef. So you can see the structure in the background. This is where the full dome would actually come out of, and then on the other hand side you have the same kind of thing in here which would slide out there. I'm not even sure if you would need a guiding rail. I did actually follow a little bit of a rail here through the you know, forest. The same goes on the other hand side to have like a tiny bit of realism. It's not too crazy, you know, but a tiny bit at least. And you know, once we come down, it's all a little bit barren still. There needs to be a bit more stuff, but as I said, I will tie things together and then it'll make a lot more sense. Oh, actually the color has reverted over here. Whoops. Oh, I have been in way too fast mode. This is why it all looked a bit weird. Now, if we go down, you can see it's relatively big, which it should be, you know. And now you can see all the wonderful fish. Look at that. This looks so freaking cool. I mean, apparently, if I haven't said that already, I'm using mods. Like, this should be very obvious. But also, looking at that, you know what, guys? Let's just quickly fix something. I have the feeling that we should change the water cleanliness at this point. Let's have a look if we can change this to the better. So something tells me that this would be better. And now can we just, yeah, make it like have that. Yeah, that looks better to me. Let's do it that way. And then that should look a lot better. Yeah, that makes the whole thing look even better. I could, like what I could obviously do as well. I thought about that earlier, but I don't really feel like this has a good effect. So if I go in here, you know, you can change this whole thing also to like a blue. It just kind of makes the whole background look a bit more tropical. Oops, the game doesn't really like me doing this. So there you go. It just kind of gives this a bit more tropical vibe. But I'm not entirely sure if I want this, you know. It just kind of makes sense, but then again it doesn't. So yeah, maybe we do it. Let's have a look if that looks a bit better if we do that again. I tested that a couple of times. You tell me in the comments if I should leave it as that or not. What we can do is we can go for a bit more of a muted variant of it. So let's go a bit more over to the side and then let's say apply. Wait, hold on. No. This this is a little bit too far to the side, to be honest. So I'm going to go with this color then instead. And then I think what we should do instead then with the water is to make that water even more clear. I think that is the best way of doing this. So let's go and make it a bit more transparent. So like 1.6 maybe. Yeah, that should be the best combination of all. Yeah, that gives this whole kind of punch to it. So I think I do really like the way it is. So let's go to the explore mode back again and have a look how this all turns out to be looking in the game. So, I really do love this entire look over here with the lamps on top of it, with the fish swimming about, this little coral here in the center that's also illuminated in the night, and you can see all the fish. Look at how many I have in here. It's kind of amazing that it works. They do seem to also have, I'm not sure how the modders did that, but they do seem to have a very interesting kind of way to interact with the scenery in here. They seem to be able to swim quite nicely, nevertheless, despite the fact I've got quite a lot in these things. So maybe because of the animals are so much smaller, the hitbox is so much smaller too, would make sense in my opinion, but it's very nice to see. It's very nice to see. Unfortunately, there's really not that much more to say other than we have these wonderful seed things over here where you can get a bit of an education, if you will. So that makes sense. But other than that, this area is more or less done. You know, as I said, there's not really that much to say. This area over here will get a bit of a glow up. So let's just jump out of this camera and give you a bit of a nice view from above. I honestly love that. I think it looks fantastic. And if you look at the zoo in general, it just fills in. This is what I said. This is where the parkplatz are. The parking, German parkplatz. The parking, you know, in Germany, Parkplatz means parking. My brain is just ridiculous. It just sits over here, and that is where it used to be. I'll get to that when we're finishing off this area. So the next episode will focus on finishing off specifically this whole section. Or I'm not going to select the whole section because that's going to crash it down. But this area over here will be kind of fixed, and it's going to look very good indeed. I'm very positive to how that will look at the end. Anyways, guys, I really hope you enjoyed today's episode. I certainly did enjoy building this quite a lot. Always good to come back to Planet Zoo. Always come back to try something new, and again, yeah, I'm just very happy. Thank you so much for watching as always, and as always, I would say I'll talk to you in the next one. But if you also want to see more of that, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. That is absolutely appreciated, because that helps me showing the YouTube algorithm that you do like the stuff I'm doing over here. Very much appreciated. Have a good one. Until then, bye. Look at these beautiful chimpanzees enjoying their modern habitat. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Today's episode, we are back in Venlo Zoo, our city zoo. A Dutch city zoo inspired by turning an old, very not animal-friendly city zoo into something very modern and conservation-friendly. In the last couple episodes, we've introduced a couple of habitats like the clouded leopard, or also the wonderful little coral reef we did in inspiration from the Burger Zoo. Now, today, we are building a habitat for the chimpanzees, and let me talk you through what exactly we did, so let's go into the time lapse. Welcome back to Venlo Zoo. Today we are turning this space between our coral reef and the two, or actually it's just the one big cat habitat. So on the left hand side you can see the good old tiger habitat, which is the Sumatran tiger, and we do have a couple of things to talk about today, because as always in our Dutch zoo we talk about the history. So I envision that in the history of this wonderful area we had some, old kind of cat cages over here, big cat cages, or maybe even like a little penguin habitat. You know that already the big area for the tiger used to be the polar bear habitat, which obviously was way too small, and the park is not allowed to hold polar bears anymore because apparently they cannot meet the requirements. Now we are building a couple of other things. So this old building over here, which could also have been a little bit of I envision also for the big cats. I could see there have been maybe a snow leopard in there. Typically they have kind of snow leopards or lynx in little houses like this, which is going to be turned into like a little butterfly house. Nothing too special. It's going to be a viewing opportunity for the chimpanzees, but equally it's going to be a little bit of a house for butterflies to thrive in. I have not focused too much on the interior quite yet. I'll do that later with putting a couple of little finishing touches in. Finishing touches, unfortunately, is a topic I have to quickly touch upon as well. This park is causing me some real issues right now, because the performance, even though it is still okay, has become a little bit of an issue, simply because the coral reef and some other habitats, I have gone a little bit too much into detail, and specifically when you kind of use too many pieces in a single small area, then it's becoming a little bit of an issue, and I have that very weird issue of the game freezing to death, basically. Whenever I turn the camera too much to the coral reef and click something, it's not like you can walk there, it's not that big of an issue, but if I click something, well, I got the issue that the game will eventually freeze, and I can't do anything then. It's just the computer is going to be frozen, and I have to restart the computer. There's also no way of waiting for anything, it's just completely frozen. I don't think it's an issue particularly with Planet Zoo per se. I think it's more likely an issue with this park over here, and I tried already fixing it, but the problem is I can't get rid of the coral reef. It's just not working, because as soon as I click the coral reef, well, the freezing happens. So I may try this the other day by lowering the graphics completely and turning everything else on my computer off, hoping that I may fix this, but for the moment it doesn't work. So as I was talking about the cages, here you can see this building over here to the right hand side of our park used to be something for, as I said, maybe big cats, maybe some bears, these city zoos really didn't have that much space for their animals anyway, so it could be virtually anything in these cages. Could also be some big birds in there, but I want to envision that this was maybe bears or big cats, and I thought it's going to be a good idea to basically have, just like the chance to showcase how it used to be and turn it into something else, just as we always do in this project. And I started carving out then some areas because I wanted the chimpanzee area to be a little bit lower down, to not build insanely high, fences. Just kind of didn't want to go for these ridiculously high fences. I'm still using quite a lot of the buildings that Sylph provided me with. The English is broken at this point. Joking. Anyways, but yeah, Sylph provided me with a couple of buildings he has done for his Dutch city series, just like a town series. But these buildings are just too good to not utilize because we are talking about a Dutch project anyway. So there's no way I would do better than this. Sylph is Dutch, so he naturally has even more kind of connection and reference to it. But then again, he's just such a master builder when it comes to just sheer architecture, and I don't see a reason to kind of change these. But I always kind of change the buildings to what I need them for. As you can see over here, we're turning that into a big old building fencing off the chimpanzee habitat. This house itself will become more important in the next episode. We're going to turn that into a multi-layer restaurant area, which is going to be very exciting to do. And I'm also thinking about putting some small exhibits in there too. So it's kind of more like an experience, a building, and then having like a bit of a restaurant area in front. And this big old backstage house over here, which used to be the polar bear kind of indoor section, is going to be turned into the chimpanzee house, which is there where they live in for the winter times or so. But they do get a very big outside area, which goes down to, climate change and changed conditions here in Central Europe. Usually you would say these African animals will need a bit more indoor space, which, should have been true in the past. But we've kind of focused on, or basically we have to say that we are facing a overall warmer weather here in Europe, that loads more species would thrive here in Europe. At the end of the day, I'm trying to take that into account by building this. And as I think this building over here could be something relatively new, the whole chimpanzee habitat could be one of the latest additions to this park as for the storyline. And that is why I do think it makes a lot of sense to, have that already in mind, that these animals would be able to live outside for way longer, because they, chimpanzees can withstand some lower temperatures. Obviously, they can't go out in freezing temperatures. I mean, they can, but not for too long. But for the most part of the year, which might be from March to late October even, they will easily be able to go outside every now and then. And if the weather continues to be like the last couple of years, they can also go out around Christmas time, because last year Christmas, I think we had 19 degrees or even 20. I remember that last year or the year before, we had 20 degrees on Christmas Eve, which is almost like Australian. I think even Australia would have had a year lately where it was only 20 degrees, despite them having summer and we that winter. Whatever. That is something I always, I don't find it funny, but we have to take that into account. And that's why this is going to be a huge outside area. I'm very curious what you guys think about this edition. But yeah, before we do this, thank you for watching till this point in time. Here's a little note from the sponsor of the channel, which is Instant Gaming. In case you don't know, Instant Gaming is a service where you can get games for a great discount. They provide you with a key, you've got super great discount, and you help me actively to reach my target of selling a certain number of items per month. If you do that via my link, and it doesn't matter if you buy today or in the next coming days, for 30 days your link will be valid, and then that actually goes against my little account there, which helps me directly to do my stuff. And also you will be helped because you get a game or a DLC or whatever for a way lower price, which is, I think, a great deal for all of us. So in case you want to help me out without paying more extra on to YouTube or anywhere, you can purchase a game and you do help me directly. So that's being said, let's go on. Also, you may have recognized I put this now in the middle of the video because I think, those people who are invested with the video may actually watch till this point in time and maybe a little bit more open to that, and so I don't destroy the flow at the beginning of the video, which I do hope is a lot more nice for you guys to have. So yeah, this build was particularly fun because I wanted to fill in that gap between what is the new coral reef area, and we talked about that in the last episode, that the coral reef is in a spot where the parking lot used to be. So I envisioned this to be part of the, a broader end of the park, what it has been in the past. So it has been enlarged a little bit by claiming some of the parking lots, which, to be honest, is a story you can very much tell in the Netherlands. You couldn't do that in Germany though, but in the Netherlands, the last couple decades, I would say, have seen a huge transition from car-focused to bike and public transport-focused. So you can claim back some parking lot areas because they are not as needed anymore, simply because the central cities have been freed from a lot of car traffic and then turned into some, mobility hubs, whether it's been bus stops or kind of bike parkings or whatever. What we do have at the entrance of our park, which I still am a big fan of. So yeah, I kind of dig this still, that there is the chance to have a lot more public transport towards the zoo, and you don't need to care to have too much parking lot space. So I think it's a valid story to have them claim this area back. You'll see that in the real-time part later on, how much space we do have left. It's not that much, to be honest, but I also need to copy over some of the city parts to make it even more believable and put some trees in. But yeah, I was also testing some path options over here, and I must take this little moment in time to thank you guys. So big thanks for all of you watching till this point in time. I know there are a lot of fans out there still of Planet Zoo. I know there's a huge dedication towards this game, and I am fully into that. I still want to play this game, and I want to keep on playing. And here's a little secret: I will start a new franchise zoo soon, I'm not even sure if it's going to be a franchise or maybe another sandbox, not sure, but I have an idea for a, let's say, relatively doable scale zoo. It's not going to be a project like this over here anymore. It's going to be much smaller, but much more dedicated in a certain way, because I want to keep on doing this. There's a huge difference towards, or actually in comparison to why I have stopped playing Planet Coaster back in the day, because back in the day the difference between the two games was relatively huge. Planet Zoo is a mega leap when it comes to if you just have to look at the Planet game itself, the graphics, the tools, the pieces, everything about Planet Zoo is so much better than Planet Coaster offered. Now, one would say now that the jump to Planet Coaster 2 hasn't been that big, and I have to agree, at the beginning it wasn't, but, and this is what I wanted to get to, I have played Planet Zoo for about like 2-ish hours lately, and then after that I've played Planet Coaster 2 for about 2-ish hours, right after each other. And I did that before, but never has the difference been more apparent than it has been for me lately. Planet Coaster 2 has changed so dramatically that there wasn't a disconnect between the two games, which I had. At the beginning, when I switched back to Planet Zoo, it felt like coming home, and then going back to Planet Coaster 2, it felt like more or less like a new game, but not in the sense of a good new, more like in the sense of a different game. But now it feels like still being in a Planet game, but in a much better Planet game, and that is a huge testament to Frontier, because Planet Zoo hasn't become worse in that sense. It's just like more noticeable that all these changes they've done are just so much more valuable now, and I'm speaking particularly of like the scenery brush or the pathing updates. Like, all the pathing updates makes the path tool now so good, like let alone this little raised area over here that you see, where I wanted to have a bit of a better viewing for the guests to see the chimpanzees better. Well, technically this is only doable because I'm using mods in Planet Zoo. With the real Planet Zoo, with the base game, you wouldn't be, well, you would, but it's gonna be very finicky and hard with that kind of Q trick to achieve what I did over there. And yet then you would have all the issues to reconnect the path, which in this case I could do with the wonderful mod, but then still I need to cover up all these little edges and the curbs and the barriers and blah blah, and all that you don't have in Planet Coaster 2. You just slop in the path, make it invisible, put the texture you want, and you're good to go. And the same goes about so many other things, like scaling, for example, becomes much more apparent every single time playing that. And the lighting itself, specifically in indoor sections, makes me always notice how much of a huge leap forward the graphics still are. And over the course, I think Frontier has improved the lighting in Planet Coaster 2 as well. Anyways, I need to quickly mention that I did download a couple of creations from Caesar Creates, and I'm gonna link him down below. This is his vault and the Habitat Essentials. I gotta say, the reason why I did this is to finish this habitat off in a reasonable amount of time. I could literally do most of this myself too, maybe not as great as he did over here, but I just adore his videos for the way it looks. I think there are a couple of people in the community who have a very very clear look that you immediately understand that this is a build they did. I want to mention Caesar here, absolutely. I think every single time I see a Caesar Creates video, I don't even need to see his name, I know it's from him. The same goes for Aston in Planet Coaster and also in Planet Zoo. Mineral Junction also has a very clear, distinct style of this, like, let's say, mediocre, rundown, American kind of style, and I'm not saying mediocre in terms of his building. It's just like that kind of mediocre building in terms of how it looks intentionally, if that makes sense. And I love the fact that these people have such a very clear, iconic look to their builds. And what I love about Caesar's stuff is specifically this kind of habitat way, how his habitat looks. Just so good. And you know that usually I don't use blueprints of other people because I want to do everything myself. It's kind of a little disease almost. But I kind of open up a little bit because, you know, we've come to a point where people are so talented and so good. And the same I said about Sylph's Dutch buildings, I have to say about other things as well. I mean, these kind of branches and habitat things Caesar does, why would I essentially do the same again if his stuff is perfect? Like, it looks realistic, it looks great, it's usable. There is just no way, and I really don't find the arguments to kind of change these things. But that should be limited to these kind of things like, you know, habitat essentials or kind of stuff like that. I would never build like an entire area from blueprints or so, because I feel like this is not the way to go for me. I want to keep that an original park myself. But using these things, or also maybe like some backstage stuff or so, is totally fine, I guess. And I will do this more and more in the future. It just kind of makes me faster in building, but also ensures that the quality is just where I want it to be without, you know, redoing it all myself. And the same goes for like the backdrop buildings that Sylph did. And when I do use them in the park, I try to change them as much as needed to fit them into the style, you know, and mostly do the rest myself. But yeah, so that's been that. I just wanted to quickly touch upon that because it is so important to me. Now putting in a couple of details, you know, lanterns, benches, bins, which always I find like finishes off the area quite nicely. It then just looks so much more like a park. And yeah, I'm very happy with how it turned out. And honestly, this is one of the few occasions where I didn't expect it to be that good. When I started building in this area, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try to fit it in. I had just like, let's say 50% of the vision was already in my head, but that's about it. And so I went in and I tried to kind of, you know, make this work in a way that it kind of believably fits in that slot over here. But you'll see that in the real-time part in a couple of seconds. I think it turned out wonderfully. Putting a couple of vending machines in here to make that area a bit more useful for the guest, and also a couple of cover-ups here and there, just like making sure that everything looks kind of finished and nice, and giving them a couple of enrichment items too. So yeah, that's the chimpanzee habitat, and I think at this point let's jump in game and have a look how it turned out when you are walking as a guest. We're now in the game, and I do hope that the game will work, because you know, in preparation for the real-time recording, I had a couple of issues, and I had a couple of freezes, as explained in the real-time part. I turned it to rain just because I wanted to have a game with great rain again, and see if the chimpanzees will actually react. But I mean, look at this view now. I absolutely adore that view. I think it really does exactly what I wanted it to do. It just gives you that vibe of a very open area. It just gives, actually, funny enough, it gives the coral reef even more space to shine, despite the fact it's not visible anymore, but just there is that little bit of, you know, background, interesting background. It's almost like a little weenie, but then again in small, and you do see that, and it's aspiration. You want to go there, you see certain things. I think it's really, really cool. But first of all, let's go here to the right hand side. We do have a little bit of this weird area, as I said, the old kind of cages. And if you go in, we do have our little butterfly area, you know, some butterflies flying around in here. It's not like pretty, as I said, you can do a couple of things, but when we go over here, we do have a wonderful viewing area of our chimpanzees. Oh, I do see there's something I missed fixing, but yeah. So you get a bit of a nicer view of some chimpanzees if they do have the time to be around here, or you can even go through here and check this side out. You know, sometimes you do see them even on top there. I may actually change the weather real quick because they will all go inside now. But yeah, let's move out again and show you around to the other side. Also, we now have another reason for going in for the orangutans, which I don't have the mod installed at the moment, so they are not in case you were wondering. But we are going to move over here to the other side. Actually, you know what? Let's first of all take that route to the upper area, because it does fulfill two kind of reasons, or actually two jobs at the same time. You get a better view of this side, obviously, you know, but you also get a nice view of the other side, which is why there is no fence over here, and you can, even the kids can then look nicer into that section over here. You know what we quickly do? I'm just gonna change the weather, as I said, back to this one, you know, just to give a bit of change and difference. And oh, look at how the different lighting now kicks in. I'm just like, I'm so freaking happy. Like this game, as I said, Planet Coaster 2 looks very nice now, but this game, the weather in this game is still so much better. It's just so much better. I do hope that Frontier at some point will fix the weather in Planet Coaster 2, and I do hope if they do this, they will then step up and make the weather even better. That would be fun. So look at the animals. They're all climbing up now to these towers. I'm a big fan of these towers. You know, I have done these towers in the past too, but for the orangutan garden in Yosemite, no, actually Sicily. But the thing is, it back in the day turned out to be a little. Oh my God! Look at this one. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? Oh, it's so good. Look at the chimpanzees having a good time over here. So yeah, as I said, I did this in Sicily, but they didn't really work, so I needed to go for a bit of a simpler design. And you can see that the design now works, which I'm a big fan of. So you can move around on this thing, and just go around that corner, have a nice look. So obviously there's no one around. But as you move all the way down here, it's a bit of a weird one that you can't go down in the middle, but you know, I went for design over function because the pathing didn't allow me to connect to this. I wanted to have like a little staircase in here that would have been the perfect spot, but it didn't allow me. And excuse me. Oh, is the menu still? Oh my God, the menu is still open. That was the issue. Okay, so I'm trying to be easy now on going here through the coral reef, but you get some peaks over here on these sides, you know, and you can definitely tell that there are also red river hawks in here. I intentionally put them in. Also kind of funny that they still climb on that tree despite this kind of security thing, which seems not to work, but hey, you know, they can't escape over that thing anyway, so that's fine. So that is that, and now here you need to then go into the coral reef area. I'm just gonna try to get a little sneak in here. Look at this. It's looking beautiful, but I'm really desperately trying to not look there too much to not make the game freeze. And then over here you get like a nice little view inside of the habitat from this perspective. I want to put like a little bit of a glass wall in here to give a bit of a more security view. They can't escape because they can't swim. Oh, I wonder though if the red river hawks could escape, by the way. They could technically, I guess, because they can swim. I should fix that. And these things over here, also from Caesar, they are so nice because you can actually look through, and they still give a bit of a nice privacy to the animals, which I think is wonderful. It's a gorgeous little thing to do. And so they have a wonderful habitat. And this being one of these old kind of big cat cages is turned into like a little bit of a foraging area for them indoors. You know, they may go here, but they may not, but that's just like a little idea I had. And as I said, this is going to be turned into like a little restaurant area here. I think this is the perfect spot to jump out of this camera and jump into the free camera and show you around. So we filled in a huge part of our park, which used to be very barren and open, and now we do have this wonderful chimpanzee habitat over here and a bit of a that's just like a butterfly house, I gotta call it, but it's not done yet. A couple of details have to be entered here anyways, and so you can already think about that this is a next part I'm going to focus on over here. We have our huge sanctuary for the elephants. We still have a lot of space left over here, and we do have some space over here. The next episode, my friends, hopefully that the game does allow me to do so. I'm planning to have 3 to 4 episodes to finish off this, and then there's going to be a supercut as always. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on this spot in the center here. This is going to be one episode where I'm going to try to do some smaller things. You know, this one is going to be just like a little bit of a nice trail. There's not going to be too much with animals because we do have our 2 habitats in here of our, was it a pygmy elephant and was living in here. The skunk, is that the skunk? Yeah, that's the skunk, right? Hold on. The honey badger. Oh my god, that was my bad. The honey badger, obviously. Yay! So that's the honey badger's habitat, a nice little one. So yeah, I'm gonna turn this area into a bit more of a nicer transitional area of the park. Maybe there could just be a tiny animal in here. We do have the meerkats. We could do a prairie dog habitat in here. I'm thinking about this, maybe though. And then there is another spot for a smaller animal that could be here. We could rearrange the pathing a little bit and put another habitat in this spot, which I'm very, very keen to do. We do have a serious lack of smaller animals. I did a lot of bigger animals, but adding some smaller animals in here would be a thing. So if you have got ideas, let me know in the comments what could fill in this spot next to the aviary. I still have to re-put all the kind of different mods in to make the zoo more populated. And so as I said, a small animal goes here, and then there's a tiny bit of space left, which I may actually not really fill, just do a bit of foliage work and so on, because there's like the backstage access to the aviary I want to hide a bit nicer, so there's not really that much to be done. So this is that for the next episode. And then as I said earlier, I don't want to branch out too much, but as many people have asked for a North American kind of savanna, I am very tempted to do that one in this huge space over here to the left, so that we will get a bit of a huge savanna in here. And one thing that is still on my list, and I'm not entirely sure where, but the current best option would be this spot over here, is another big cat, because we have not really that many big cats in the zoo, and coming from a typical city zoo, big cats would be a thing that they had quite a lot in a zoo like that. And despite the fact they should actually have a lot of those that they needed to put somewhere else, or just like they didn't get the license again to hold them, maybe they still keep one tiger or like I don't know, a leopard or something like that. I'm definitely prone to do something over here, and that, my friends, would be it. The village over here is going to grow, and I'm gonna check if the performance will keep working on, but you can see this is kind of the pattern I want to keep on going. So just put a nice backdrop of these little areas in, and they do have roofs, by the way. It's just like if you zoom out, the roofs disappear. So I'm gonna try to put a couple of those in these spots here. There's like our huge parking lot, our little road coming in over here, and the rest is going to be forest, just to make sure that this all is nicely enclosed. But the city will grow a little bit more here. So, oh my god, look at the dome. It's also completely gone from all the way above. But yeah, so that's the current state of Venlo Zoo. I do hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do. I think specifically this view over here is very, 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 very nice. I mean, this gives you this kind of city zoo vibe, doesn't it? It just really gives you the idea that this is in a densely populated area, and that's exactly what I wanted to achieve. Look at that. This is really damn cool. Just looking all the way in the back, you've got the city. Actually, if I look at that, it would be very smart to have a similar building like that and put that all the way in the back on a tiny little hill to even create that appeal as if there's a city going on in the background. I could even use all of that and put that one higher. I don't know. I'm gonna think about that. But yeah, my friends, that's been it. That's my little episode for today. I really hope you enjoyed that one. Again, the reminder, if you need any games or anything, please use my link in the description of Instant Gaming. Again, it does help me directly. It does help me fulfill my contract over there. It does help me in getting a little bit more independent from views, and you know, working for views is not what I love at all. I want to do videos because I want to do videos, and you do help me directly with this, and you do help yourself because you get games for a lot less. My god, my English is very broken today. It's late, I'm tired, please don't hate me, okay? So that's that, and there's a lot of good stuff coming in the next days, guys. We've got a lot of super cuts upcoming. We've a lot of other content I've been preparing, with a lot of first looks coming up. So there's a lot going on the channel, and also if there's anything you want to let me know about this park, let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching as always, and have a good time. Bye! This is Venlo Zoo, a Dutch-inspired city zoo made in Planet Zoo. Over the last couple of years I've built in this zoo. Unfortunately, today it's coming to an end. Today we are flying through the zoo for the first and last time, because that's the first big tour we do, and unfortunately also the last one. I'll get to the reasons why. It's not quite finished, even though I have done the best to make it somewhat finished today, fixed a couple of issues, and I'll be uploading this to the workshop for you guys as well to find out. So this zoo is heavily inspired by a region very close by where I live, the region of Venlo in the Netherlands, obviously. It's been my first ever big city zoo I've done, and the main purpose of the entire project was to build a modern approach on a city zoo where we have repurposed a lot of old habitats into new. I'll be talking about this very briefly while we fly through here. We've got a huge kind of modern entrance area which greets us with a couple of souvenir shops, fountains, a lot of areas to just gather together, find everyone you're looking for, and then take the zoo tour together. We've got a couple of facilities hidden in here, backstage stuff, access, some vending machines, and so on and so forth. This is made to just welcome the people, and usually this is also where the old entrance has been. Some of these buildings that are now repurposed into a facility used to be already cages. We are starting with a completely new building, and that is our desert house, featuring a couple of desert animals here at the entrance, a typical entrance animal with the Meerkat and the Aviary. We also have a couple of Dutch buildings in the background. They have been provided by Sylv, who has been doing a Dutch project in Planet Zoo. But on the right hand side of this desert house, we'll find the first old habitat turned into a new one. This used to be a bear habitat, heavily inspired by the Bärenzwinger in Berlin, but now it's a parrot habitat with the monkeys and some otters, some very easy stuff here. They can have a good time together. Smaller animals make the best out of this space. We also have a lot of facilities. As you can see, there's a nice restaurant in a Dutch architecture style. At the moment, no one is eating because I just reopened the zoo for the recording. We can see a brief look of the aviary. We'll get into the aviary in a bit. But first things first, we need to move into our desert house, which was my first big build, and the idea is that we got rid of some of the very old habitats that you couldn't turn into anything good, new, or whatever, and so we built this new desert house to feature some smaller desert animals. You can see some over here. We fly over here. There's like the cat in here. We also have another view inside of the Meerkat habitat and the artworks from the inside, because being in Europe, they won't be outside the entire year, so in the winter times they need to move over. We also have another indoor section here for the bigger animals, such as the camels and some antelopes, but we also have the peccary pig over here. It seems like it's all one big habitat, but they are separated very cleverly, so that is a little thing. We fly over now outside on the other side. We are just greeting very briefly on the Shifaka, I believe, is in here, and we quickly go below ground just because we can, I guess. I didn't fly through the entire tour a couple times, so whatever. We come to one of my favorite habitats. This is a penguin habitat, and this African penguin habitat used to be an old one. Only the left-hand side of this habitat, as you can see, is the old one, and it has to been reopened into a much bigger version. You can see they also in the usage of rocks and stuff. The right-hand side is much more modern. There's even that little opening you can see, a lot more better. And then we also have a brand new animal. Well, not brand new, but one of the latest packs. The ocelot has this wonderful tower where it can go nicely vertically, but it also has an outside area. And as mentioned before, this is the Cockerel's Shifak. In here, it's got a very big one, actually. It's a super huge habitat for those little fellas over here. It's tightly packed next to our reptile house, which is another very nice building, repurposed from something in the past where you had maybe some big cats in here, but now it's turned into a reptile house. We have a couple of tortoises in here. We've got the what is that even? I forgot which all of. You can see a couple maybe in here. Some lizards are in here as well. In the water, some monitors, as you can see. I think that's the Asian monitor living in that. I forgot which one is in which cage exactly. But we also have a couple of exhibits with iguanas and some spiders. No, that doesn't fit in the reptile house. I think some iguanas are in these ones over here. And maybe we can get a glimpse of the other one. There you can see there is another monitor in here. Actually, that's the caiman. Very nice, small little animal. having a good time in here. But we're flying out of this one and have a look on the opposite side of the road. There is another one. Here we have some monkeys, you know, making sure that they also get their space, you know. I like this quite here. That's a nice little area. That tree has a nice face and an arm shows into the directions. And then we move over into some modded stuff because at some point I thought, you know, one nice idea was to bring in a dolphin kind of sanctuary, and the idea about that one is that's the old kind of safari area where this is also the old giraffe house turned into a dolphin house. And the idea is that in Europe you used to have a couple of dolphin areas where, you know, the habitats are not as nice anymore. I mean, what's even nice for a dolphin? But that one is to house all the dolphins that can't be held in these tiny spaces anymore. So we're giving them a last sanctuary. And as soon, you know, as they're passing away, we don't do any breeding anymore. That's the basic idea. We have this house here to just get the animals from all over Europe to give them a bit of a better space at least. So moving over to a couple of other aquatic animals, we have the penguins over here. They get a whole house on left and right hand side. You get a bit of an outdoor area, but the main thing is the indoor area with a very nice steel front to maintain a bit of heat and cool inside. And then we also have a semi-aquatic dome where we have some beavers and some other fellows over here that enjoy a lot of water. We have this central little area where you can go in and see them all diving. I think there's also like the platypus living in here, as well as the beaver, and I might think there's also a giant otter in here. I forgot. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Oh, and if you noticed a cut right now, this is exactly the problem why this project is gonna end, but I'll talk about more later. Let's first of all continue our way out of the wonderful semi-aquatic house where we see some platypus enjoying their time down there. We are heading over to one of the latest installments in the series with the latest DLC. That is a pygmy elephant. I want to call it Sanctuary because it's relatively big. It's super modern, kind of open, spacious, and a bit of the backstory was that we are taking some of the parking lots and turn that into a habitat because, you know, in the past used to be all more car focused, but especially the Netherlands have been very good at refocusing on bike infrastructure and so on. It's also kind of a almost like social accepted behavior, and that is why it totally makes sense to kind of reclaim some of the parking lots and turn them into the zoo, which also has in its middle, basically in the middle of the viewing area, we have a tiny little skunk habitat. You can see they roam around here free, and then we make our way to a viewing point on top where you can see all the elephants. And that modern building in the background, it used to be the parking house, like the park house kind of thing. However, completely repurposed into something brand new. Now we're heading over, and hopefully the game does not crash on us because that is the area where it all ended. But, you know, it's been the last habitat I did is this chimpanzee area over here. I'm super proud of it. It looks super nice. It's very nicely filled in into the gaps. But the real issue is on the left-hand side here. That is our coral reef. Very crowded because it is amazing. You can see all the fish in here. But the problem are not the mods. The problem is the usage of coral pieces. I cannot touch it. The second I do go into this area and touch anything, the game is going to freeze. The computer is going to freeze, despite my NASA computer is gonna be horrible. So my solution to that is, well, I tried a lot of things, but there is no solution to that, which is very sad indeed, but I cannot do anything about this. So I had to end it over here. But there are good reasons for that, and I think, you know, this project had its highs. We are at a point where I have started something new, by the way. Next week, or even this weekend, you'll see it pop up. I've already recorded a couple episodes to be sure that this one is going. But anyways, we have two habitats left. On the left-hand side, you can see the Sumatran orangutan, another little mod I'm using here. It's a very modern habitat, again, something repurposed that could have been used previously for some backstage stuff or some other things, and that was also where I had the sponsoring of this wonderful, lovely chair, recliner chair. It's still amazing to me, that thing. It's just brilliant. Rewatch this episode. It's super cool, and you see the sponsoring. So good. But then we fly through now it is the Amur leopard habitat, but it should be, I think it was also the Sumatran tiger that I had here as a mod, but I took it out and replaced it with the Amur leopard, which is a little bit shy right now. It's not roaming around, a sad thing. But this used to be the polar bear habitat and the seal habitat that has both been connected into one bigger area for the Amur leopard. And then we go into our aviary, which used to be the aviary, used to be just that house in the middle, but we opened everything up into this way bigger space where the animals can roam around free and nicely. And well, you can see something, yeah, you can see some walking around the ground. They do fly using some of the enrichment items. Maybe we are lucky to see someone doing it. Well, if not, you know, I'm gonna put the supercut in very soon, so you guys should be able to see it. We are flying through here, just making our way now into the house. Through the wall, why not? But yeah, so through a little airlock and then all the way out of this one into, well, the end of today's overview. It is a relatively short one because it took me still 6 or 7 attempts until I was able to give you this little overview, which is very sad to say the least. But that's been it. That's been Venlo Zoo. You can download it from the workshop. If you want to, you can have a look yourself, or you wait for the supercut, or you just watch the playlist again, however you like. It's been a pleasure. This was a super nice project. I loved every bit of it. Hopefully you guys did enjoy it too, but fear not, there's a new project coming very soon, and I'm very curious to show you. It's gonna be completely different, but I'm very happy to show you, and you know, it's gonna solve the issue of performance by just stepping out of this project. Hopefully you enjoyed it, guys. Make sure you have a good time. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, and hopefully you don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, because there's more to come. Also of other games, Jurassic World Evolution 3 soon, and some very cool exclusive stuff. Can't wait to show you. Have a nice one. Thank you so much, and bye.